Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to another exciting installment of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. I am the chief host, the College Genesis, guiding you through the next few hours of interesting conversation and stimulating debate. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for being here. Thank you for my audience. I thank you guys for everything. The show is going good. We have always interesting topics and like I said, usually it's like a chain reaction when somebody's asked a question on one show. When I say that's a good show topic, I'll think about a show next day. Or I'll skim through the show and be like, yeah, that was a good point I made. Let's talk about that. That's why basically I have my topics are so unique than everybody else. They got everybody else's topic. What did Donald Trump do today? Hey, clown ass nigga. Let's talk about Kamala Harris. Oh, yeah, Al Sharpton did this. Let's talk about that tomorrow night. What you call at night. So yeah, man, I'm tired, man. I took a little nap before I came on, and I was like, damn, that alarm clock rang. I was like, God damn, man, it's 10:30. Shit, I was like, fuck, you know. I'm tired, man. It's been a rough week, man. I've been up since this morning at the job. I'll tell you right now, I think I had this afternoon, 5 o'clock in the evening, that one of my clients called me about an issue with one of my other clients, right? She's like the caretaker to one of my clients, right? And she had this issue. I'm like, oh fuck, you can't be serious, right? But then I asked her, why the hell do you call me at 5 o'clock in the evening on a goddamn Friday? I can't do shit about it now. See, I go, well, if you think if I'm a little antsy tonight, I think I'm going through something, right? So I'm like, look, if it's business, right, don't wait till Friday in the fucking evening, 5 o'clock, to call me about something, right? I told her I can't do nothing until I get back to my office at Monday morning, right? So why are you burdening me with this shit now, man? You actually could have waited till Monday. So all throughout tomorrow, Saturday, I'm gonna be thinking I'm not gonna even enjoy the football freaking game because I got a serious fucking situation I gotta deal with. That shit could have fucking waited. So I'm like, hey, it is what it is. So it is what it is. Business is business. Well, anyway, so like I said, I'm a little upset over that right now. So that's good. That's what got me distracted a little bit. And with that, I'm tired, just tired, just exhausted. Doing these shows every night is really, really, really exhausting me. I don't know how long I can keep it up, but I'll keep going and everything. I had said last night that I have something coming up. I'm thinking about it, right? I said, look, if we get invited down to Dallas, I'll be in Dallas in April, right? After I get back from Liberia, I'm gonna be in Dallas in April, right? And when I'm in Dallas, I'm gonna hit this place called the Monrovia Lounge, started by a friend of mine named Will. He's Liberian or not, and he be doing comedy night and stuff like that. Called the Monrovia Lounge. I can't wait to hit that. This spot I'm gonna hit that. I hit when I go to Dallas. And I said, who knows that, I'm going with me, my brother and sister got invited down there exclusively because we're one of the top 8 associate agencies of this marketing firm. And I keep thinking, well, maybe they're going to pop the question, ask us to become partners. I don't know. Who knows? It could be life changing. But I thought about it for a long time, right? If they ask me in my agency to become partners, of course we will, because right then you become a partner, right? You're not associate agency, even though we do good numbers and everything. You're a partner, you automatically become a millionaire because you're a partner with a fucking multi-billion-dollar firm, firm that grosses $1 billion a year, So that means we'll be millionaires, right? So I said at that point in time, can I basically still carry on with the social justice, black nationalist movement? And that's going to be very, very difficult because what that was going to do is basically if America delivers something like that to me, where I look, this is what I'm talking about, right? There's no way Africa could ever do something like this for me. I'm just being honest with you. I've been look, even though I love Africa, I'm with the Pan African movement and stuff like that. Basically, Africa has never delivered. Matter of fact, I don't think Africa's ever delivered for anybody. I don't see anybody freaking really doing big things. Yeah, people make some money. You see diners they're making a few dollars doing tours and whatnot, but there's nobody really balling like that and dealing with Africa. So it's like we always lose when we deal with Africa. There's no jobs or any opportunity like that. I thought there would be. I think I bought into the African bullshit about Africa is the future and all this kind of shit like this. And the last few years on social media has really, my opinion of Africa has really gone down. They have not delivered anything worthwhile. You know, Ross Moore say, without Africa, you guys wouldn't be playing. Oh, wow. It's starting in already, man. Woo! You got Kidola in the chat room. You got Ross Moisture and everything. Woo! It's going to be a friggin' knockdown, drag out show. I don't even have the energy for it. But goddamn, they're already starting in already on that. Goddamn, I didn't even friggin' start the show, really, on that. Here comes Ross Moisture, so like I said, so if I get offered a partnership, or maybe I think probably if they made my sister a partnership, I will definitely bump up and be the SGA to my agency, right? That means I will have tremendous power, even that's like, I wouldn't even care. You know something? I wouldn't even care about becoming a partner because that means I would have to leave this movement altogether. I couldn't do anything. I would basically have to give the Colonization Radio Show over to somebody else, my website, all stuff like that, and I will let somebody else run it, right? I'll probably just stay in the background, blah, 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 But it would have to be somebody really smart that got the energy I do that's going to travel to the continent and carry out this mission of the African, It would have to be other people step in. Because I don't think anybody could step in and do what I do, that's why I carry on, because this mission has to be done. It should be done. It must be done. Our ancestors are calling on us, Let me tell you something, folks. When you talk about an African, it's making a stand, Right now, Negroes, you ain't standing. You're a bunch of little sissies. You're a bitch. You're a boy. You're a punk. Because the white man got you sitting on the toilet taking a piss. You sit down on the toilet, piss. Nigga, get your ass on that toilet. But I tell you, when you pee, you sit down like a lady. That's the way they got you in America. You black fucking Negroes, whatnot. So the bottom line is this, we've never made a stand here in America. We got our ass kicked 400 years and whatnot. We don't have a nation of our own. At least the dusty Africans are smart enough to have a fucking nation, at least, No. So yeah, so we're gonna be talking about that tonight, folks. And a lot of other things, among other things. But tonight's topic, right? Can Africa take credit for African American culture? Because based on what Kidola said last night, and then Fruity Baruti said, "Oh, African American culture, the Jews." That's basically why is it there's a rush to fucking take Africa take credit away from African Americans to have anything worthwhile of their own. Everything got to be attributed to Africa. Is that true? Could it be that African Americans are there? Oh, it's obvious that African American culture derives from Africa. That's obvious, right? But the bottom line, the way it was expressed here in America, the dance, the jazz, everything that led to rock and rolls, ragtime, everything like that. The Allen Ailey School of Dance, world famous dance, and also even in the gospel, praise, shout. People have always said this is Africa, even though everybody knows, yes, the roots of Africa, right? But does Africa, current modern day Africa, can say, oh, when you see hip hop or rhyming, that's African? Can they basically say it? It seems it's like no one wants to see African Americans have anything for themselves. Should Africans take credit for all the African American inventions too? And so I'm just asking a question, man, because like I said, it really don't matter to me. But some people really feel strongly about this. What I won't do is basically talk about the ADOS FBA and when they don't want to attribute anything in Black American culture to Africa, which is foolish. I know common sense going to tell you that Africans and Europeans have a different culture, and the African American culture is more closely in line with Africa than Europeans. For example, what I'm talking about is this. I mean, years ago, I thought about this topic years ago. When they was interviewing, it was like right around the time Nelson Mandela first, and then his big cheese coming in. The only Africans can take credit for his fling. Dude, man. And bushmeat. What the hell, man? What the hell, man? Do we need all this negativity? God damn, man. You're supposed to be an elder, big cheese, but you're a big moron. Anyway, so those I remember I was interviewing. It was like a year after Nelson Mandela became president, right? And they were in South Africa interviewing. What do you think so far? Basically, what do you think so far? And now what? We're not. Let's talk about the success of South Africa. Blah 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 blah. Post-racial anti-apartheid movement, and they basically interviewed some Afrikaners, right? And they said, now they're in Africa, right? But they said the favorite music of the Afrikaners is heavy metal. And I was like, oh, sweat. I was like, damn. They said, yeah, they love like country western and stuff like that. So in other words, deep in the country music of America, basically penetrated even at the Afrikaners, and the whites in Southern Africa was adapting to it to white American culture or not, more popular than it. And the Black South Africans were basically into basically the rap and rhythm and blues, R&B and stuff like that, So it tells you that, yeah, there is something there, there is something there. And that's what I thought about that. That was back 20-something, 30 years ago. And I was like, well, geez, man. So in other words, basically, yeah, this thing is something else, something to behold. If you got Afrikaners that basically, they basically, when you go into their collection, they got mostly white American artists, well, Elvis Presley or whatever like that, Waylon Jennings and whatever like this. So they basically, the Afrikaners in South Africa definitely listen to country and American folk music a lot. Where the blacks in South Africa will listen to hip hop, reggae, jazz, and soul, and neo soul, whatever like that. And the whites, so basically it tells you one thing. Why is that? Why wasn't the blacks listening to Kenny Rogers? Why? Because it's a cultural thing. People don't understand. There's a culture is real. So therefore, it must tell you that African American culture somewhat does have roots and is somewhat African, in origin. That's obvious right there. What I just said, it has to be obvious. That's what it is, So we'll talk about that tonight. And the question is, so if that's the case, why can't does Africa still basically possess African American culture as its own? At one time, we were like, basically, yeah, it's all black music, right? But it wasn't until Africans start delineating themselves from African Americans in social media by talking about African Americans like the same way white people do. Oh, them couple. I used to hear Africans basically mock African American names like Shaquita, blah, blah. That was basically when you got people doing Shaquita and blah, blah. That was our attempt to be familiarized with African sounding names. And it came out awkward, like Tamika, whatever, like that. And all these names that we name our women and children, everything like that. It was our attempt to be part of, acknowledge our African roots. So when you Shamika, whatever like that, that's not European, that's African sounding, So you ask yourself this question, when you see people in America, right? Now, my family, my sister, his name is Tanika. Mother told me she wanted one of her kids to have something like a black African sounding name. So my younger sister's name is Tanika. You know, and so it is what it is, folks. So I wasn't given an African name, but and just like some people live, my great aunt's name was Wyoming. How the hell that happened? Wyoming. So African Americans naming their kids after African names is something in our culture. Something in our culture. Why we do certain things, stuff like that. Yes, there is something. But the thing is, Africans never want to embrace every aspect of Black America. They only want to embrace the things that they identify as good. When it comes to Black America, you got to take it all. You can't just say, yeah, I'm down with the African American Black, especially this time of Black History Month, right? And I saw this. There's no such thing as Black India column. Those Black people in India, right there, don't friggin' practice any sort of Africanized culture. They don't. So that's the difference. That's why you can't call Melanesians or Africans the culture. Honeyflower said, I want to state that I do believe Africa will be highly developed in the future. I seriously doubt that. And it'll be developed by non-whites and they will settle there. Well, I doubt that. Africans are just, I don't know. Like I said, I just simply did. I know we'll be populated by non-blacks. I know that, but will it be highly developed? Nah, I seriously doubt it, man. I think Africa's cursed. I think it's cursed. Whatever. It's like when you have just honeyflower, a whole continent dedicated to being backwards, right? I played a video yesterday of the friggin' problem with the Sierra Leone fishing. It is so friggin' abundantly clear. You cannot compete in a globalized world, whether you want to or not. The world is moving towards globalization, mechanism, and technology, right? The Africans refuse to friggin' advance themselves. They're still using ancient fishing techniques, and I wonder why the Chinese got commercial trolls off their coast stealing their fish. They can't do nothing about it. So it is what it is. So there's this thing in Africa. They simply don't want to, modernize. Just like this conundrum in Africa. Like they think being backwards is being African. I don't understand. And unfortunately, African Americans are a very modern culture. We're like what Africa should be, our culture for the most part. Not all the crime. When you see crime and stuff like that in Black Americans, because we're living captive in a white country and whatnot. We're not the overlord, but Black America had their own space and their own stuff like that with the same mindset of modernity. I do think they will be highly developed. So yeah, so I think a lot of Africa simply has not broken the shackles of ignorance and backwardness. Africa's chronically backward. Chronically backward. I don't know what it's going to take for Africa to say, so we're not doing shit right. Let's just fucking change a course so we can catch up with the rest of the world. Where there's, you can have all the mineral resources and everything. Kiddo says, why are Black Americans eating pancakes? Because we like pancakes. What does pancakes got to do with Africa, Kiddo? You kind of say that pancakes, which white people love. Everybody loves pancakes, right? You got to try to say that pancakes came from Nigeria? Is that what Kiddo was trying to tell me? Pancakes came. I know you learn something new every day. Pancakes come from Nigeria. Oh, wow. Why we eat pancakes? Pancakes taste goddamn good. Goddamn. No, we shouldn't eat pancakes, Carla, because that's not African. Man, get the fuck out of here, Don't eat pancakes, Carla. That's not African. We don't understand it. Pancakes is delicious, Kiddola. Working delicious. Like the best breakfast food ever. Pancakes, maple syrup, butter, and eggs, with some turkey sausage, everything like that, or grilled chicken or hot dogs, whatever, like grilled hot dogs, whatever like that. That's what you call an American breakfast with cheese, eggs. That's freaking breakfast, Kiddola. Or try it, man. I would not trade African American culture and food for anything. I try a lot of different types of food, and I like it, but I'll tell you right now, our food still African soul food in Black America is still the best food ever. I like French toast, but they're all right. I can never see the big deal about waffles. I really don't. I was like, what is the purpose of a waffle? They're always dry. And I was like, now how I remember one time I had a waffle, I don't know what it was, right? But it tasted really good. I mean, it wasn't all over the place and everything like that. That because Big Cheese about why did Africa eat zebra? Now, Big Cheese, Africans don't eat no goddamn zebra, bro. I have no idea, Chuko. You tell me. DeAndre, Darius, Laquavius. I have no fucking idea. I don't know. Maybe it's the African Negro in us. How we take we take on these names and everything. You know. MP says if you make cold pork till you go with your waffles, it works. I don't know. I'm just not a waffle. Even when I go to Waffle House, just don't eat it. If I might have Waffle House tomorrow. Just like that. Every time I go to Waffle House, I always get everything but waffles. I always get their toast with cheese eggs, with the steak, with the steak, the sirloin steak, the cheese eggs, the hash brown. I love the hash browns. Smothered with onions, whatnot, and cheese eggs, and the sirloin steak or the chicken breast. I never eat, and I have the toast, the jelly toast with strawberry jelly. I never go to Waffle House to eat a waffle. Maybe I should do that. It's something I'm missing in life. I should go to Waffle House to eat it. But when I go to IHOP, I love their pancakes. Their pancakes are the best. IHOP is the only place that got pancakes. Like the regular pancakes taste so freaking good. You don't have to add like apple or blueberry and all chocolate chip or like that. The regular pancakes in IHOP taste good. But you ever notice IHOP's prices have gotten expensive lately? It's like, holy shit, there's nothing really cheap in IHOP anymore. It's like, damn, it's supposed to be a place you eat for cheap, whatever. Like, now IHOP is cost up now is getting up there with Red Lobster. God damn. MP says we name our children anything that sounds non-white. Yeah, I know. It's Black America sort of resistance to white supremacy and white domination. That's natural there, Chuckwo. You don't understand that because you're not one of us. Brody says, Kyle, why don't you give time, attention, and comment in parts of Africa where infrastructure is emphasized, Rwanda, because there's so little of it, man. What am I supposed to do? Look at 1, 2 countries that got a little bit of infrastructure? I be telling Africans, y'all gotta step your freaking step your Kidola. I know your wife is Dutch or whatnot. I don't know. What is Dutch got? Dutch what are Dutch got? I know they got something, they're famous for something, You know? Simply says, I'm definitely a pancakes. Yeah, you know why? Because you're on the road. You know that pancake life. You're on the road, man. You live in IHOPs, and all these breakfast places and whatnot. Yeah, if you're on the road or not, yeah, that would be if I was going to become a truck driver, man. I'd probably be like 400 pounds. So I'd be killing waffles all the time, you know. No, but back to Baruti. Yeah, look, he want me to talk about the places developed. I cannot talk about with that very little love. It's like hey, my name is not Henry Brown, you moron. You know. My whole thing is, look, I changed my last name to an African name back in 1996. That's been 29 years. I said I wanted a West African name, right? And basically, that's because that's what the time I basically thought so highly of Africa, right? And I basically was dismissive of African American culture. Me basically being appreciative of being African American is something I've only developed in the last 3 or 4 years. You know, so maybe right before I went to Liberia, I think I started appreciating being African American. Before I was like, oh man, it's not my fault, apologizing for being African American, right? And so therefore, I'm like this. Yeah, I took my family surname, I changed to an African name, right? That's when I basically thought of Africa as so highly. Now I don't have that same respect. I still love Africa and Africans, right? But I over the last, I'll be honest with you, last few years, maybe because of social media, my opinion of Africans have gone down. Maybe basically it's because now see now that they're just as weak, they're just as, if not even more, ignorant. Because the image of Africa um, in my mind was always just people who knew themselves and were strong and dignified and everything. And I'm seeing people online. I'm like, man, this ain't what the fuck I thought about Africans. I always thought they were better than us. And I realize now they're not, really not, And I said, because I always thought the problems in Africa had to do with white supremacy and stuff like that. Then I realized, no, it's not white supremacy. It's not colonialism. It's Africa. It's African culture. There's something missing there, there's something missing in the culture. Doesn't mean we throw the baby out the bathwater, but it just says that you do not have to basically change who you are as African American to feel better about yourself. There's a lot of African Americans, particularly millennials, who do that. They think they got to leave who they are to become something that they're not. I'm sorry, I'm African American. That's who brought me, birthed me, and that's the culture I am. I can't suddenly become a Liberian tomorrow. I can't become an Angolan. I can't go, even though I come from these places. I love these places. I know that's what I am. My ancestors come from the South, to New York. That experience I cannot erase. It's part of who I am, my identity. It shapes the way I believe, my value system. All comes from experiences, tender years, every summer going to the South and whatnot, and the life we had down there. And something like the rural South and everything every summer. So you cannot discount your life experience. If not, you're going to retard yourself. And that's what a lot of these Hakuna Matata Negroes going to Africa are doing. They're going to Africa to try to forget their struggles and pain of their ancestors, right? And live the Hakuna Matata life, whatnot. It's no beans, no worries. All the rest of your days, it's my problem-free philosophy, Hakuna Matata. You can't do Hakuna Matata, folks. You can't do that. We talked about that last night. So it is what it is, folks. But as far as like dance, right? We're gonna play some dance. I want to see Kidola. I forgot the name Kidola said. He wanted me to play some African dance and basically prove that African American culture. But even if that was true, though, how the African Americans would know anything about how they dance in Brazil? Maybe they just retain the stuff in Africa. It just comes out naturally. So could Africa really take credit for it? If it was just African retention culture that we perfected over here. Yeah, I know we can go days, but more and more they're becoming frequent, Dusty brother. Like I told you the other night, I ordered DoorDash, man. It was a Nigerian guy came to the door. A real nice guy. So I'm starting to see them more frequently, in America, East Side people. Let me see what Kiddo was talking about. Let me look this up. East Side people. All right, let's see what Kiddo was talking about. Oh, I got a short. All right, you like they're doing acrobats. Okay, Kidola, what's your point? He's saying dance. Yeah, okay, you got some moves. They do a lot of jumping. Okay, yeah. But what does that freaking actually mean? So what? The dances are like, you know. Kidola, it's a little too early to have you. I'll get you on in a second, man. It's a little early to have you on tonight, man. It's like, geez, you talk my head off. Princess, what do you talk about? African mind, you have Nigerians, and Jamaicans. No, we don't. No, the hell we don't, man. Shut up with that. You know. I watched it. I watched the video. It's interesting. You know. I watched it. I'll play it in a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'll play it. It's my problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata. Now, you Negroes going to Africa are definitely doing a Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata. All right, let's play some East Sand Dance. See what's the see what Kidola is talking about. I know what Kidola's talking about. Hold up. God damn. I was off the chain, man. That was off the chain, man. I like that. Pretty good moves. Pretty good moves. All right. I saw that something like that years ago. I didn't know what it was, but I saw that a couple of years ago. I didn't know what it was. How is it primitive, Big Cheese? What about Black American culture? That's all. Look, man, Black America. That's another Big Cheese. You must be a secretly a white guy inside, man. African American culture and African dance is so fucking alike. I mean, the different things were not, but the bottom line is we ain't no more fucking civilized when it comes to dance and music than Africans are. That's funny. See, people. That's what another thing is. People, the FBA people. You know, that's the FBA people, right? They want to be white so bad and whatnot. They, on one hand, a neat swagger, whatever. The bottom line is this: swagger, Black America is just fucking. You're just an American Negro version of African. That's all you are. Everything Black America has. I'll be honest with you. Everything Black America has really is just a friggin' Africanized version of American culture with a little bit of Irish mixed in, a little bit of Scottish mixed in. White people don't want to be no damn FBA, you clown. Okay, they want to be FBA. Then why do you got people like who just died? R.I.P. to Irv Gotti. Now, where did Irv Gotti come from? Do you ever see white people rappers named Joey Johnson trying to imitate Bumpy Johnson and whatnot? You ever see them do that? You ever see white people friggin' take on black characters as a name? Black people, how many Capones do we have in the hip hop industry? You got Capone and Noriega. So the bottom line is just stop it with this. Everybody wants to be African. African Americans appropriate every culture and everything. Stop it, bro. Stop it. That's the hypocrisy of African Americans. Irv Gotti, Irv Gotti is basically part of Black American culture. No, he's not an FB fucking A because nobody is. I'm not an FB. I'm African American, but I don't consider so-called FBA. But I'm part of Black New York culture. Same thing as Irv Gotti. We come from the same culture in New York street culture. And bottom line is this: our culture, the hip hop culture, we appropriate everything. The Wu-Tang Clan, the Wu-Tang Clan appropriate Chinese kung fu, Chinese kung fu cinema, So so the bottom line is this: black culture in America. So explain the Wu-Tang Clan, Big Cheese. The Wu-Tang Clan, probably the most popular hip hop group ever, is basically a knockoff of Chinese martial arts culture. So how do you explain that? Black America has been emulating people and appropriating everybody else, but they want to say like everybody's trying to be me. Now, shut the hell up, man. When I talk like this, everybody starts accusing me of basically being so-called FBA, whatever the fuck that means and whatnot. No, I just tell the truth. The only time you're gonna be friggin' free is when you know the truth. And truth is, Black America is nothing all that special. Just like I found out Africans are really nothing all that special. People are people. You got some good, some bad, something worthwhile. You got to take it by case basis. I'm sick and tired of people like, oh, I'm a FBA. We did shut the fuck up. There's just as many fuck ups that are so-called FBA as you got fuck ups that are Africans. And that's what tribalism is, bullshit with tribalism. I can't go with that and come out and be against tribalism. There's some things Africans do better and I admire. There's some things Black America do better. I admire. That's because I'm open-minded and fair in my assessment of things. Yeah, Now, why is Prince be calling me a Mexicano? Because I dared to be nice to a confused Mexican girl that called in the show. I forgot her name, but she was confused and Mexican, whatever, like that. I am not no I don't know any freaking Mexican. Only Mexicans. No, my cleaning lady is a fucking Guatemalan girl. I don't even know any. I don't think I don't know any Mexicans. My cleaning lady is Guatemalan. She does a really good job. She's about to start doing our office too. Does a really good job. So what the hell do I care? Yeah, Kenwood said that's what both sides. Yeah, man, I go on TikTok all day, and by the end of the day, I hate Black Americans. I really do. When I listen to them babble all day about Donald Trump, Donald Trump has done nothing to you. It ain't gonna change your fucking miserable life, whatever, like that. And blah 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 blah. I'm hard on everybody, Principe. Because I believe in foot. Like people say, I'm an FBA. No, I'm an FTA. I believe foot to ass. You know, you know. Elon Musk. The FBA could have Elon Musk. Elon Musk. Elon is a white man. He has nothing to do with African culture. An African is your blood and your culture is real. People think race is just a skin color, a suggestion. No, race is real. Our culture and the way we talk and everything like that, transcends geography. That's how you can tell what somebody's African. You go to Brazil and you do the samba dances. Yes, that's African culture. It may not be exactly what you see in Nigeria, but only a fool gonna think, well, this is not it's like when you go to Black America. Yeah, when you listen to hip hop or rock and roll, traditional rock and roll, or banjo, whatever like that, or jazz, whatever like that, you can be a fool to think that something African is not being played out here. That's stupid. You could tell. You could tell that African American culture really is just the thing. When you gospel, even Black people, the way we do church, the way we praise and shout and call the spirits, that's uniquely something unique to Africa, African in us, So the bottom line, all you so-called FBA, you're nothing but an African, that's all you are. You're an African who's been in America for 40 years, and some of your ways, habits, and things have evolved into something else, but it's still African culture. African American culture is African culture. And like I said, Black nationalism is African culture. The idea that we know that we need a nation of our own, even our connection with the mother continent, it's like, some way we understand that's where we came from, real Black people, fake Black people call themselves foundational Black Americans, race traders, an African, LeBron James. He was called Hakeem Olajuwon, Mutombo, Should I go on? How stupid you guys sound? Show me a African LeBron James. Well, Mutombo, you know. Kelly Rowland's not a million Americans, Now for your what you call Kidola, I won't do fufu. I can't do fufu, bro. I'm sorry, man. I can't do fufu. That's another African got to stop. You got to stop imposing fufu on us, man. I can't eat fufu, bro. You know, I can't do it, man. Can't do it, man. Can't do it, man. I don't give a fuck what you guys say. I do not like fufu. I refuse to eat it. I don't like fufu at all. I gotta sit there for a fucking for like an hour and let's have fufu. What's the point of this? We just had fucking breakfast. I'm not hungry. No, eat fufu. I'm not hungry. What's the point? It's like a ritual. You eat it whether you're hungry or not. And if you eat it, you feel so tired you want to go to fucking sleep. Freaking nasty. It's disgusting. A ghoulie soup. Oh, good for you, Mari. Yeah. Oh, now I'm a Latino now. I'm a Latino now. I'm a Latino anchor baby. That's funny. Hakuna Matata. It means no worries all the rest of your days. Hakuna Matata. Yeah, we had fun last night, man. with the Hakuna Matata. I just keep coming up with new straw man. Look, I am the friggin' straw man maker, you know? Mangoes. Yeah, okay. I think that was that her name? Mango. You know, something like that. Mango. How'd she get a Mexican she name like Mango? Maybe that's her last name, you know? You know? You go, if you straighten your hair, you could be Spanish. That's funny. It's a Fruity Baruti said he was upset on my friggin' Hakuna Matata. It must have been bothering him all day today, man. Colin, give me your present views about Pan Africa or clowning anything African. I'm not clowning anything African, you know. Lord have mercy, man. Don't take it. It's just a little fun, man. No, Broody, let me put it to you like this. I wish you would come on so we could have a real conversation, right? When I say, look, I am a black nationalist, right? I say some Negroes in America, like yourself, right, like escaping to Africa so you get away from the responsibility of nation building. You know, you want to live the Hakuna Matata life, no worries. You know, that's why you convince yourself on this nonsense about Ubuntu, because Ubuntu means that you got to get along with everybody, love everybody. No, we got real problems, man. We have to basically, Black America deserves their own land, their own nation, their own flag, everything like this. Hakuna Matata is not going to get us there. Just going to Africa and let these people who are incompetent rule over us is not going to happen. Over my dead body is going to happen, right? Black America, only, you know, if you're stupid enough to be like, I can't help you, right? But if I have something to do with it, right, I'm not giving my people over to friggin' people. Like I said, I see people say, call her, that's and doofus, they're called, you know, like Ndama and doofus. The other night talking about just go to Liberia. Look, if you would see the average Liberian legislature, right? The guy basically in America couldn't be hired as a street sweeper. You know, he couldn't clean the poop out clean the poop out of an elephant wing of a zoo. That's what he had running a fucking country. Freaking absolute morons, you know, running a country. And so we're supposed to just sit here and basically, okay, clown ass nigga, you could barely read or write. You can't even fucking write your name, but you're gonna rule and make laws over me? Are you fucking kidding me? Well, you live in America? Yeah, like I told you at the top of the show, America delivered for me. You know, America works. I'm gaining wealth in America. I'm getting ahead in this country, you know. This country got its shit together. You know, I'm sorry. I can't keep make excuses for Africa anymore, you know. Africa's not ready to fucking have African Americans, you know, in Africa. They're not, you know, and I'm sick of people luring people into that Hakuna Matata life. You know, if we're gonna go to a continent, we are gonna build our own shit. If we can't have our own nation, we're gonna at least have our own municipalities, our own central bank, all this stuff like that, our own hospitals. And we can't do that and everything for whatever reason, you know, then no, we just stay right here in America. As simple as that. But that's my price, you know. I'm not gonna go over there and Hakuna Matata with you fucking Negroes on the continent. You know, and the bottom line is Africa's so great. Why so many Africans leaving the continent by the millions? You know, it's not there. It could be there. You got all the potential there to do that, but you don't have the mindset. You know, you don't have the mind. Black America, we had the mind. So I was able to build the Republic of Liberia at the time. It was amazing, remarkable. Liberia fairly convinced me that we're something different than the African. Our mind is different. Not that we're the same, but our mind. There's an African mind and there's an African American mind. That's the only thing that separates us, right? Because biologically, we're the same. You know, we're the same in every aspect except for the mind. Our mind was shaped by 400 years of living in the most advanced civilization the world's ever seen. So therefore we come from, especially me. I'm from New York. I'm from the Empire State. We're taught that when you live in New York, that you're on top of the world. You know. So whatever Baruti's talking about, man, you gonna ask me that question how many times? No, it's not self-hate. You know, it's not self-hate. You know, especially princess. You know, that basically you know, we basically New York, even the people in the freaking ghetto and the projects feel like there's something special. Why? Because they got subways, they got White Castles, they got all these things, Alexander's shopping malls, everything like that. Yeah, New York City was a good time for Black America. Okay, you want to see 1960s Elvis, Principe Elvis. What the fuck is not? What's the difference, man? They're all the same, Principe Elvis, you know. 1960s. New York City, New York. Okay, let's see. Let's look at life in New York City in the 1960s, Let's go to 1967. This is 1967. See the the Empire State Building, Macy's, Times Square. Macy's is the largest retail store in the world. My parents shopped there. My grandparents shopped there. They used to go to Macy's when I was a kid. It was the best place in the world to grow up as a kid. I was by far the best place in New York to grow up. Pause this for a second and get my brother Dollar Bill, y'all. What's up,
Hey, what's up, brother?
Dollar Bill, y'all?
Did you get my stuff I sent you?
Oh no, man! You were sending me a bunch of stuff, but I was so busy today, I didn't get a chance to read it, man. Friday. Then I had a business call today at 5 o'clock. I'm going home, and my freaking one of my clients, well, my partners, she called me. Oh, you guys missed such and such situation. I'm like, oh, the fuck! Why you call me on a Friday? I'm going home for the weekend, and you call me with some stuff, man. I said you could have waited till the weekend. Now I'm gonna be upset all weekend, worried about Monday where I got to solve a situation. Yeah, I was just really busy all week, man. I was just really busy. Yeah, I gotta get ready for this trip to Liberia. I haven't
Oh man,
started
that's gonna be
packing.
great.
Yeah, I haven't started shopping, packing, everything like that. It's gotta figure out what Isabella wants to do. She's like, oh, she keeps thinking about I'm trying to get to Liberia. She's trying to get over here.
I understand, man. I know you need her over there,
Yes,
man.
I
With
know,
you,
I know
man.
I need her here, but the bottom line is I'm like, dude, can this wait until after I have my fucking trip, you know?
I understand. I know. You're just excited to see her, and at the
Yeah.
same time, she's excited to see you, and
Yeah,
she
but
don't want to have to say goodbye.
she wants to see me over here.
Yeah, because she don't want to have to say goodbye. She wanted to be,
Yeah, she wants,
be with
but
her
also let's
man.
be honest with ourselves, man. She wants that infrastructure of America, everything like that. So
No, it's not just that. You are the infrastructure, brother. She wants
I
to
know
be with
that,
her
but the bottom
husband.
line, she likes, America because her family's all living here. All
Uh
her family
huh.
lives in America. Her sister, one of her cousins, man, is a producer for the Food Network. I was like,
Okay.
wow, yeah.
Okay.
And is like a nurse practitioner. So they really established here. Her uncle Steve, forgot what he does. Uncle Steve, I mean Uncle Steve. I call him Uncle Charlie. I call him Uncle Steve because it looks like Steve Harvey. This thing looks like Steve Harvey, man. Uncle like Steve Harvey, man. I keep calling Uncle Steve, Uncle Charlie. He lives in Minnesota and whatnot. He was going. He's a player, man. He's going. That's a player. That's my boy right there. Uncle
All
Steve,
right.
Uncle
All
Charlie.
right.
But yeah, man. So what do you think about? Did you listen to last night's show?
Yeah, I listened to it, man. I had fall asleep though,
Yeah, I knew
and
you.
then
I knew Rudy's upset about that the Kuna Matata reference. You know.
man, I tried to get Baruti not to go on the show yesterday because we had a big thing, man, and I felt kind of bad about it, man. I said, "Dag, brother Baruti," so I didn't want to. I said, "Man, maybe you should not let, because let Kala upset you tonight, brother. Maybe you should, sit this one out." And he's like, "No, I'm going on the show tonight, man. I'm gonna." I was like, "Bro, you need to relax, man. Get you an iced tea or something like that, man."
He goes, what you go? He goes, Brew, goes, Colin, this guy, Colin has no idea I'm this guy now. What Ubuntu means, or really folks of a Pan African. I do know what Pan Africanism means, but I know Pan Africanism. There's two types of Pan Africans. There's a black nationalist Pan Africanist who want to build nations and African, and there's a friggin' Hakuna Matata Pan African who want to go to Africa, lounge around, do absolutely nothing but act, just look, no worries. I'm not one of those
Wow.
knows the Hakuna Matata. You remember that?
Yeah,
It's
yeah, I know what you're talking
Robert
about.
Free. I was like this. Hakuna, I love my brother Dynasty. That's my little brother, man. But he's like the Hakuna Matata types.
Yeah, definitely, man. I just
Yeah.
felt bad, man. I was, Barudi's my good friend, and sometimes, man, I give him a rough way to go, and I felt bad, man. I really felt bad because I think you really anger him, man.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, man. When I thought about the Hakuna Matata, did have it in mind, because he's always like all this kumbaya shit, No, because he left a
uh
comment on my show the other night saying that Black American culture is. He always attributes everything in Black America to Africa. I said no, that's not fair.
But
You know,
it isn't at first, but I kind of understand. And at first, I didn't understand, but I kind of understand what he's trying to do.
but only thing I would say, Dalville, and give me a
Mhm.
second,
Go
is
ahead, do
that
your
I
thing.
get that. I said tonight on the show a little while ago. I said, yeah, African American culture, definitely African, right? But here's the thing, though. The current contemporary African, right, has nothing to do with African American culture. What they want to do is Africans want to sit back and be like, okay, we're in Africa, but that over there, that could be just because we come from Africa, right? Don't
Hmm.
mean that uh uh, you could take credit for what we're doing in right now. Our culture derives from Africa. We could say that, right?
Without question.
But African Americans are their own identity. Just like people don't realize is that most cultures in Africa usually started as one place. All Black Africa started out as one tribe thousands of years ago. But they all morphed into because of region and connections, different cultures that developed. That's all.
Of
Culture
course.
is only about space where you're at. That's all it is. Space.
I
If you're
just think what he thinks, and I think a lot of Africans come and think the same way. You see, I think what happens why we feel the way we feel is basically because of Africans on social media.
yeah,
We get the purists like Chuku, who who yeah, I heard him on the show. I think he was a Kazarian. I heard him this evening.
yeah.
He's arguing with Principe and couple other
Ahmed,
brothers
Ahmed, that was so fucking funny.
and Ahmed and
Oh, that was funny.
and because he enjoys the tribalism type thing.
Yeah,
This because he's got low self-esteem. And so he needs this thing to give him self-esteem.
right.
And I understand that. Everyone wants to feel good about themselves. I can get that. And so when I first heard the brothers say we need to name something African, everything, from an African perspective, I was a little upset about it. I didn't like that because I thought it was a way of diminishing what contribution that we made, right?
Exactly.
And we did these on our own. But it's kind of like funny. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of a kid and their parent, right? I know we hate to look at it like that, right? But it reminds me of a kid and a parent. You got a parent and they'll say, "Look what I did for you," and you got like a kid, like, well, there was a lot of kids that people did things for, but they didn't do what I did. And so we're constantly at that struggle. And I think because when we first came into this Pan-African space, we thought exactly like Baruti did, right?
Hmm.
And so we were kind of like thrown off by a lot of negative behavior within our
Oh yeah,
community,
that's what I told you. That's I said that. That's
right?
what did it with me, man. So when the comments of, I mean, serious freaking comments, brother. Comments that if somebody said that in my face, I'd punch you right in it. You know, like, how, what the hell you think? Oh yeah, like when somebody pulls out, when you hear African pull out fucking white supremacy talking points, you know,
Yeah.
about
Oh yeah.
black women, you know, and also the mocking black women's names like Bunquisha and blah blah blah. I'm like, damn, man, how the hell? I thought, that was our attempt to look sound African. We don't know, you
Now
know.
we didn't know we were isolated away from the culture, and I think what happens is people see today, right, and they take for granted all of the technology, okay, that is available to us, man. This is a phenomena. We're able to speak to one another, okay, across time zones. This was not possible 30, 40 years ago.
Yeah, so we just assume that when if an African does one article in Time magazine or Ebony magazine, we just assume that's all the way they thought. Oh yeah, our brothers. They always say things. Back in the days, Africans, especially Nigerians, because Ebony magazine was in Nigeria, right, and
Yes.
South Africa, right. So the letters to the editor always had, probably Kidola, always had Nigerians commenting on things. So I say these are brothers and sisters over there. So I thought, oh yeah, man, Nigeria. Ebony magazine. I don't know if you remember this. In 1990, did two full magazine articles on Nigeria.
Mm,
Oh, the New Africa's Giant, right?
yes.
That's what I was like down for the freaking Nigeria, like it wasn't money. I said, yeah. They said Nigerians are excited about the prospect of African Americans coming there and whatnot. It was like two friggin' mag. It was like 3 months apart, right? It was a part one and part two. And they were interviewing Nigerians. They had President Babangida was a president at the time.
Yeah.
They had Ebony magazine there. They was all in Nigeria talking about this new black power is going to go, and black America. We're just so excited for this idea of a black strong nation, man. Everybody was excited because it was Ebony magazine. It was cover of Ebony magazine, two editions.
Remember the
That was
African
35
Kings?
years ago.
Remember the African Kings? One of our artists did a whole thing with Anheuser-Busch,
Oh yeah, oh yeah, I remember
the
that. That was
African
back in
Kings.
'89. Yeah,
Yeah.
African Anheuser-Busch had King Tankamenon
All the African
with his
Kings. Yeah.
dogs going out. They had him looking like, who did he look like? He looked like what's that guy? Clivon Little. That's what he like Clivon Little. I remember I had that poster, man. African Kings and whatnot. So we at that time, the late '80s, we was friggin' on fire for this Black nationalist Pan African world, and things just friggin' took a turn for the worse from the late '90s to the 2000s and whatnot. I don't know what
Oh yeah.
happened, man. I don't know what the hell
Well, what
happened.
happened was a lot of immigration from Nigerians, specifically, yeah, Nigerians,
Yeah,
into America, and we began to see, like, when they first came, it was a little different because there was very little bit of them. But as they began to grow larger in numbers, they began to be very vocal about their disdain for African Americans and African
yeah. So
American
yeah,
culture.
that's true.
You know, so that made us kind of like reactionary, right? And so we began to to lash out and point out some of the hypocrisy. As I used to have these arguments, man. I used to work with quite a few, a contingent of Nigerians back in 1989 when I first started working for the city.
Hmm.
And man, some of the things that used to come out of their mouths, man,
Yeah, there's
you would
some of the
swear
stuff
you
that
were
be
in a
coming
Ku
out of mouth.
Klux
You're like,
Klan
what the
party.
hell are you talking about? I said, look, man, the bottom line is if we dare go to Nigeria and judge Nigerians by the unfortunate situations we see in Makoko, that would
Yeah.
never come out of our mouth, that would never come out of our
Oh,
mouth.
they
Or
would kill us, man. They would
because
literally kill
remember
us.
when Mike Wallace interviewed Farrakhan, Mr. Farrakhan, and he
Oh
said, well,
yeah,
Nigeria is the most corrupt country where he said, how dare you say that? See how we defended them, you know? So the whole
of
time we're
course.
defending them, right? They're sitting there throwing us on, look at every opportunity to throw us under the bus. So that's why I tell when people get mad, this is why I can't respect people like Baruti, because he never talks
Oh
about
God,
nothing.
don't dis.
No, but everything Baruti does is Black America is wrong. We're not African enough. Pan African is always based on us kissing African ass. and all stuff like this. And I'm saying,
I don't think he
no,
really
look,
feels that way. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think Baruti feels that way. I think Baruti just wants us just to be, to understand that we're just Africans. And I think a person like Baruti who's really spent his life into this, really like really been, studying this for a long time, has been to the continent numerous times. Uh I think he takes a personal affront, when certain things are being said. And I really felt bad. I was telling my baby earlier today. I said, man, I was arguing with my brother and I really felt bad. And I said, man, I want nothing to happen to him. I tried to call him today and he didn't answer. I said, damn, you didn't answer, he didn't answer. I said, God dang it. I said,
you
everybody
called me
mad.
today.
Yeah, twice.
Oh, you did? I
Mhm.
didn't see that, man.
I called you on WhatsApp. And
Okay,
so
okay.
the brother, I was trying to get him earlier, and he gets a personal affront about these situations. And I said, college gives it to everybody. I don't think he understands that you give it to everyone. You give it to
I
African
do. I mean,
Americans,
I do.
and
Let me say this, bro. I basically am like this, right? And I'm doing this to protect. 'Cause I think Rudy has a lot to offer the movement, right? Me,
yes,
a lot to offer me. I'll be honest with you, he does. But he has to understand, right? When I say that Black America, the African American man, needs to make a stand, I really mean that. I mean that. Because
without question,
right now
we got to
we're
make
not
a
we're
stand.
not making a stand. You know what we're doing right now? We're friggin' that bitch in jail that the friggin' your bully cellmate is making sit down when you take a piss.
Oh yeah.
That's basically what Black America is. While everybody else, every other man are standing up, building on that. Tell me why, as a Black man in America, have no weapons, no army, no nothing, and our future is in another race's hand. You know?
Well, it's not just us in America; it's everywhere, man. The Caribbean, man, is a wreck.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And
So
they
I'm
got
saying
their own land, and not just
all the
Haiti.
slave,
It's
all
Jamaica's
the
a wreck.
people.
Trinidad.
And I mean, what I came up with, and I meant to call you the other day about this, right? I said I wanted to create the covenant of the Maafa.
Mhm.
That means all the people of Black African slave descendants, right, are going to
Yes.
become one people, a covenant. The Maafa. That means if your ancestors were taken, and that rate, basically, this is why I have a problem with Baruti, right? He
Mhm.
basically is dismissive of that, that significance, right?
I don't think he is.
But
I
hold
think
on.
I think he's misunderstood.
Yeah, check this out. The whole thing is this. And me, I'm always suspicious of anybody that's suspicious because that makes like I was saying the other day. I don't know if you listened to the show the other day.
Mhm.
That there's two types of diasporans, right?
Mhm.
There's an old diaspora, right, which is the slave descendants, the Maafans, and the new diaspora are these new African immigrants coming. They coming over here with a different mindset. You see what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
America is basically courting them, right? Because Marco Rubio said the other day, we cannot let China dominate Africa and control all the world's natural resources. We can't do that. So America has in them, they have to make inroads into Africa, right? And how they do that is basically they say there's only one problem: is this radical Black people from the West is turning Africans against us. So what they've been trying to do for the last 10 years is turn Africans against us. So by they could build relation with them. That's what's going on. And I need people like
Of
Baruti to
course.
understand that. I said, Kala's not the enemy, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm talking about, right? There's a concerted effort to divide Black America with Africa, and they do this by the only way they could get away with this is like if by giving Africans a higher status off the boat, it just keeps Africans are so great when they're gassing Africans up, and they basically Africans are coming here like,
Excuse me.
well, geez, man, I just got okay, you got a job, you got like this, but we're still trying to hold down the community. Me, I'm fine, you're fine, Dollar Bill, right? But we're still concerned about people who are being left behind in the community, and so therefore there's not enough jobs, not an opportunity for everybody, as simple as that. They said I watched this video the other day where this white boy was like, I can't get a fucking job, but he's screaming. He's real. He's like, 2025, where the fucking job? Like, now, if he's saying that, can you imagine what Black people are going through,
Without question.
And life board, he said, making excuses. This is what they think. These Africans think. Make excuses. Okay, so if now when I throw it back on you, why is your country a shithole, Life Water? He won't even say where he's from. He He's too
He's a
ashamed
white
where
man.
he's from.
He's a
You
white
know.
man.
You
I
know
think
what?
Lightfoot is a white man.
You know what they say every time you talk about? They said, "Well, we got problems in Africa because you don't understand what it's like to have a government that don't do nothing." So everything in Africa is always the government. It's always the government with them. And so I'm like this. So when it comes to us, we're making excuses. But them, they always say it's the government, the government, the government. You know what I'm talking about, Dollar Bill, right? You know,
Oh yeah, I know. I know. Like I said, it's a lot of it is a misunderstanding, and I think what we wanted and what they wanted was two different things.
right,
So we thought that when we bring when they brought black people to this part of the world, that they would be in conjunction with us. And I think we were kind of like spoiled because in the beginning, that's the way it was. You had people who, Africans came to HBCUs. You had people from the Caribbean that came here and they integrated themselves for the most part, just because it was the intelligentsia. It was the smarter people, right?
right.
And they came and they got in with African Americans, and they bettered themselves and bettered a lot of African Americans' lives. But you have these Johnny come lately immigrants,
Mm-hmm.
and their behavior is just really off kiltered.
Because
And
they always have the excuse about their governments or whatnot.
they
So
they love white people, and,
I
the
gotta play a
problem
video.
is
Government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, run, booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, boom, 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 booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, run, booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, boom, 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 government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, run, booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, boom, 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 booyaka, booyaka.
All right, that's enough.
yeah, you getting people like Eddie Thorne excited. He want to go to
Yeah,
Africa so he can twerk with some African women.
yeah, it's funny. Lightforce says we love white people more. No, the bottom line is he's obviously an African immigrant, right? They got all the smoke for us, right? But I have yet to hear an African immigrant friggin' talk about white people in a negative light. Never.
You know what it is? When you say that we elected a white president, you got to think something. We're 13% of the population, guys.
Exactly.
Kind of absorb that into your brain. If you can,
We're not a nation state.
if your brain can absorb that, we're 13% of the population. So no, we don't love white people. You guys, some of you, a lot of you, love white people. You know why? You see yourselves as white people. See, we don't see ourselves as white people, and that becomes a major difference.
Well, that's what I said. Africans, basically, when I hear Africans talk about, oh, we don't see color, that's dangerous,
It's not only dangerous, it's the stupidest thing to ever. There is no people on the planet Earth that do not see themselves from their own cultural perspective. And so you would never, ever, 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 ever go to China and see a white Jesus Christ. It just wouldn't happen.
Exactly.
There's a bunch of Korean Christians, and I can guarantee you there's no white Christians inside of their church.
Nope.
That Christ is a Korean man for them.
Yeah,
You know
that's what they
why?
do. All
Because
they
we're
do
the
is
only crazy people, African Americans and Caribbeans
you got
and
a fucking
Africans.
white
We're the
man sitting up
only
there too.
crazy people that have God in the image of someone else, and will tell you it doesn't matter.
But check
It's
this out. Like
ridiculous.
what
It's
it
so
says,
stupid.
like what it says, Colin, why do you marry your own black American woman? I mean, what the hell has that got to do with anything with my
You
wife?
married a black woman, whether she's from Africa,
Yeah, so they're
whether
always
she's
moving the
from the
goalposts. They're always
Caribbean.
moving the goalposts.
So you married a black woman. So to them, you might as well have married a white woman, right?
Yeah,
See,
so
and Baruti
that's
argue
what I'm
about
saying.
that
What's the
too,
point of this?
right? You might as well marry the white woman because now they're trying to say that you're some type of race traitor, like we're from a different race. This is the crazy nonsense that a lot of people absorb in their thinking.
Think about dollar bill. How much honest opinion is anything I say here was trashing Africans?
No. Listen, sometimes you're edgy, you're on the edge. And I think you know what it is. I like the commentary because a lot of times I'm sitting up here and I'm cracking up, man, because it's kind of funny. But I understand there's some people, right, that don't understand that type of humor. And I think when it comes to Brother Baruti, I know he's gonna say that I depict him in the wrong manner. I see some things that we used to constantly have arguments about. And one of the things that I see is that he's constantly trying to prove to Africans that we're just like them. And
you should have saw it with Jonathan Miller calls in tonight, man. That's
it's
like
gonna
one thing I give about Jonathan Miller, other than Elvis, he at least have a sense of humor. Elvis is not funny. That's why I say I was cracking up when you were doing them the other night. Also, I couldn't say it, but on the air, but I was just dying. I muted myself and I was fucking dying laughing.
But you know what's so good? You realize that when Elvis is in the chat and not up talking, everything goes smoother because he always finds a way to try to create amorous.
And he tried to do that with me and Brother Hit,
Yeah. He loves to do that because he wants to be the gatekeeper to all things African. So, so he has to be the one, to say certain things. And then he sits back like, I didn't do anything.
Yeah. He throws stones and hides his hands,
all the time. And see, even Afrodamus, an Afrodumbass is an Afrodumbass. I'm sorry, Prince of P, if you love him, but he is a dumbass. Even Afrodumbass recognizes what he does and won't let him on his show. Why is Elvis that way?
Elvis is a contrarian,
And you know what the funny thing is? This is the irony of it all. My brother Baruti Mobama likes Elvis, man.
That's what I don't seem to understand, man. I'm like this. I'm sitting there. Look, the whole thing is this. What gets me is this. All right, Elvis is. I have no idea what his angle is. He says I support the accent, but he's always throwing shit out there. But what about this? He's a whataboutism,
Yeah.
And that last show when I broke down, I said, look, I told people, I said, look, I don't like people ask me intricate details. Whenever you really want to know, you can join the social network or email me. I'll gladly explain it to you, right? But I just let the cat out the bag. I said, look, what for the last 4 years, I'm trying to build in Liberia. I built a team in Liberia, right, on the ground, and it's going to increase. I want literally tens of thousands of people in Liberia in the BA. That's going to be the most important chapter. Why? Because Liberia is going to present our case to the world about the African. They're going to
look at this fool right here, Ross Moisture.
Yeah, Ross Moisture.
You see, Ross Moisture. This is the thing. Why you can't
wear white people German shepherds? Okay,
you can't keep yourself together, man. This is the thing that trips me out.
He's an average born in Haiti.
My brothers and sisters, you have your own piece of land. your own piece of land, and y'all cannot secure it and get it together because how come the Cubans could do it? I went to Cuba, right?
Or Dominican Republic, right on the same island.
Yeah, Cuba. Let's just look at Cuba for example. Cuba, okay, has been in war with America
Under sanctions.
under sanction for a long time. When you go, I can walk out 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Do you know I was actually safer in Cuba than I was in the Bronx?
The same thing in Liberia. It's the same thing when you go to Liberia, bro. Same thing.
The
You could like
people were
3 o'clock
so
in the morning, you can
nice
walk the streets and whatnot. You know.
and friendly. I can get up. I did. I got up 3 o'clock in the morning and decided that okay, with money in my pocket, I was gonna go down to the Mauseon. That's where the road, the ocean hits the road. And people just go down there on a hot summer night and just kind of chill out as that water hits the rock that is Cuba. And you sit back there, they got all kind of festivals and dances. And these people, okay, are so resilient and have been fighting against America. They have taken the 40s and 50 years and made them so beautiful and fixed them up. They redo them, they reconfigurate them, and then they shine them, man.
Same thing
And
in Liberia. Liberia, they don't throw cars away in Liberia.
I said, what a resilient people. America, America has just made them stronger. And I look at these people and I go, you guys, the port of Jamaica has been is owned now, okay, by the Chinese, the Asians and this buffer race that they created in Jamaica that own the Appleton states, while the rest of them they have beautiful buildings up, okay, and what they call the Beverly Hills of Jamaica, and the people are still living in okay, not all of them, but people are still living in tin shacks, okay, killing each other while the other people are living in paradise. You have got your own pieces of land, and your response is because of what the United States is doing to you, and Cuba is thriving. They got visitors from people all over the world. They're taking their old part of their town that has that old Spanish architecture, and they're building it up. They're not making excuses. You guys have no excuse. You gave up the bag because you wanted to come to America, so you said F it. And the people who are trying to go back to Jamaica, and these are people that I know, they're getting murked. They're coming and they're working all these years and they go, man, I want to go back home and all that.
You heard what the Jamaican president said, right?
And they're killing them. No, what did he say?
The Jamaican president said?
No.
He said there's a warning to all Jamaicans coming back here. You come back here. Evidently, I had no idea the crime in the Jamaican community was just bad. He said,
"You kidding?"
Come back here. He said, you're gonna come back here. He goes, you are not gonna last if you're gonna bring murder, crime, everything like that. You know, because a lot of criminal element fled Jamaica and went to the States. That's he goes, now and the Jamaicans, like a lot of these people have been relieving themselves by dumping their criminals in America. I didn't even know that.
Oh yeah, of course. That's what I was trying to tell these people before about the shadow posse and all of these people have, they have some of the highest murder rates, man, in the Northern Hemisphere. And so they come to America, specifically
so
Black
why
America.
Talk about Black America, man? I have no idea.
We're low hanging fruit, man. So everybody has an opinion of who we are and what we are. And so white people use that to manipulate. But now it's like the Mexicans are trying to tell us, why aren't we out there, camping for them? But you guys were here joining white supremacist groups.
Right. And right? You know who's really upset? Those white looking Mexicans. They are really upset.
Yeah. Crying on the internet, and
they're like, "Oh well,
it's not our fault."
They're shocked. They're arrogant. You can see the arrogance in it. They really hate America. They hate white people, hate Black people, but they want to be white. They want to be able to pass as white, and so they can oppress Black people because the proximity of white. And basically, they don't realize They thought that this is what they thought. Tell me what you think, right? A lot of Mexicans, basically, even the ones who are illegal, were supporting Trump, right? Because they figured that that because they weren't committing crime, they probably lived in a white community, that they were safe. But a lot of them getting bagged up too.
Of course.
Law abiding, they're bagging law abiding, assimilated Mexicans up, right? They don't care.
I don't see Jamaicans that be on the corner and well, I live in a black neighborhood. You would see them camped out, man, in the corners, man, camped out, so they smelling, selling their weed and all that. I looked around some of these corners, man. You don't see one of them. They are
I heard
so
they
afraid
in
the
New York.
ICE is going to
That's what my
snatch
sister
them
told
up.
me. They basically, she said, New York streets are clean now.
They're clean. They because they took it to the next level. They took it to the next level, and now they're scared. Now they're scared. They're gonna be scared.
This summer, you tell me I might be able to come up this summer and see you, man. New York, I'll be safe.
Yeah, because these cats, they're getting snatched up, man. They started raiding in the Bronx. These democratic cities have went overboard, man. You got these people talking about their rights. You ain't got no rights. You're not even illegal.
People are fed up. Black people are fed up. This is my mathematical calculation, right? Dollar bill, right? The exit poll is not scientific, right?
Exactly.
Now, when they say marginal error, this is what they do when I used to do analytics and whatnot. They say when they do surveys, this is what they do. They'll say on a scale, how many people is actually truthful to 100% on a thing. They'll say like less than 10% people are 1,000% truthful. Another 20% are somewhat truthful, right? They take that metric, right? Then they say, okay, we're going to take those numbers right there, and we're going to look at the total number of votes, right, that we say, and they're going to get an accurate count about where people voted or where people is, based on the fact that, okay, that most people, we could say there's a margin of error, right? And the exit poll, none of that analytics are done. They just go back there, and people are not going to say what they voted for. There's no arguments. You're going to say, okay, if you see a black person, now why would a black person basically tell you that? Because most black people are scared to say they voted for Trump. Most black people are scared to say they stayed home. So most black people say, yeah, I voted for Kamala when they meet them. Or even if you do a post-election poll, who'd you vote for? And then so you get these numbers, right? Oh, 80% of black people voted for Kamala. No, if you do the real research and whatnot, find out what people actually did, it's probably much lower. I would say, as far as black men, I would say the number of people either stayed home or voted for Trump was probably like 60%. About 60%. That's why he got those high numbers.
I believe that.
Because the people who stayed home, it was just a vote for Trump. That's what it was, Kamala was in a negative, but they didn't tell us that. She told us that she had this in the bag, and a lot of people say, okay, she got it in the bag, so I'll just stay home, because a lot of people like voting is just not, I don't know. And also, you have to give people a reason to vote. The idea when they basically in 2020, they said Donald Trump caused COVID, he was racist. Then over the last 4 years, we saw how black people saw how dangerous with all these immigrants coming here and this country, open borders, the drugs, a spiraling crime rate. People are saying, man, we're looking, there's no way we can stay in this. This country's going to end up in chaos, right? So black people are saying, look, there's no way. I know because I'm black, I can't vote for Trump, right? But I'm going to stay at home or say nothing, I'm not going to, or when somebody starts talking about, I'm going to vote for Trump, I'm not going to discourage him, So all those factors led to why the election turned out the way it was. And the Democrats didn't catch that,
So now they're going to blame us, right?
Yeah. So, but the thing is, they didn't give black people any reason to vote for them,
The woman committed suicide when she came out and said, I'm not going to do nothing for you.
Yeah,
that was the stupidest thing. That she could have done.
But I still don't believe this, right? If she would have said, "I'm going to do something for you," she probably would have lost even more, because the white vote. Let me tell you, so this is how white people are, right? White people really want to believe that this country's fair. They got over slavery. Blah blah blah. Black man can make it if he worked hard. That's what they believe, right? And so, therefore, now some white people have come to the conclusion by people like Trump and Ann Coulter said, "Look, the African American male. See, if you separate black men and black women from all these other groups. And I would say about good 80% of white people say, yeah, we do need to, because of slavery, give them some sort of special consideration, right? But black people made this mistake in lumping all our struggles together. The struggle of the illegal, the struggle of the gays, all these people as part of our thing, the black immigrant and stuff like this. So therefore, that's why I look like white people like saying no, whatever, like that. But if it was been like, hey, look, we only talk about African American people, right? Like most white people wasn't opposed to Trump's platinum plan. They said, okay, we could do something, make up for slavery. Black people we can empower black people, but we dropped the. So let me tell you something, Dollar Bill. After the failure of the platinum plan, I was literally done with Black America politics. I still am. That just shows me that you could put even if I put the Afghanistan out there, right? I'm gonna still do it, right? But I know black people would rather have nothing because they have an excuse to complain. That's all it is. Black people want an excuse to say we have to basically separate ourselves from them type of black people who just they're just like a problem looking looking for a problem, Those type of
I think that we're gonna have to and it's gonna be difficult. I know it takes a lot of discipline, but we're gonna have to bypass some of these people and some of their idiotic discussion, because what they really want to do is keep us mired in this stupidity with them, because their people in the places that they live in, they need us and they're suffering. And so, when we come back to the continent, we're not just saving ourselves, we're saving the continent. So I want to present something, man. I made another one, and this is gonna make Baruti happy, man. Okay. I made another one of my things, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead.
All right, let me present.
While you loading that up, I'm gonna speak on something. Yeah, you're right. Look, like I said the other night, right? I said when I talk about the African, maybe I haven't done a good job. Maybe I could write up some AI stuff that you could do so I can explain it better. That's what I think. I'm gonna do. How about that? I'm gonna
write of course
talking points about the African. You put it on AI.
Definitely. Let me share this right now. You guys see Ubuntu Rising? Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Don't say it like that. All right.
No. I can see it. I'm
going to play Ubuntu Rising. This is for you, brother. The Ubuntu as a banking system.
I am Amani, daughter of Afghanistan. Karibu to my home, where the old and new dance together like the wind and the trees. For years, I watched my country change, unsure if it was for better or worse. The Ubuntu banks sprouted like baobabs in our cities, their roots deep and branches wide. At first, I was skeptical. How could a bank embody our principles of shared humanity?
Welcome to Ubuntu Bank, where your success is our success. How can I assist you today?
I'm not sure. What makes this bank different?
Our profits go back into the community. We're not just a bank, we're a movement.
A movement? That's a big claim for a bank.
Let me show you our community investment board. See how we've funded local businesses, schools, and healthcare initiatives.
I had to admit.
Let me comment on this. After this, I'm going to comment on this comment.
All right, no problem.
I decided to see for myself how these changes were affecting our people. My first stop was a local school where a new language program had been implemented.
Jambo Watoto. Today we'll learn how to describe our dreams in Swahili.
Ndoto yangu ni kuwa daktari.
Ndoto yangu ni kuwa mwalimu.
Hearing those children speak our language with such pride, it stirred something in me. But it wasn't just about preserving our language. It was about giving it new life, new context. Next, I visited one of the new Moya restaurants that had been popping up around town.
Welcome to Moya. We blend American soul food with Afrikstani flavors.
It sounds interesting. What do you recommend?
Try our Moya platter. It's a taste of America with an Afrikstani twist.
This is surprisingly delicious. It's like home, but more.
That's what we aim for, a celebration of where we come from and where we're going.
As I savored the flavors, I realized this was more than just food. It was a metaphor for our nation. But I still had questions. Was all this change truly good for Afrikstan? I sought out a respected community leader for answers.
Amani, change is like a river. We can't stop it, but we can guide its course.
But aren't we losing something in all this progress?
We're not losing our identity, Amani. We're expanding it. Our Ubuntu, our shared humanity is stronger when we embrace diversity and innovation.
In that moment, I saw it clearly. We weren't erasing our past, we were building our future. Afrikstan is not just a place, it's a promise that we can honor our roots while reaching for the stars. We are writing a new chapter in our story, one that respects our past and embraces our future. This is modern Afrikstan, complex, vibrant, and ever-evolving. And I, Amani, daughter of this land, am proud to be part of its journey. Tutaendelea kusonga mbele pamoja.
Like it. I like it. I like
Yeah,
it.
you like it. I'm glad.
Now, what you call a life water? Ask a dumb question like, well, then again, to tell you honestly, right? I got to go by what my belief is. There's no only dumb question, the one's never asked. So let me take that back, you know. But interesting question. He said, does black men have their own central bank? Do you understand what a central bank is? The central bank is central to what? A nation state. Black America is not a fucking nation state. We have no land. Once we have land, yeah, we will have a central bank, you know, a global banking system, you know, like one what you won't believe, you know. All we need is our own territory, our land, declare independence. That's all we need, you know. So, or at least autonomy, you know, recognize autonomy, you know. Now, if that little white girl, 9 years old, could plant her flag somewhere in Africa to have her own kingdom, you tell me big, strong aspect. That's what I need to hear from Broody. Yeah, Carla. Let's get this land. Well, all I keep hearing about is Ubuntu with no land, you know. Let's get our land and get our nation. Then you can talk to me about all the Ubuntu all you want, you know. You know, don't ever put the cart before the horse, you know. We need our own nation, you know. Because let me tell you something. I thought about this, right? The reason why I thought about the Africans, this is not just something new. Back in the 90s, right? Do you remember in 91 when it was about to be the 40th anniversary of Pearl Harbor, 40th or 50th anniversary of Pearl Harbor? Remember that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Remember that? Remember for that whole year, all they was playing was documentaries. I used to watch Why We Fight and all stuff like that about Japan. They kept playing those all the time. Well, that's before we had internet, right? But on PBS, everything like that, I used to record all those ones on PBS about Japan. I learned so much about it. I was going to the library. I learned so much about this fascinating country called Japan, right? One of the things I learned about Japan at the time was Japanese have a really good, what they call censor system, you know, in the media. In other words, there was some of the Japanese like, when they do commercials and whatnot, they make sure that when they put people up there, they're like, you know, they don't want somebody that's too outside the boundaries of what every Japanese looks like, because they cause division. They don't want people having like a type. But I said, man, ain't that great, right? See, they try to merge Japanese. You know, Japanese are if you look at them, they're very ambiguous with each other, but you won't know that because they're able to do media images, make it seem like they're homogeneous, you know?
Oh, yeah.
You know, you got Japanese.
So the Russians.
Yeah. So, yeah, so I'm saying. So, but when you have a media and that's what you present to the world, you can present this homogeneous with it. Then it dawned on me, right? I said, the reason why Black America is so friggin' Japanese is not tribal or tolerant. You know what this fool actually said yesterday? He said, "Friggin' America owns Japan."
I think it was crazy.
America owes Japan $1 trillion in debt. You know, owes Japan $1 trillion. America has a huge trade deficit. You know, that's why when people aren't educated. Japan's not some third world country. Japan's the most the most advanced country in the world. You know, it's above in many ways above America in many ways. You know,
Oh yeah,
so
a
anyway,
lot of Asia is way above.
way
This-
all these countries are passing the United States. You know, so basically, I said to myself back then, I said, imagine if we had control over our media, what came on, what people, I was watching the Japanese, they'll show on children's programming and stuff like that. They're sitting there watching, like, you know, children's programming going back into the samurai days and blah, blah, blah. That was inspiring. Kids, a middle class Japanese kid living in an apartment, right?
Mhm.
Watching programming that's basically specific for them. I said to myself, we don't have that in America. When our kids turn on TV, they're saying, gag this, kill this nigga, blah, 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 or some racial shit. Then it dawned on me back then. I said, we need our own fucking country. The reason why the Japanese are able to control their people and they are brainwashed by foolishness, even when Western media comes in, Japanese content censors, right, edit out stuff and make sure before it gets on Japanese television, where it's blasting out to the Japanese and whatnot, is they go through a whole censoring process. See what I mean?
Yeah.
Black America has no ability to do that. That's so people ask me about central bank. No, the only way we're ever going to do that is we have our own nation and we control the media. We control everything. You know.
Oh yeah.
You
We
think
have to control our image, all of those things. Yeah.
images and everything. You know, we can't have the images. And inside our land, we're going to control everything, the media, images, and whatnot on, you know, what we consider beautiful, what we consider decent, and everything like that. You know, our direction, our history. You think somebody's gonna be able to tell us who our hero should be or not? No,
I
we
think
control
the
that.
problem is they cannot. They have the land, they have the people, but they have no imagination.
Who's this?
Continental Africans.
Yeah, that's the sad part because they were remember something.
Say
For the
all
most
of
part,
them.
they were thrown
A
together.
lot of West
You know,
Africans.
they were thrown together, and so they'll create these artificial nation states where the people have all different cultures and everything like that. So they never emerged. What could have solved that was education. You know.
Well, you know, and see, the elite decided that they weren't going to give. See, the elite people in these in these cultures, like when we were talking about culture, right? Let's say, for instance, we're going to talk about Afro Dumbass's culture. In Afro Dumbass culture, there's a whole cast of people that are the slave caste. You voluntarily keep a slave caste in your country. So what you're saying is there's certain people in your country in this caste who are just throwaway people. You don't care if you sell them to Europeans. You don't care if they're prostitutes. They're just throwaway, castaway people. And so when I tell people, yeah, you should throw certain cultures inside of a museum, I think I'm being nice because in a museum is where people can have festivals,
We had
where they can have displays.
They have displays. They have the Shinto shrines where you can go look at traditional Japanese culture. You can see the samurai, the shogun, and all stuff like that of the middle feudal Japan and whatnot. But Africa, you still got a feudal culture. Tribalism is feudal, you know,
and it's still here. And so they're the only set of people that refuse to give it up. They hold it like a sense of pride. And so they'll say, you know, like this crazy idiot, damn Chuko. Some people think that Nigeria is just a made up place. How can it be a made up place with almost 200 million people? It just doesn't make any sense. It defies human logic. How dumb can you be? How dumb can you be?
That's the sad part about it, right? That's why you wonder why the country never develops, right?
Yeah.
That's all that, you know, culture and nationalism. And like I said, someone asked me the question, Kala, you should do a show on why Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger aren't Africans, right? I said, well, I beg to differ, right? Because I said Burkina Faso, Eritrea is trying to build what? Burkina Faso, a black African nation state, right?
There you
But
go.
by theory, it's an African in their own right, you know.
And
May
paid
not be a
$4.8 billion
yeah.
back without asking for a dime from the crackers.
So he was trying to build his black nation. So although he may not be a Hakuna Matata Pan-Africanist, right? He is a black nationalist, you know, that care about Burkina Faso Afghanistan, you know.
That's right. He
Same
cares
thing with
about his
Niger.
people.
He cares about his people, you know. Black
He's
people,
brilliant as far as I'm
Black America
concerned.
is we don't see ourselves as a people. That's why we think we just go every place and everybody's supposed to take care of us. No, look, the African is going to take care of. When you got a leader like Ibrahim Traore, like Paul Kagame, they're going to take it. We had this. I don't know if he was on, but we had this debate all week about Paul Kagame. And you got people like, oh, he's going to get Elvis. No, we're not going to let what happened to the American Liberians.
As far as I'm concerned, he should take over the whole damn Congo.
He should take the Congo over. I would help. Then we could probably go in there, administer, carve up our own African there, and do it like that. You know, for the
take the whole
years.
Congo, because it's embarrassing what these Negroes are allowing white people to do in the Congo.
We get our best black people from the West and we'll join with Rwanda and these countries, and let's administer the Congo. You know, as simple as that. You know.
Do you know the Congo's river has enough power in it to have electricity for the entire continent?
Yeah, not only that, if you see the source of the Congo River, right, on Google Earth, right, you can see how powerful the current is. It goes up 200 miles out to sea. It pushes 200 miles out to the ocean. That's how powerful the current is in the Congo, you know? The Congo could electrify the whole subcontinent, you know, with hydroelectricity power, you know? That's how mighty that river is, you know? But the African mind just doesn't really know what to do with anything, all these resources.
Well, you know, that's why Mobamba, I want to tell Mobamba, this is why I'm not getting in the dirt anymore with these Africans. I'm not going to get, and this is the main reason that I had to do what I had to do to Elvis. He had to become, since he's a Christian, the sacrificial lamb. He had to become that lamb because he wants us constantly to engage in conversations, that are derogatory with Africans. So Africans, instead of them seeing the promise that you're talking about, the idea of being self-sufficient and independent and being a real power in this world, that would all give us a heads up in terms of our identity.
The African mind doesn't even think. You think about this, dollar bill. The African mind can't even grasp that. That's why they get hostile. Elvis thinks I'm his enemy, his number one enemy, right? And
because he wants to be you in America. Elvis wants. He said he don't have a white woman. I don't really, I don't want to go into that. But I know one thing: any brother from the continent who wants to freeze in damn Minnesota, something's wrong with him.
Something's definitely wrong, you know. Well, he got a beautiful territory in Liberia, right? Liberia is the only country in Africa that doesn't have a colonial history, right? That means he has control over his land, and he could deed the property. They could be thriving if he could bring investors there, planning, but the government.
He don't want to do it. You know why? It takes work.
It takes hard work, and the bottom line is, and the whole thing is, not just Africans, but black people in general are lazy, you know?
Yeah, they don't want it. They don't want to do the work.
So that's why I said, if I'm going to be part of a movement, it's good. This movement really proves me who has a work ethic, you know? Without the work, you can't fake it anymore. The Nation of Islam got by faking it all these years. People are basically talking about that, but they don't do nothing because they don't want to put no hard work into it, you know? The Nation of Islam could have been like that. I have been upstate New York, so the Amish.
Yeah.
And you
know what it is? People don't realize it. Wait till these. Listen, I'm beginning to think more and more, man, because I'm doing more and more research about bricks and stuff. I'm beginning to believe this is a real thing that's going to happen. And you know why? I've been looking at all of this stuff that the Asians are doing in terms of technology. They got a car for $50,000. I think it's called BYD. They've got an electrical car that's 10 times better than anything Elon Musk can put together, that can even float in water if in case there's some type of problem.
China got this air buggy.
Yeah,
now.
but I'm
You
just talking
know?
about this regular car that's out now. That for $50,000, all across Europe and other parts of the world, they're the top in the electrical, in the electrical car, not Tesla, right? They're able to produce a better product than Tesla for less money. Okay. I don't know. Did I send you some of the things about the rails? And they have a monorail that actually is on one rail, because that's mono meaning one. It's on one rail, like an L. It's upside down.
Oh yeah, Germany had that technology years ago.
Yeah, they're not creating technology. They're taking the technology and they're making it better. And this is what Africa can do. Africa can take the technology from China and use their engineers to make it better and make
Man,
it the
Africa,
real
you have to have the
African way.
mind. You have the mind.
Yeah, but
Remember
see, you
something,
got to
right? When
stop
you
wanting
start
to
talking
be a
about
slave.
monorail stuff like that, you got to have a thing where your people actually trying to build a nation. Like said, instead of me having Mercedes Benz and whatnot, why don't we basically have a rail system where everybody has transportation? You know, instead of me having a big house, like I was trying to tell Lewis, right? Instead of you having a big house, why don't we build a grid pattern where everybody we could pull high rise and spend vertically, where everybody has a decent place to live and whatnot. That's how the Asians think, but Africans basically, as
Where
long as they got
children can
care,
go to school for free and there's no school fees.
there's no school fees, none of that stuff like that, you know. So, but the bottom line, and what gets me is, like I said, I said all that to say this, right? When people say, like Adama comes up here last night, Colin, man, why don't we just go? Now you know how much I love Liberia, right? But look, I'll be honest with you, man. I would never tell Black America to put their future in the hands of people who are degenerates. You know, literally. Let me tell you something, Dollar Bill. Think of all the knuckleheads and everything like that you know in the Bronx, right?
Yeah.
Dudes ain't doing nothing, right? Do you know they're probably like 5 steps notches ahead of the average Liberian legislature? You know,
Wow.
that's how bad it is. You know, you got dudes out there that should be in vocational school and they're sitting so-called senators or whatnot. You know,
Yeah,
and
that's
the whole
sad,
thing,
man.
yeah, it's sad. I said, like, people say, well, you live in a white. Look, I'll say what you want about the white man, but the bottom line is this: I am advancing in my life. You know, the white man got his world together. As long as the black man get his world together, we can't accept. I do not accept mediocrity anymore. You know,
Oh yeah.
so that's why I say, if not, you're not going to do it, right? Let us build our own Africa. I know if I'm at the helm of it, you're at the helm of it. When it'll have David here at the helm of it, it'll work. You know, that's all you need. You need a few gatekeepers to make sure. Okay, this is what the plan and the vision is, right? And then everybody else falls right in line. You know, America was started by a few good men. You know, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Ben Franklin,
Ross Moyce,
you know,
you are a Haitian. You can go on and say what you are. You can go on and try to
some
tether
of us
yourself
Africans, man. He's
to
something
Africans. You are a Haitian. There's no Ross Moyces in Africa. You are moisture Haitian, just who you are. And
Ross
you
Moisture.
you want to run away from the island that you have, right? The part of the island that you have. You want to just throw it up and throw your hands up to it. And now you're going to placate yourself to Africans. They don't they're not going to recognize you. You don't seem to understand. They don't care what you say you are. All they know is that you are part of the slave trade. So no matter how they try to tell you that you're different from the blacks, you are one of the blacks. That's who you are, brother. So you can talk about Tainos and Arawaks and all this OBS that you're talking. All of that is
Your
nonsense.
ancestors come from a slave ship, bro. You
That's
know,
it. Recognize that, fool. That's it.
and that's why I said, well, when we build this movement, right? If you don't swear a covenant to the Maafa, that means your ancestors were part of trans. That's what's going to unite us Jamaicans, all us black nationalists in the West. You know,
Oh
as
yeah.
covenant, because I'm not saying that the African continent is not a brother; they could be part of us, but I do think an African should be 90% a Maafa. You know.
Without question.
So therefore, we know the direction, creed of the country, and the demographic is all going to flow to have a purpose. You know, When you have people, like I said, everything I'm prove me what I'm talking about. The African immigrant has all but destroyed the Pan African movement. And people don't like when I say that, but it's the truth. The Pan African movement has been destroyed by people who do not have the history rooted in slavery. You know, and so therefore they come to America, and they basically getting with white people. They're getting like this. They just hanging out in white circles, Asian circles, or immigrant circles for the most part. You know. And basically, they don't have our struggle. They don't care about our struggle. Like Mike Olawale just tells on them all the time. I don't care. That's not my struggle. I didn't go through that. You know. So,
Ross, what makes you so dumb is that let's say that you're able to bribe a few people to accept in you. They're not accepting all of your people on the island to which you come from, idiot. See, this is the whole thing about individualism. You see, we're successful at what we do, Kala and I, right? But we're not under any the illusion or delusional enough to think that because we're successful at what we do, that the majority of all of our people, or there's even if it's 40% of our people are doing bad, then we feel for all our people. But you can't get your head from up under your behind to understand that. You want to be accepted. Well, go and be accepted while the majority of your people, your cousins, your nieces and nephews stay in hell. Go ahead and do it.
yeah, that's what it's like. Just me. I.
He want a name ceremony. Go anywhere in Africa for a few dollars to have a name ceremony.
That's like all that with libations, delineate. What do they call it? Delineation. What do they call it?
Divination.
Definition,
They're
whatever.
gonna take some cola nuts together and throw them around, and they're gonna
and put
tell
some
you your
sage out
divinity.
there and whatnot. Do it all. Like I said, man, the bottom line, I'm sick of all that goofy stuff. The only thing that really turns me on is the idea of a nation. That shows me that it's real. You know, if people start saying, "Nah, man, maybe somebody we don't this," so what are you gonna do in the meantime? Just sit around making speeches? Did you see that video with Umar Johnson putting a watermelon on his head?
No, I'm glad I didn't see that idiot.
Basically, I sent it to Bomani, man. It's like this guy basically doing anything for fucking money. That's what Elvis said last night. Carl, you're a part-time black nationalist. Okay, maybe because I have a career, a job, and
he hasn't had a job since 2019.
Yeah.
So when you haven't had a job, you can always you're able to do all kinds of stuff, stupid stuff.
Yeah, I don't have that, luxury. I can't do that.
You run a business. I got a job. People ask me, well, I haven't seen you, Dollar Bill. I can't stay up to 3:00 every morning and get up at 6 because I got a job.
Yeah, I appreciate when you are able to come on.
Yeah,
I know things that people say they call. I can't get on because I got to get up. I guess I perfectly understand. I understand the movement. But like I say, what you're doing right now with this AI, man, just give me a whole bunch of ideas. Because I have a lot of ideas about what I'm going to try to do is all the images. Once you really perfect that, I think you got it down pretty good.
I'm trying. I just recently
white people in there.
I want to get rid of all of them. What I'm doing is I'm trying to learn more. I just purchased a piece of equipment that I got to do with my editing. That's really good, man. I paid about $4 for that bad boy, man.
I want to be. You know who did this years ago? Theodore Herzl did with the Zionist movement, right?
Yes.
He would make stories about this future state, Zionist state.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Abraham and such go to the market today, and blah blah blah, and it create visualization, right? So therefore, this idea of a Jewish state or a Jewish stand, was already in people's imagination before it even started. It already took root. It was already there. That's why we have to do with the Afghanistan.
Look at this dummy. This guy, man, an education is what you need, idiot. Neanderthals don't have a Y chromosome, idiot. See, this is why you're moist and stupid. So you keep telling us that our chromosomes come from Europeans when Europeans have Neanderthal DNA. Okay? They didn't realize that when they put up the origin of species and Darwin's theories, that they thought that we were the Neanderthals. It wasn't until they started doing DNA testing a century later, they found out that they were the Neanderthals, right? And so you understand that, Ross Moisture, because you're an idiot. And idiots don't understand
Ross
things.
Moisture is just really a white guy. What he's doing is using so-called Hausa culture to get away from his black identity. You know, I don't see myself
Yeah,
black.
ignore the fact that he has land that has like a vibranium on it. Ignore that. Walk away from all of that for you to go around to some dusty part of Africa to give you a naming ceremony. Is that an
And
idiot?
like I said last night, I don't feel sorry for nobody who got a homeland or something. You know, all these people, like I said,
Unbelievable.
people like boo-hooing about all these people getting deported. I said, at least you got someplace to be deported too. You know,
Exactly.
I said, Black America, we don't have it now. If they we build the Afghanistan and they say, yo, we're gonna report y'all to the Afghanistan, hey, I'll be like, okay, fine. You know, at least we have someplace to go. That's ours. You know. And so, bottom line is, you guys got countries to go to when you guys get deported. Black America don't have no place right now. You know, Principe wants to come up, but should we let him up?
Yeah, let him up. I like Principe, man. He's a little crazy, but we can deal with him, man. He's not brain dead like Ross Moisture.
Crispy cracks me up because he has this belief that we should be. He don't understand. We are a minority group in America. We're just barely trying to survive here in America, right? You know, so he's like, you should have this. You should have this. People think so much of Black America, right? But like I always tell you, Black America is not a government. We're not a nation state. You know.
13% of the population.
Understand that shit, you know. We're 13% of the population. You know, we ain't gonna. Y'all should have a central bank. How the fuck you have a central bank? You ain't got no central government. You know. So people, like I said, the idea, all the stuff that people want from Black America, and like Lewis, he had all his high hopes that we're gonna come to Ghana and Lord. I said, Lewis, man, you know, I love you, brother, man, but it ain't happening, bro. You know, the Black America you see going over there, that's what just old retired people on that. But Ghana's not ready for that, you know. I mean, it's more ready than most countries in Africa. But I said the bottom line is you have to build infrastructure, right? If somebody is in their 20s and 30s, you got to give them something, right? They can't be just sitting around picking bananas all day, you know, and maybe selling some fish on the side of the road. You got to build something, you know. You got to build an infrastructure, you know, and get serious about building an economy. Asia did. Now you got Asians competing for Asian countries competing for the young Asian minds all over the region, making big money. You know, Japan, they graduates of top university in Japan. You know how much they start out a year? Start out at University of Japan, 100,000 USD. That was 30 years ago. 100K. That was 30 years ago. These people are gonna run Japan, the Japanese empire in the world. You know. And so therefore, I'm saying to myself, I said to myself years ago, when are we gonna friggin' build our nation to the point where we get our young people opportunity like that? You know,
I had to put this up because we got to call out idiots when we see one. An overview learn more according to genetic research. The Y chromosome of Black people primarily originates from Africa, with the vast majority of their paternal lineages tracing back to sub-Saharan Africa. If you idiots knew that more Black women weren't probably even brought to America from Africa to maybe 50 years or so into the slave trade. They initially only brought males and they worked them to death. So no, our chromosomes don't come from white people. Okay, so you need to. It's in the chat. Go and get it. Okay. Specifically within the continent's diverse populations, this is due to the fact that the Y chromosomal atom, the most recent common ancestor of all living males, is believed to have been African. This is what it is, idiot. This is why mind is a terrible thing to waste.
The mind
and
is
when
a
you get
thing.
when you get moisture in the brain, this is what happens to you, Ross Moisture.
Yeah, which one? Remember, you ever said one comedian? He's like, that's what I give to the United because the mind's a terrible thing.
There
You
you
know?
go.
He goes, and it should be stopped before it hurts somebody. That one comedian, that Rodney Dangerfield, that one comedian, he goes in there, he's always like
You're
making fun
wrong.
of
40% of Black Americans do not have the Y chromosome. Okay, that goes. I just read it to you, idiot. All right, you're dumb. That was stupid. Okay, they didn't start bringing women here. Okay, so all this time it was mostly men. Okay, you're an idiot. Just face it. You're dumb. When you're dumb, go sit down on the other end of the dumb corner. Go sit down there, okay? With your pseudoscience, telling people lies. You want to be an African so bad, you want to try to be like these other idiots who say we're not African.
Check this out. Ross Moore said he tried to be African. Africa is just an escape. He's a Kuna Matata, you know? No worries when you say this is what I'm talking about, Dollar Bill. And I mean really offend Baruti, right? A lot of people go into African to escape the reality of being black, you know, and the struggle and the pain that comes with it. So it was like when people say, "Oh no, I did my DNA. I'm some tribe, some Mendi tribe or not." So what about the struggle, Black America? No. I'm not no longer. They erased their African American heritage, whatever Haitian heritage, right, to adopt some tribe that basically that's insignificant in the world because they want to sound exotic or something, or they want to sound kind of like Ross Boy. He probably goes to his white friends and say, "Oh, I'm not black. I'm a Hausa." You know, that's all it is. Escapism.
It's just and I got an Arab guy on the internet who said the houses in the Fulanis, specifically the Fulanis, are not originally Africans.
No,
okay, that they're Arabs.
Fulanis actually came from Yemen. You know,
that they were Arabs.
Yeah, they're in Yemen. They're Yemenis. They're closely related to Arabs, Persians, and Bedouins. You know,
so
as they came to
so
cross,
really saying, Ross
they
Moyes,
look black. They got darker.
You're a white man, okay, in a black face. That's what you're saying. That's why you get along with that white guy. You call him your brother that comes on.
Yeah, Kung Fu Fanta. You know.
Yeah.
They'll say, "Yo, Akon is not
Fulani.
Akon is fucking Mendy."
Okay, Akon all in his face. Is not a Fulani.
He's not no Fulani moron. You know, Akon's Mendy. You know, you can look at his face. That he's black, his skin black like that. Those are
he looks Sudanese to me. That Negro.
Yeah, but the Mendy people from that's the region right there, because that's the way they all look. You know, they really got good features and everything, but they got those chiseled features, but they're really black. You know, that's
Ross Moyes. Why you think all those different colored Asians got? If you think they didn't have sex with you guys on that little small island you live in, man, y'all be tripping, man. Y'all need to get your head back together. Get your head together, brother. Get your head together, my brother. You done lost your mind.
Yo, why did Principe drop down? What the hell do you have? I thought you was want to come up, Principe.
Probably got a bad phone or something.
Probably putting his daughter up. You know.
Yeah.
Brody says, Kala, can you be? How do we stop the thing from going up? I can't read across the thing.
Okay, it says, Kala, could you be more in depthly and discuss the impact / implications of the U.S. Secretary of State Mark Rubio's comment, as you mentioned, that U.S. can't let China control Africa's resources from a geopolitical angle.
Well, it just makes common sense. America is a highly industrialized country, right? It's going to have to basically get minerals and whatnot. And the bottom line, America basically don't care who extracts. They just don't want China to extract them. America would rather deal. The Africans were smart, right? If they were smart, right? But hey, well, the jury's out on that, right? If Africans knew how to process the minerals themselves, right? The United States would probably give them loans and business opportunity with Black Americans. So there'll be a win-win situation. The United States will get minerals, right? We will get a chance to live on the continent, make money, and help build Africa. It could be a win-win situation, but the Africans have decided that they want to tether themselves to China. So there's no thing. And the United States is like, no, that's not going to happen, because ultimately people understand something. Whatever China makes, right? The target market is still going to be the United States. So the bottom line, that China has to go to the United States to sell the finished product anyway. So the United States is the end customer of all this stuff. They just don't want China controlling it because it's stuff like we really need. The United States really need.
Now,
So-
Kimway says that he's a Wolof Fulani mixed problem. Two different parts of the world, man.
Tom says, I'm being condescending. Am I being condescending? I'm just saying, look, hold up. When I look at Africa, right, I love the continent, but I don't have the confidence that they're doing the right thing, man. What am I supposed to say?
Oh no, that's but Wolof and Fulani are both in Mali together. Not Mali, in Senegal, Gambia, and Mauritania together.
Senegal and Gambia.
That they just move to one area to another. That doesn't mean they originate or part of the same culture. That just means that that the Hausa moved across Africa. That doesn't mean
no. They said the Wolof and Fulani. Hausa don't really overlap with Wolof.
Wolof, they don't overlap with Wolof at all. Wolof overlaps with Mandinka.
And Fula too, with Fula. Because Fula's Guinea.
Let me tell you something. There's two types of Fullers, right? There's indigenous Fullers, right, who are probably fully blood Africans, and there are Fullers that came from the North Africa, the Middle East, and stuff like that. Same thing with the Malinkas and the Hausas, Fulani, right? They're basically people. There's two migratory, and the Igbos even. You have people. These cities that were built in West Africa attracted two races of people. Attracted the Berbers and the people from the far Middle East, and it's trying Black Africans over the centuries. They mixed together to produce a new race of looking people. That's why Fulanis. Now, if you go to tropical Africa, right, the people are completely different. You know
what I say about all of those groups? Put them in a damn museum because none of it serves Africa.
But in the modern world, what I love about Liberia is you go to Monrovia, you'll see Fulanis, you'll see Ethiopians, you'll see all these people from all over, all different phenotypes but they're all Africans, but they're all different phenotypes. Some are light skinned, some are very black, whatever like that. But it's all one thing. That's what's unique about Liberia. Everybody just gets along because it's all about being black in Liberia. It's the only country in Africa like that. And so if you're black, you're assumed to be Liberian. That's what Elvis don't understand. In Liberia, the culture of Liberia is if you're black, you're deemed to be Liberian, whether you have a Liberian passport or not.
African Americans are not an ethnic group like that. So you could say that's like putting African Americans in a museum. Some of these Negroes that act real crazy, like Pookie and Ray Ray, they're gonna be in a museum.
Yeah. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you the difference, right? Let me tell you the difference, right? When we say African American, that's an ethnicity. That's not a tribe. A tribe. You know what a tribe is? A tribe is your primitive way of seeing things, right? In other words, in African American culture, right? If somebody who is not, there's no way to define who's that. We say American slave descendant, right? But at the same time, look how we are in Black America. Cicely Tyson is not so-called African American, but she's one of our great icons, right?
There you go.
Harry Belafonte, Sidney Poitier,
Marcus Garvey.
Yeah, Marcus Garvey. What's that? Yaphet Kotto.
You go.
So the
Yaphet is an American brother. People think he's not. Yaphet Kotto is from America.
I think one of his parents from Cameroon.
I don't know. I don't think so.
I think his father.
I think they're from Mississippi.
Yeah, I think somebody said his father.
Nah, they always trying to pull somebody out. Yeah. Yaphet Kotto's family's from the South.
Okay. Well, whatever. Okay. But the whole thing I'm trying to make is these people. Remember, was it Garrett Moore? No. What's his name? That played Biggie Smalls.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Garrett. I don't know. I know you're talking about.
You talking about Grady, the rapper?
No.
Yeah, he's some kind of rapper. The guy that played Biggie Smalls.
No, not him. No. The guy that played Let's Do It Again. Calvin Lockhart.
Yeah. He's from the Caribbean.
But the bottom line is this: our culture is so vibrant that you're black. You basically took on our struggle. That's the difference between African Americans, everybody else. We're not purists, we're not purists in that sense, black people in America. Look, when you're black in America, right? And basically being black in America.
I'm wrong. I stand according. His father was Cameroonian.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
thought so.
He was a businessman from Cameroon who immigrated to the United States in 1920. His mother's African American.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So anyway, what I'm saying is the African American, he became black in America, and so basically it used to be a time where black people, being black in America was defined by our relationship with racism, white supremacy. So everybody was on the same page. It was on code,
I should have known that because he had a white wife.
Yeah. But he was a good actor though. Remember
he
that
was
movie
a great
Drum?
actor.
Remember that movie Drum?
He was a great actor.
Great actor, he was a great actor. But anyway, he played Denmark Vesey, remember that movie?
Yeah, he was a great, phenomenal character actor. But like I said, he had he had a white wife like Cindy Poitier.
Yeah, most of
we should have known he was African.
Most Caribbeans and Africans, they do that,
And NBA players,
Yeah. I'm starting to think James Earl Jones was a Caribbean.
He wasn't no Caribbean, nope.
But he had a white wife, though.
Yeah, he did.
And so, what about Quincy Jones?
Quincy Jones' soul brother.
Yeah, but he had a white wife, though.
Yeah, he did have white women now. He got them European white women, at least.
No, Peggy Lipton wasn't European.
Yeah, I think they were. I think
Peggy
they were. Yeah, I think they were
the
from
Mod Squad.
Yeah, I think they were from Netherlands or something. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, but the thing is, though, so being black in America is always about the struggle, the culture, and everything like that. But what happens is, this is what I'm saying. This is another thing I've noticed too. A lot of black immigrants, right, are gravitating towards white things, such things like gaming.
Oh, can I say something? Eddie George is idiot. George Stafford Brown is not a Caribbean. In fact, I happen to know one of his I work with one of his relatives from Chicago. So you're wrong. George Stanford Brown.
Stanford Brown, that's quintessential black American.
He was African American from his family.
Can I chime in?
Go ahead, bro.
Salute to the panel.
Chime in, man. Chime in.
Salute to Dollar Bill, to Colin. I really hopped in because I heard Colin say in black on basically in Black History Month, he's implying that foreign blacks are. What you said again about how we are a detriment to the Pan-Africanist movement of Black America.
No, what I'm
Black
saying.
Americans.
What I'm saying is this: the principle. That's what I said. Well, you guys, why is everybody else hear half of what I say and just run with it? What I'm saying is there's the relationship or the idea of Pan-Africans has always been based on the African American, right, slave descendant, somehow discovering his roots and building and returning to Africa, right? That's the oldest ideology in Black America, the oldest, That's what our definition of Pan-African it is, right? Now I'm saying the Black immigrants, right, now have a new thing. Everything you say is you're trying to improve your situation in America. You're trying to basically say, why don't we do this? Make life comfortable in America, and you guys want comfort in America. That's why you guys are leaving your countries, We're saying that it should be about us all coming together to build Africa. You guys basically, and not only that, you guys are willing to work with white people. You guys are willing to talk about Black issues to white people, which is something we never did. Like when you got Afro dumbass up there with whole ass racists on there talking about Black America, whatnot. That's freaking an abomination, to us, So therefore, white people have been basically playing you guys, right, for the last 20 years, right? They know that you're coming over here, you from Africa and the Caribbean. Y'all just want a better life, Y'all not interested in the struggles that goes on in Black America, the radical struggle. They consider us radical and dangerous, and they want this thing called Black America, the Black Nationals America, destroyed. It's dangerous, right? Being a Black national is probably more dangerous than being a criminal in America, right? Because America sees you as an enemy. Like you said, when he asked me about Marco Rubio, right? Yeah, if the idea of black nationalism is going to stop America from wooing. America needs to woo Africans. Woo means convince them that America's that thing. That's why they came up with the civil rights movement. It's basically to tell Africans and the people of color that America is a good guy. Look how we're advancing our black people. It wasn't done for our benefit. It was done for their benefit. You know what I'm saying?
Can I say something for this idiot Ross Moyes?
Yeah.
I keep telling you to sit down at the little table for idiots. Richard Delaney was no damn Mandinka. Richard Delaney was born on the 12th of December in 1836 in Ireland. His father, John Delaney, was 38, and his mother, Mary Ann Delaney, was 35. He married Emma Elisa Matthews on the 26th of October in 1862 in Little Falls, Missouri. He was no damn Mandinka. Stop telling lies.
No,
Y'all like to
Dollar,
steal
dollar.
everything from us, man.
Why you that's another thing. They try to steal our heritage, right? We built the heritage. Look, it's like
no, but Martin Delaney always bragged about his great grandfather coming straight from Africa. What did he claim his?
We came from Africa off the slave trade, bro. He was an American.
No, but
stop it.
Mm-hmm.
We all
no. I'm saying his heritage, his lineage, his bloodline.
Did he migrate from to America, or
no. He's an African American, but he was aware of his bloodline.
Yeah, but
everybody's aware of their
everybody's
bloodline.
aware
we
of
have
our
records.
bloodline, man.
That's why we know we're over 80% DNA from Africa.
And not only that, dollar bill, it's the fact that black people in America, right? African Americans knew once you got on those slave ships, right? Whatever we were in Africa was gone.
That's not true. There's people like Benjamin Banneker who took pride in his Dogon bloodline.
I mean, but the whole people always reach back in the roots, but the reality, right, is you're still African American who are reaching back to their roots. You'll never become a so-called Dogon or whatever nonsense that is. Like me, my ancestors come from the Congo. No matter what I say, right, I'm never going to be Congolese. Because what was broken was us being uprooted. When you look, this is what the danger is principally, right? There's consequences for world events. The transatlantic slave trade has lasting consequences that people need for by us doing the Hakuna Matata life like nothing ever happened. What they're basically saying is the significance of being uprooted from our ancestral homeland, right, was taken from us, right, and made to work for 300 something years in a white man's country, right. We're left with nothing, right. While the white man used our blood and got rich, we're not. By me going to Africa and just finding and just saying like nothing ever happened is an abomination. That cannot happen. So therefore, now I have to realize that I'm always wearing the mark of my ancestors. That's why I identify as an African American, right? I'm Afan, Now after that,
there's nothing wrong with taking pride in being an African American. But
no, it's not.
When we talk about bloodline. You're more related to me than Ramo is.
Principally, right? There's nothing basically until Africa, right? Do the right thing, right? And we have our own land by which we could build ourselves and we could become a people again, right? Just like everybody else does when we have nothing to discuss. That's the way I see it.
So can I tackle your point that you said before, or when you talk about African Americans, and you said that the majority of them wanted to you sound like Ramo, but we said the majority of them wanted to go back to Africa.
Well, it's like hold on. This is what I'm talking about. See your words, right? You said go back. We're talking about going forward, right? Right now,
all right.
The black man in America, right? It's like a circle, You what is forward, what is back, right? We're saying to complete the circle, right? We were brought here in captivity for the white man for 300 something years. We're not. Now, basically, we're people and we're a soul and we need a body. A body means a land, and we need a land to manifest ourselves and become a people, Now, if Africa
again, how does Africans
have a problem with that, right? And they say, just come here. What they're basically saying is no crime ever happened, and basically you should just get over it and whatever like that. I'm sorry, my ancestors will curse me if we ever did that,
But that's not the case, though. There's apologies left and right.
I'm not apologizing for anything. You
No, I'm
know.
saying that Africans,
Hold
African
on, how you
leaders,
hold
African
on, hold on.
kings,
You
African chiefs,
apologizing.
presidents.
Hold on, an African can start proving to me they're apologizing by basically saying, you know something, I heard this guy named Carl Genesis Dollar Bill. They talk about an African. You know something, I may not know what they're gonna do, but you know something, I support it. When am I gonna hear that conversation from Africans? You know,
Especially in a
How?
place where
Why
nobody's
would they
there.
do that if you haven't even wrote a letter to the
no, I'm not
African
gonna
Union?
write.
You
No,
haven't
I'm not gonna
sent
hold on.
the
No, look,
kings.
hold on.
You know,
Hold on. We start on this. When I go to Liberia, I'm gonna be doing TikTok, right? And then we're doing live shows from Liberia. And I'm gonna start building on TikTok too. And I'm gonna start playing some dollar bills stuff. I'm gonna really start amping this up, right? And the whole thing is this: we're gonna go forward with this, right? But it would be nice if we had support. I never thought in a million years, right? I thought our main opposition was going to be with white people, you know? And I'm saying myself, the idea of us returning and building a state where the continent really needs us, you know, the continent really needs something like this, right? Right, because right now Asia is becoming a powerhouse. The Western Hemisphere is becoming a powerhouse. Europe's becoming a powerhouse. Africa is on its own, and its best and brightest are leaving the continent, left bleeding, is bleeding human resources and human capital left and right and whatnot. So what I'm saying, principally, is this. It seems to me that besides a few countries like Rwanda, maybe Ghana, it seems like Africans basically have given up on trying to survive. You know, that's why people tell me about a lineage or bloodline and whatnot. And I'm saying to myself, how can you tell me that when you guys don't even want to live on the continent? You know, that bothers me. You know, why you guys don't want to live on the continent? Why do you guys spend, look, 30 something years? I'd be like, yo, I've lived in America for 30 something years, or even my brother Lewis lived in the UK for 30 years. I'm like, how the hell you live away from your continent for 30 years? You know, that's a fucking lifetime, you know? And the bottom line, the African way of life principle is don't do nothing for your continent, but live in America or the West forever. And then basically brag about your tribe and get online,
All
bragging about
that BS.
a bunch
And
of
stop trying
BS.
to steal the
You know?
father of black nationalism. Okay. Martin Delaney. Stop trying to bring him and make him into some damn Mendinka man. That's some bullshit.
You know what Martin Delaney said? Okay, Martin Delaney. Hold on. Martin Delaney tried to connect. He went to Africa and tried to connect with the African. He was disappointed because they
He was
didn't
a
want.
Buffalo Soldier.
Yeah, they didn't want nothing to do with what he was talking about. He wanted to build, because he went to Liberia. He wanted to build a radical version of Liberia, right? And another person, this is Black History Month, was George Washington Williams. You guys ever heard of him? He was an
was he a preacher, right?
No, he was an African American explorer to the Congo. He was the one who exposed King Leopold, right? He was an African American from Philadelphia. He wanted to build the Congo into an African American state, you know, build a state for African American in the Congo, and basically drive the Belgium out. You know, it was called George, but he was about to go back, but he died. You know, he came back to the States and died. You know, so basically, we have this history. Black people have been trying to penetrate and go into Africa for a long time, right? That's why they carved up the Africa in 1884 to prevent black people from the West from returning and building. That was all about the claim. Why do you think they had to claim Africa? Because they didn't want us to claim. They already saw we claimed Liberia and we had Ethiopia. They didn't want that to spread to the continent. They got together and carved up the continent among themselves. So it is what it is. It is what it is. So the bottom line is Africans got to get serious. Are they trying to build a continent or not? If they're not, Lisa, I'm about to get rid of this chick, this copper color shit. I'll mute her. I'm gonna give one more warning and she's out of here for good.
She got to come up. Is she really copper color? Because majority of African Americans are not copper.
Is that Lisa Marie?
Yeah.
Is that she's a
Lisa Nicole?
Yeah, she's a goofball.
Yeah, I got my penny. Tell her I got my penny up here. We're gonna do the copper color test. She come up.
She's a goofball. She
We're
hangs
gonna
out
do the copper color test.
She hangs out with that other chick, man. And she got a cracker for her husband. She's a swirler. And she comes up here and talking.
And bottom line, look, the people who oppose us, right? They're not fooling me. I could see if the FBA 8 movie was about Black pride or whatever like that. I would accept it, But I know who the people are. The people like Yvette Carnot. These are swirlers. That black skin is amazing. These are swirling type of black people. These are self-hating black people. These are mulatto worshiping black people that freaking do this shit. You know,
Of
that's all it
course.
is. And they hate Africans because they think Africans are ugly. They think Africans, are backward, primitive, all these things, and they basically don't like Africans at all. They don't want to be. They don't want to be called African. They don't want to identify the continent. They would rather erase their history and get close to the white people. That's sick.
That's what they want.
I never seen a white person say
That makes them Nigerian, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They Nigerians to get along very good. I know me no black, me no black, me no black, me no black. So bottom line is this: that's what they're all about. That's what that whole movement's all about: self-hating Negroes. Self-hating Negroes who don't want to be black. Look, I have no problem with that, but just don't come around me with that shit. That's all I ask is if you keep it. They can't even bother keeping it to themselves.
Nah.
I never go on the ADOS FBA platform. Never. I have nothing to talk about. And so therefore, I'm saying, why do they always come on mine?
I had to explain to Brother Baruti because he likes to kind of like paint us with this FBA drama. So so what we do is, I know you guys are familiar with a Venn diagram. So one day I'm going to actually put up this thing. It's called a thinking map. And so instead of us using like 3 circles like you use in a Venn diagram, what we do is we make a graphic organizer and we take 2 movements. And those 2 movements, okay, on one side will have their differences. And in the middle, they will have some things that intersect. So I explained to him that I am not an FBA or ADOS person. And I explained to him that although we might have some intersection, right? The things that we have different from one another are diametrically against one another. So we could not be in the same, that's a simpleton way of looking at us and say, oh, you're an ADOS. No, we can never be an ADOS. The whole premise for ADOS is for reparations. And so the whole thing is they cannot see that white people are not giving them reparations. Now they'll give you some money to leave.
They know that. They know that.
They'll give you some money to leave. You take away your, like Chuku said, they might allow you to get some prisoners if they could, right? They might take away your citizenship, some stuff like that if you sign some papers. But they want to stay up under the white man. What we're talking about is having our own piece of land where we can be self-sufficient and independent. And that's not what ADOS wants. ADOS and FBA or FBI, right? Freudian slip. Those individuals want to stay under white people, hoping that white people are going to have mercy. Yes, your ancestors did all of this, and we're giving you a check.
6 years ago, Tariq was on fire talking about race soldiers and all stuff like Trayvon Martin, all stuff like that, hidden colors and that. And then basically now he's like, well, we got to pop in America. He's basically pro-American. How the hell did that happen? Know why? Because the immigrants came up, the new immigrants came over here and be like, we're here to replace. Well, Tariq felt like they've tried, and they really were. The African immigrants and the black immigrants are here to replace us.
That's what they want.
Like, so they really want to play. They don't have any. They're saying, but this is what it is, bro. Not just the black immigrants, the Hispanics, all these people came here and say, Black America do not deserve this country called America. White people don't deserve. They basically, this country was basically, it was an act of war where people broke into this country and basically tried to steal resources from the average citizen. When no other country would have tolerated that, but America did, right?
Of course.
Until Donald Trump, right? So the whole thing is this: there were people really, man, and nothing against Africans, right? The only thing I have with them, right, is if you say that you're going to come to America and you're going to take away from Black America, right? I have no problem with that, right? But when I make the comment that if we should have land in Africa, you got a problem with that too. So in other words, you got Africans should have nothing to say about us going to Africa building. But you got Africans sitting in America, right, sucking benefits and everything, calling me a colonizer.
Yeah. What your ancestors fought for, they want to suck it up, want to be you.
Yeah.
They just want to get out there and run around, play basketball, and be like NBA players. Get them a little white Amy.
Show up at the bar and whatnot, get their fruity drinks.
We're not like those niggas. We're different.
I'm different. You ever see these
Oh, but
guys?
that's not even. That's not even.
You ever see like a Haitian guy or a Nigerian guy in a company of white people? They just talking.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you that listen. Like I said, I always stated, I've got plenty of family that are Haitian people. That doesn't mean family like we in blood family, but means family of the soul. And I'm telling you, I've never met a Haitian dude that I didn't like until Lou Majors. Most Haitians that I know pretty much have a level head, and they're not fooled by the nonsense of white America. They know who white America is, and they're pretty radical brothers. I've never had any issues. So people keep talking about issues.
Lou Majors from Boston, though.
Yeah, I'm 60 years old. I've never had any issues. One of my young friends, okay, his family adopted me. I adopted him as my brother. He's no longer here, but his spirit is here. Shout out to my brothers, Sammy Black, Samuel, my brother. And I had another friend named Noel that I work with. Shout out to my brother, Noel. I've never had any dealings with brothers who are from Haiti, man, that didn't know their position in terms of, and now I guess Ross Moise, I think he just likes to be a clown. I think he just likes to
Moise be trolling you, man. Moise is cool, man.
But I've never had no
issues. But he's cool.
I've never had no issues with my Haitian brethren. They've always accepted me in their homes, and shout out, R.I.P. Gran, my brother's grandma, eat that Haitian food, and their family members. Man, I got nothing but love for the Haitian people, man. I'm not gonna say anything
because we cousins. That's why I always say that. That's what my father told me. You see what I'm saying? That's what my father told me as a youth. So I always keep that in mind, even when I go back and forth with you guys. So we cousins.
I never had an issue with Haitians, bro. Haitians were the only people. Haitians were the only people that came back for us, for African Americans. Okay, continental Africans didn't. Haitians did. Haitians came back and said and welcomed us and said, "Come to Haiti, okay, and be with us." So I got nothing but love for my Haitian people, man. Suck passe.
But dollar bill, that's not fully true because some certain kings and rulers wrote letters when their tribal members took it. So that's not fully true. There's evidence.
Never happened.
Bro, I even sent you the proof, and you didn't read it.
Hold on, check this out. The only thing that ever happened was there was a Fulani man that was taking a slave, right, and to Mississippi, right, and his case because he spoke Arabic and wrote Arabic, he made the newspapers in America, right? He was a slave. Anyway, what happened was the government of Morocco called him a Moor, right? And they interceded on his behalf. The story called A Prince Among Slaves. Man, so this is Black History Month, right? Let's do something, Let's play this. A Prince Among Slaves,
Ross Moise said we're old gizzards. Oh man, that's hard to cook, huh? Old gizzards, huh? I love it. Keep it up, Ross Moise.
I'm not gonna play the whole thing, just a clip of it. He was a Fulani guy, a prince among slaves.
No, but why don't you look up King Alfonso's letter from the region where you come from, Congo, right? Letter to I forgot which empire.
Who was King Alfonso?
He was a ruler of Congo.
Was he a Negro? Why do you have a name
like? He was a Negropean, but he was offended when he had no issues when his neighbors were getting taken. He helped them take them, but when his people got taken, he was very offended, very angry, and he wrote a letter to Europe about how his constituents were being taken, and he didn't like that shit. So there's proof and documentation.
That happened before. But what I'm saying, my point I'm trying to make is it never happened where United States was ever engaged by any African on any level, you know, what you call, yeah, that happened about the slave kings writing to Europe about the slave trade and the atrocity. Yeah, that happened a lot. I'm talking about as far as
Exactly, and they demanded
but
Kasuku's
that
being
was
brought back. That's
as far as like the Black African American, nobody basically interested on our behalf. You know.
I
So
don't think that's true. I don't think that's true.
no, it
You
is the
have to look
truth,
into
though,
the
man.
UK,
We
the
would know about
European.
it.
I
Nobody,
gotta, I gotta,
yo,
I gotta bring that. I gotta find that and bring that up. I believe that
check
the
this out.
Haitian people
Check
did
this out,
speak on
Christopher.
our
You
behalf.
understand something, right? The whole idea of the African American is we knew we were abandoned by our race when we were neglected and then once again we were abandoned again. When people try to give America credit for Liberia, listen to the words of Hillary Teague in he wrote the Liberian Declaration of Independence speech, right? The most powerful speech I ever heard in my life. He said, once again, we were abandoned. He said we were abandoned by our ancestors in Africa and left the struggle in America, a country that hated us, abused us, everything. Now America, a country we learned to love and we wanted to be part of, and then once again we were abandoned. But he said this time we make a stand right here in Liberia that not ever we will ever be uprooted from this land. And how would he know the 1980 coup would have brought them? You know what I'm saying? So, bottom line, if the Liberians would have kept those prophetic words, they would have a country right now. He said, "We're gonna stay. This is what we're gonna say. Well, we're gonna have freedom. We have all those things that we were denied in Africa because we ended up enslaved in America, and we were denied that in America. So now we're here. We were abandoned by a government that we were born under, American government, who neglected us, abandoned us here to leave us on the coast to die. They were literally sent there to die, in Liberia."
Can I share my screen for
Yeah,
a minute?
Go ahead. I'll put mine down. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Let me share. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
It said
Yeah,
sharing.
yeah.
All right. I'm going to play it.
And in that video, I discussed the Black American who joined the Haitian Revolutionary Government. And in that video, I discussed the legendary
Jocelyn King?
Honorable Prince Saunders. And for those that didn't see that video, go check it out. But just to give a brief overview and refresher of who we're talking about. Prince Saunders, the first international Black educator, political diplomat, and the greatest Pan-African scholar of the 19th century. Born in Connecticut with free status in 1775, his naturally high intelligence levels granted him the opportunity to obtain an Ivy League education at Dartmouth College during the height of slavery. By age 21, he became a landowner and school teacher in Vermont. Saunders used his wealth and influence to encourage Blacks in America to migrate back to Africa and also Haiti, where the enslaved Africans had recently won the War of Independence against France, Spain, and Great Britain and established the first free state in the Western Hemisphere. Saunders arrived in 1816 and was immediately hired as Christophe's political advisor. Under the Christophe administration, Saunders established several schools in the nation, and most notably, the Royal College of Haiti. Christophe provided the schools with furniture and equipment that was equivalent to what could be found in Europe at the time. Now, for a more in-depth analysis for the legend that is Prince Saunders, go check out my video from last week. It ain't too long. It's like 6-7 minutes long. It's nothing too crazy. But in this video, we're going to discuss how was the reaction of the Haitian king when he met Prince Saunders for the first time. What did he say? What did he do? How did he react? Well, guess what? I have a very rare book in my possession, a book that contains political documents and letters that were written by King Henry Christophe from the years 1813 to 1820. These letters have been documented, saved, and distributed as a book. It's a very tough book to buy. You could probably get it cheap if you got a plug on the used books, but for brand new, I'm seeing the prices could be up to $1,000 because these are very rare documents, government classified documents, official letters that were written by the King of Haiti to foreign diplomats and heads of state, and also the letters that were returned from those diplomats and heads of state, most notably the British government, the British elite, the abolitionists in Great Britain. So in this letter, we have King Henry Christophe corresponding with British abolitionist, British diplomat Thomas Clarkson. And in that, he's talking about how, Prince Saunders just arrived on the island. Within the letter, Christoph is basically giving him an overview of how things are going, and he's also giving thanks because he was the one that actually connected the two brothers. Because Thomas Clarkson realized, okay, you got this brother out in, the East Coast, he doing his thing. You know what I mean? He educated, he got some bread, free status, he not enslaved, he enlightened, very intelligent. Prince Saunders, one of the most intelligent black men of the 1800s. So, and then you got the Haitian king. Thomas Clarkson was cool with both of them. So Thomas Clarkson was cool with the Haitian king. Keep in mind, this is a white man from the 1800s. So even though he might have levels of respect for both of these gentlemen, don't get it twisted. He still carries the energy of white supremacy in his heart. Maybe the fire of white supremacy doesn't burn as hard within his chest as the other British and French, Spanish colonists. We're not going to focus on that. Maybe when I make videos in the future and we go over different letters that were written between the two. Also, I have a letter between General Christoph, the King of Haiti, and the Emperor of Russia, Alexander. And in another video in the future, we'll get into that too, but that's not the topic of the video. But just know we got a whole gang of historical gems within this book, and we're going to go over this one today. We're going to recite the letter that Christoph actually sent to the British government. And this was actually written on the 5th of February, 1816. We got these dated. We got the location it was written at. It was written at the Sanssouci Palace, the Royal Palace. This is where it was written, the date, February 5th, 1816. Let's get into it. Dear Thomas, I receive with great satisfaction, Mr. Prince Saunders, your recommendation and those of Mers, Wilberforce, and Stephen ensured him of being shown every possible consideration. For a long while, my intention, my dearest ambition, has been to secure for the nation, which has confided to me its destiny, the benefit of public instruction. Petron's revolt, his betrayal of the Haitian people, and the civil dissension he created among us arrested the impetus I wished to give to education, that first duty of sovereigns. I am completely devoted to this project. The edifices necessary for the institutions of public instruction in the cities and in the country are under construction. I am awaiting the professors and the craftsmen I requested who will take upon themselves the training of our youth. I intend to accord them every encouragement, protection, and tolerance in the exercise of their religion, along with whatever advantages that may be just and reasonable. So if God blesses my handiwork and grants me sufficient time, I hope that the inhabitants of Haiti, overcoming the shameful prejudice which has too long weighed upon them, will soon astonish the world by their knowledge. It is thus I should like to refute the calumny of our detractors and justify the high opinion our friends, the philanthropists, have conceived of us. I would indeed be unworthy of the high rank to which Providence has called me, of the duties which are mine to perform, of the great hopes our friends place in me, if I did not strive to merit their respect and fulfill their just expectations. Then, too, I have before my eyes the record of history and the approval of posterity which I covet. I rejoice, along with our kind friends, at the action of the French government in consenting finally to the abolition of the abominable slave trade and in abandoning the evil and impractical idea of sending a military expedition against Haiti. That government should have taken action a long time ago instead of allowing itself to be led into disastrous measures by the claims and accusations of those enemies of the human species, the ex-colonists who declared in print that all our population above the age of 6 must be assassinated. We hope, if the French cabinet is ever again led to attempt inhuman measures against us, that our virtuous defenders will enlighten European public opinion and strive to prevent the execution of such a project. If our friends do not succeed in the praiseworthy design of halting this abomination, we count on them at least to inform and warn us of any enterprises which may be undertaken for our destruction, so that we may upon be on our guard. The British nation has long since earned a right to the gratitude of all Haitians. What it has just done when they used its influence to obtain of France the abolition of the infamous slave trade gives us new reason for admiration and thankfulness. We are grateful also for the share which their majesties, the Emperor of Russia and the Sovereign of Germany, had in the abolition of the slave trade.
Well, you guys can actually go and do your own research about what happened. Also, what happened with with Haiti was that the French were also at war with the Russians.
Yeah.
And one of the intelligentsia, okay, was a man by the name of Alexander Pushkin. Alexander Pushkin was also the godfather of Peter the Great and the great-grandfather of the brother who wrote the Count of Monte Cristo. Okay, I forget his name now. My father would be ashamed because he told me about a black man from Haiti actually wrote the Count of Monte Cristo and is responsible for the writings of the Three Musketeers, One for all for one. Alexander Pushkin was very instrumental, a Haitian, okay, to development of Russia. And you can look him up. I had a friend that I'm gonna stop sharing. That was a Chinese guy.
Dollar. I'm
What's up,
sorry, I'm
bro?
looking for.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, but I was gonna. It wasn't just Russia. It was Germany, Poland, and Italy as well. They was breaking away
Yeah,
from
Poland
France.
actually
There was the. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Poland actually fought fought with the Haitians,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
But what I'm saying
Be-
to you is
they were
that
viewed as the lesser whites. Like in America, they brought in the
at,
Irish, and I forgot the other one. In the
yeah,
what they call
but
them?
at the end of the
Irish.
day, the collapse of the French was the war that they had with the Russians. And so they had Haitians that were instrumental. Matter of fact, let me try to get his name. Uh, who were instrumental in helping out. The Russian. What do they call them? The Prussian or the Russian elite. Um, and so when I said that to my friend who was actually from China, and I told him about this black man, uh, he couldn't believe it, man, until he looked it up and looked up Alexander Pushkin. You know, 1 second. Who wrote the Count? His name is, I got it. My father taught me this all my life. His name was Alexander Dumas.
They do
Alexander
much. Yeah.
Alexander Dumas was actually the grandson of Alexander Pushkin, who was Peter the Great's godfather. Okay, a Haitian. A lot of people don't know that. So my father, I don't care if people were mulatto, man. Check with the bullshit, Ross boys.
No,
Okay.
no, no. But on to defend Rob's point, even when in that letter that you're reading, is the reason why a lot of people like myself and Rob always look at mulattoes funny because when you guys bring up the point that Haiti paid France or whatever, it wasn't only Christophe from the north, Cap Haïtien. It was Petron of South Haiti who helped kill Jean-Jacques Dessalines, who divided Haiti into two. These people betrayed the black Haitians. So you guys want to just minimize it to, oh, just they're just a little lighter than you know. These people are the children of their master. They're the children of the French. They're the children of whoever they've served, and they continue to have that same mentality, energy towards the black masses, the children of Africa. That's what we call ourselves. Descendants d'Afrique, right? The children of Africa. So this dynamic you guys minimize because in America, even though the same political situation exists here as well, you guys kind of find ways uh, to I guess minimize it and work together. But at the same time, they betray you time and time again. If you look at the civil rights movement, who's trying to get close to who? They're trying to get close to their white masters, their white cousins, their white fathers. You know what I mean? But you guys don't see it as such. But it's the same dynamic. You have more smoke for the African than you have for the mulatto.
No, we don't have smoke for Africans, actually, bro. The problem is
You
the
do.
thing is you guys understand something, right? There's a delicate balance how we exist. And people understand how dangerous black. We're a minority group here, right? And principally, just not even just when I was a kid, right? Black people were often bullied, beaten up, and even killed by white people at random in this country. That lasted up into the 80s.
I can't put this up here. I'm gonna try to put it up because it won't allow me. But the Prussians and Russians were separate states, but a small part of Prussia became part of Russia after World War II. It's always an idiot in the background, always trying to, you should have learned by that last spanking I gave you about religion. Uh, uh, you know, you know who that is. You know who that is. In the background. Oh, Elvis Morris.
Elvis Morris is in there.
Nah, he's in the background.
In
He's
the background where?
background. He's in he's in the
Back.
chat. Yeah, he's in the chat.
How do you get in there? He's not even on the panel. You can get
No,
in the
he's
panel.
not on the panel. He could be on the chat, but he's
I
not
don't see.
allowed.
I don't see. I don't see no comments in there.
I'll show it to you. There's ugly face right there.
I don't see it.
You don't see him on the show? I just put him on the in the thing.
No, I don't see him. Yeah. Oh
He
yeah,
says
okay. I see
Prussia
it.
is in Germany. Does he think he know everything?
Hold, my whole thing is check this out. He principally said we got multiple Africans. No, we don't. What we're saying is this though: when you come to this country, right? You come to this country, the idea of you guys trying to rewrite our story in America, like Africans will tell us that we're too race conscious. That's disrespectful. You guys worry about race and color. You guys blah 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 blah. And so when white people see that, right, that and white people see that, they're like, okay, we can work with these Africans. That's what I said about the new immigrants, right? We can work with these Africans, right? And they basically, why do you think they're hiring more African immigrants to play black roles in Hollywood? Because they work for less, and particularly British actors seem like they're more talented. I don't know if they are or not, but some of my favorite actors are black British actors. But my thing is, they basically are more compliant with stuff, more cooperative, whatever like that. Maybe there's something wrong with Black America. Maybe there's something wrong with us. Maybe the fact that
Ain't nothing wrong with this. They'll play the
hold
low
up.
life
I'm thinking about
African
this.
American.
I'm like this. If let's say we do have a chip on our shoulder, but we have every right to be. That's all we're saying is they have every right to be angry. About everything that went on. Because we lost everything. So when Africans come over here, they're telling us we ought to be grateful to the white man. And that's where the problem principally it comes in. When somebody comes in here and tell us, one thing we hear white supremacists say that. Then we hear Africans say, you guys ought to be grateful for what y'all got in America. No, whatever we have in America, we work for it. White people didn't give us shit in this country. And so therefore, then Africans start making generalized statements about our situation. Yeah, white people always exaggerate black poverty, black crime. We know that. It's a lie. It's an exaggeration. But Africans and black immigrants take it as gospel truth. Well, you guys, how many times basically me, a businessman, been told by Africans, well, Colin, man, you go food stamps. What the fuck do I got to do with food stamps, Even black people I know. I'm like, to my sister tomorrow is good. Look at this is what I'm talking about. My sister tomorrow is going up to Richmond to deliver a check to one of our agents that basically made our sales thing for the open enrollment season. She's going up to deliver an $800 check. She won the prize. She did 110 applications, Anyway, she's going to a retreat with just nothing but women, her professional female friends, all women. These are power. All these women are making over six figures, And I'm saying to myself, that's the black America I know, right? But when you hear Africans, they always dwell on the black people, or like they're picking on the black people who are poor.
They love that.
It
makes them feel better.
It makes them feel better about it. So we see that. See, let me tell you something about Principe, right? Black people in America can sense when you don't like them. I know that about my people, right? We're the most loving people in the world. We'll open our heart to anybody, right? But if we sense that you think you're better or you think you're different or you're othering us or whatever like that, there's a distance there, we pick up on that. And that's why black people, and then the anger, it's like the betrayal, they explode and get violent. I know my people,
So you know what they don't understand? When they talk about mulattoes, right? They don't understand how many so-called people would be considered mulattoes to you guys have been some of the greatest leaders for African people in this country. Just one, Adam Clayton Powell. Now you look at Adam Clayton Powell and say he's Charles White, okay, who infiltrated the KKK. So you cannot apply from your little island to what we feel about people
and like I said,
in our culture.
They always trying to superimpose the colorism that went in the islands. In America, since we're a minority group, we stuck together.
What about that guy?
So
Tom
what's the
Joyner?
blue? What's the Blue Vein Society?
What about
What
Tom
is the
Joyner?
shifting of the civil rights movement
What
from
about
a
Tom
movement
Joyner?
of
Principally, let me say this, right?
rights and equality to a rights of
Those
integration?
those societies, for the most part, right? Even though they existed in the confines of the fact that they at least admitted they were part of the black community. Yeah, we had those
Bro,
ignorant societies.
there was fraternities that didn't even allow black people in
Oh
them,
no,
and they
yeah, but
were.
hold
Oh,
on. The
that's
thing
crazy.
is, though,
Like,
Come on,
all
man.
those look, all
If we
those
were to
look,
do the same thing, what equivalent has the
listen to me.
foreign black done
that
to
is
you
not
to
true.
that same magnitude? Yes, it is.
That is
You gonna let me answer you? You want to know? The difference is, okay, they had stuff like that was wrong, ignorant, when I. But those people, you go down in the South or not, those people are still integral part of. They married darker skinned people. They went to church with them and stuff like that. They're still part of the black community. The same songs, the same foods, everything like that. Yeah,
Look at Tom Joyner. How
yeah.
many black people did he put? You look at him
Tom
and say,
Joyner is was very light skinned black man, but he was black as the expect. Earl Graves, Earl was Jamaican ancestry, but very light skinned black man, but he was instrument in black power and black everything like that.
Adam Clayton Powell, more legislation than any black man in the history of the United States.
Thurgood Marshall. Not only did he wrote Brown versus Board of Education, integrating America, right? He also wrote the Kenyan Constitution.
So y'all got to stop applying what happened to you in Haiti to us.
It's not that
in terms of
serious.
our people.
America. The
It's not just Haiti, bro. It's here as well.
I want to. I want
It's
to put
not
when
that
you guys
serious.
finish. Let me know.
It's
I'm gonna
not that
queue up or
serious
something.
here.
Well, you can talk about Tom Joyner all you want to. Robert Joyner, his first cousin of his, was a very good friend of mine, and he was a solid brother.
Why is he saying Tom Joyner can go to hell? This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm talking about.
I ain't gonna
When people come here and they disrespecting our elders, our ancestors, and whatnot, and this is what, do you ask us why y'all got smoke for Africa? Because of shit like that, But
Bro, hold on, but you haven't answered my question. What equivalent has Africans done to you that these blue vein societies,
hold on, just look. The bottom line
green
is
vein society, brown black census?
hold on. The bottom line is this, no, that wasn't Adam Clayton Powell with Phil. It was Thurgood Marshall, and he married a Hawaiian. You don't even know who the hell Adam Clayton Powell was.
We already know that his level of finding things out and researching is so far gone. You don't know what the hell he's talking about.
But hold on, but similar to the Latinos who have rather have imported whites as well as Arabs brought in to keep and increase their numbers. Your mulatto class did the same.
The thing is,
other mixed people from other parts of the world above you. What have the African done to the similar multitude?
Principally, it's not that. It's the fact that Black America, like any place else, right, goes to a thing where people just get oblivious and ambivalent towards foreigners. Is anything different? White America is, so everybody around the world. So why should Black America be any different?
What are you saying? What if
W.E. Du Bois was against you guys going to Liberia? So was Frederick Douglass. You never shitted on these people like you do the chat.
Let me say
FBA, even FBA, you shit on FBA even worse than W.E. Du Bois.
First of all, let me play you a picture.
Boys died.
Liberia's first president was a very light-skinned man named Joseph Jenkins Roberts from Virginia. And the first Liberian-born president from America, African Americans, that was Hillary Teague, a very light-skinned man. The father of Liberia was Elijah Johnson, another light-skinned black man, But they all believed in a black nation. Their nation had all different types of black people. Stephen Allen Benson was a dark-skinned black man. E.J. Roy was a dark-skinned man. He was president of Liberia, So Edward Wilmot Blyden was a dark-skinned black man, but they all basically were contemporaries. And the bottom line, they worked together to build a republic on the African soil, So this idea.
How is that different from the Caribbean? Mixed people on top, black people on the bottom. That's no different.
What are you talking about?
How is that any different?
Okay, what are you talking about?
Since you brought up Liberia, right? Let me bring
mixed people on the top, black people on the bottom.
No. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is why I'm saying I got this show. I'm gonna have to just put you down because I'm gonna educate you. Stick on. I'm gonna let you back on. Let me put you back in the back chat because I want to tell you a little bit of Liberian history, right? First of all, Liberia started out right when the original America, the ACA started out, right? Yes, most of the people who were free at the time in America were light-skinned black people, people of mixed race heritage. When that's the given. So naturally, a good majority of the people who were educated to build, they needed educated black people to build Liberia. They were highly educated, but mostly people who like J.J. Roberts, people who were mixed race background, whatever, octoroons, whatever they call them. So Liberia started out that way, that's a given. But something miraculously happened in Liberia that didn't happen in the islands, didn't happen in America. By the time the 1870s, what was started out as an experiment of white men philanthropy ended up becoming the most important black nationalist movement, was the building of Liberia, right? By the 1850s, a man went to Liberia named E.J. Roy, right? This man was a full-blooded Igbo from Newark, Ohio, the first graduate in America of Ohio State University. When he was a kid, the white people basically told, after the black people helped build the town of Newark, Ohio, the white people said one day, y'all got to leave. So in the early 1800s, him and his family went to Indiana, right? And so basically they had to, he became a successful businessman in Indiana, right? Think about it. 1800s, right? Then he heard about this thing called Liberia. The Indiana Colonization Society helped him get there, right? When he went there, he brought a shipload of goods that he was going to trade in Liberia. Let me tell you how remarkable this was. This man stood tall, right? Good-looking man, dark skin, had a small afro. And he went there and he said, my name is Edwin James Roy. That's my ship right there. I need some men to unload. I got actual pictures of it. I need some men to unload the ship. People were first time in Liberia, you saw a man with black skin like that, just with a nice suit on, and was so commanding. They was like, man, I think we just found our new president, And then over the years, right, what started out as a settlement of Monrovia was all these settlements in the upriver of ex-slaves. And see, they set the ex-slaves upriver at places like Clay Ashland, Brewerville, and all these other places upriver, right? The people who are light-skinned mulatto lived in Monrovia, right? And so they set these people upriver. And what happened was when E.J. Roy came there, the upriver settlements became a prosperous, thriving business enterprise, selling cotton, coffee, everything on the world market, right? So they elected E.J. Roy as a president of Liberia, and the dark-skinned people, basically the power shifted from the light-skinned people on the coast to the dark-skinned people on the coast. And then what happened was, by the time Hillary Teague, who was Elijah Johnson's grandson, came around, he was light-skinned, all the groups elected him. They were unified as a people. Now they had to concentrate on keeping the British, French out, and to keep the hostile natives under control. That was miraculous, but that's only because it came from African American culture that was able to do that. There's always a sense of unity among African Americans, no matter what color you are. Even though we have a little thing, like it's not that serious like you do in the islands, and other places, South Africa, we actually got people called the coloreds, Black America is not like that. I resent people trying to paint us in this light and everything. They try to project themselves on us, Black America is still the most homogeneous group of black people on the planet, and we're the largest black group outside of Africa. We're way more larger than Black Brazil. Most Black Brazil people call themselves Black Brazil are actually mestizo, Indian, and other things. We're still the largest black group outside of America, outside of Africa. So that's what I want to say about that. So people use the idea, Liberia, no. Liberia beat white supremacy with that thing, That thing, they was able to transform the color. Why? Because white people weren't there. That shows me everything about Liberia. Because there were no white people there, the mulattoes class couldn't rule anymore. So they had to make peace and join together with the rest of the people, become a people. Anytime you have basically, even though we had that in America, the mulatto class still loyal to Black America. You look at Tom Joyner, you look at Adam Clayton Powell, Thurgood Marshall, it's not like that, bro. We don't have anybody call themselves, I'm a mulatto, fuck you. These people, W.E.B. Du Bois wrote The Souls of Black Folks. You know, yeah, there's colorism in Black America. Of course, when you're an oppressed people, of course you're gonna have color, but it's not that serious that we don't put differences aside when it comes time to it. Look, let me tell you something. Let me tell you about a story, right? Hey, Dollar Bill, you ever heard about the peace movement of Harlem? Dollar Bill.
Can I say something?
Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. I did a thing about a few days ago, a week ago, about the peace movement in Harlem, right? The peace movement in Harlem was founded by a lady. I forgot her name, but I'm gonna pull up in a second, right? She worked with Senator Theodore Bilbo, and she wanted to be, and she was a light skinned lady, right? She was from Louisiana, right? One of the light skinned people from Louisiana. But guess what? She witnessed, as a young girl, she witnessed a black man, a prominent black man who's probably light skinned, being dragged to the streets and hung, and then she watched a man die, right? And when she saw that, that filled her with such rage and terror, right? That she basically decided that she wants to get her people out of America. You know, people don't understand the. People think, oh, light skinned people basically are no. Shah Shakur comes from that same cast of black people, you know, and she was radical because her family suffered from the Wilmington massacre. That's that same thing with Black Wall Street. A lot of those people were light skinned black people that were killed in Tulsa, you know. So basically, the peace movement was, this lady was so radicalized. Yeah, she was so radicalized and pro-black that she basically started. And the peace movement was also black people gathered in Harlem. They wanted to friggin' sign up for the war effort and fight against the Italians. You know, they were signing up to go to war to drive the Italians out of Ethiopia. You know, but that's what it is. She led that peace movement, and one of the things the peace movement was, it was like an extension of the Garvey movement, right? She really wanted to. She took up what Garvey left off. She wanted to ship black people to Liberia, you know, and stuff like that. So, you don't know about her in history, but you understand about what W. Bush may have been against Liberia, Booker T may have been against Liberia, but they didn't speak for the majority of black people. Trust me, you know. We just never really had the organization, anybody come along to take this this idea of repatriation up until I came along, right? You know, the movement's all but died, you know, until I came along and basically said, okay. And
I don't know much about it, but I think I'm going to have somebody come and talk about it. But you guys have to realize there was a lot of things going on. It's not as simple as you know, we can go back and say all of our people should have done this. But you got to realize you got black people coming out of slavery who actually fought, were on the battlefield fighting for their independence. Some of them were able to get land and do things that they hadn't been able to do. And so it's easy to say, but you know what? Everybody should have went to Liberia. Some people had experienced slavery in their own families and seen how Africans had helped put us on the daggone slave ship. You don't realize how tenuous that was and how
it was
and how strong these people must have been to go back to a place where probably some of their grandfathers were enslaved. Okay, and at the same time, you go into a place where people were still enslaving people. You know, these people, I mean, so to come out and say, oh, everybody who spoke out against Liberia didn't want to go back. I just fought a war, right? I risked everything to fight this war. I feel that America owes me something.
Yeah.
You understand? And so we never talk about that. We never do. You know, some people have just getting out a generation of not even a generation out of slavery. And these people actually went and put their lives on the line, okay, to fight these people. And now I fought them. You want me to go back to Africa where my grandfather was thrown out and put on a slave ship?
And also, you go there with no arms and be at the mercy of the same people who helped trap us. That was not going to happen. People in Liberia said, hell no. And because they took the step where they was able to carve out a state, though, that the native Liberians enjoy to this day. You know, they was able to enjoy.
Yeah, yeah. Missing my point. My point wasn't to say that you guys had to go or shouldn't go. My point is not to say that all mulattoes are terrible or whatever. There's some good ones, but the most of them like to be just like white
We
people
know
like to be
the
on
thing
top
is
of
though.
black people.
All right,
They
check
like
this
to
out. The thing
control,
is,
rule over black people.
when you make comments like that, right? Let's say my cousin Karen and my late sister Trina was sitting in a bar, right? You would automatically, because they my sister Trina was very very light skinned. Same thing with my cousin Karen, right? You would automatically assume they were mulattoes. How do you know they're mulattoes or not?
There's a difference between a light skinned black person and a
Well, not
mulatto.
really,
You do
not
know
really,
that,
not
right?
really, not
Not the
no.
Yes, there
Africans.
is.
Hold on, not really.
The same way there's a
You
difference
look
between a
at
regular dark
if
skinned
you
black
saw
person.
if you saw my cousin Karen and my one of my niece, right? Uh, from a distance, they could look Hispanic or whatever like that, you know.
Especially if they're light skinned with green eyes.
Yeah, we got people with green eyes,
In my
whatever like
family
that,
too,
straight
yeah.
hair, whatever like that.
And
So
both
I
parents are
got all
black.
that in my family. So, so when you start saying, look, see, I got to basically protect my people, right? I understand that Black America, we come from different colors, so I got to protect. These are people I love, right? And when I hear Africans and people like you that had the hostility, we got to protect ourselves, man. We got to protect our people, you know? It's a shame that has to be like that. I know you guys went through a lot of hurt and pain, but that's not our experience. We have all different. Our families are mixed of people are high yellow, almost pale. My cousin Donald looked like iced tea. He was that pale, you know. And so
And to blue black.
they're blue black. And
Bro, that exists in the
his brother
Caribbean and
Al. So
Africa
check
as
this out.
well. You
Same
got
family.
come on.
Check this out. Same
The
family.
same thing exists in Africa and the Caribbean as well. You guys just
Yeah,
want
but some of
to,
our
I don't think
heroes,
so.
masquerade the fuckery.
Most Haitians,
some of
Yeah,
our
come on, man.
heroes.
most Haitians are very, very dark skinned. You know, I get that. You know, most Haitians, except for you got
Nah,
There's
the
brown skinned
there's some
Haitians,
light.
there's
they
light
also,
skinned Haitians, there's Haitians with green eyes, Latinx,
the Haitians who are
Africans, the same thing, not
the
mixed.
Haitians who are light skinned, like the Dubois and whatnot, are mulatto class.
Dubai was a dark skinned man. What are you talking about? Francois
Oh,
Dubai was a dark skinned man.
one of the Dubois is
His
One
son
of them, one of
wasn't.
them. See, you don't know what you're talking about, man.
His son wasn't.
one of them is very light.
They praise the son because of the father. The father was a dark skinned man. He was a Noiris.
One
I
of them
bet
was
you don't
very
know what
light.
the
I saw
Noiris
one of them. He was
is.
very light
We've
skinned.
read Francis Fanon, so don't start.
Man, we don't know who that is. We talking about Francois
You
Duvalier.
don't know
People
who
praise Francois Duvalier.
you don't know who Francis Fanon was?
I
He
know
wrote
about
the
him because I
Last
learned about him
Word.
in America and reading books. I'm talking. You go to
That's what I'm
Haiti,
saying.
they know who the fuck is Francois Duvalier is. That's what we know. He was a
We know there's
Noiris.
a class of people in Haiti and Guadalupe and all these areas who think they're damn French people. Okay, so we know
Okay.
what you're talking about.
That's
We
what
know.
Noirs don't believe different. They believe in black empowerment and building up a black middle class. That's why he's praised like that. When you meet certain Haitians, they'll fucking fall out and for Duvaille. They'll shoot you for Duvaille because that's what he believed in. That's a Noirist movement. You don't know about it. That's your business. But when we're talking about the reality is that
Our experience is
they
not the
are.
same.
You have more smoke. You have more. The people that I list, such as W. Du Bois, such as Frederick Douglass, they actually was opposed to your ideology more aggressively than even
But,
FBA. But you
but
have
let
more
me ask you a
smoke
question.
for
That is
FBA
not
than the
true. That is
mulattoes.
not true.
Obama
That is
was
not true.
elected president over the
First
regular
of
black
all,
people, right?
hold up, Principe, give me a minute. W.E.B. Du Bois died in Ghana. Did you know that?
After,
It doesn't matter.
absolutely after.
Doesn't
After
matter.
preaching for years and deterring people from even going there, he goes himself and died there.
Frederick Douglass ended up marrying a white woman.
Yeah. So, but
Hey,
they're not the
but
same.
he was also against Martin Delaney. Do you know that, right?
Well,
What are you talking
everybody
about?
was against themselves because people were fighting.
Oh,
Same
People
thing on social media right now.
exactly. You got people who are
each
fighting.
other.
no. You have more smoke for Caribbeans and Africans than you have,
What
even
smoke do we have?
FBA, than you have for
We have no
mulattoes.
smoke.
We got to
We
put them
have
down
no
for a
smoke for
second.
them. Oh,
First
quickly,
of
let me
all,
say
what
this, right?
smoke are we having for them?
We
What
have no
smoke are
smoke
we
for
for
them.
them?
Just the
But
whole.
FBA even then,
Who is the
We're not
FBA?
FBA, man. What are you
FBA? What
talking
are you
about? You
talking
keep
about?
talking about
I
FBA.
say you have more smoke. You have more smoke for
It's
the
not
Africans, the Caribbeans,
FBA.
and even FBA
Yeah,
than you have for
You're on the
mulattoes.
wrong show, bro.
Principe. Hold up,
Wrong
Principe.
show.
Hold up, Principe. Is there FBA channel? Actually, I don't watch YouTube like that. Is there FBA channel? Okay, you know who's the FBA that do Red Supreme? What you need to do is take your case over to him. You
I don't
know?
even know the dude. I
Yeah,
just
he's a
No, no,
light
no, no,
skinned
no.
dude, light skinned dude from he's a
I'm
red,
not praising. I'm
he's
not
a red
praising.
nigga. He's a red dude from LA. He got good content once in a while, but he goes too far with this FBA shit, you know?
I don't even know about this dude, man. So we're not FBA. So I don't understand.
No, no, no,
what
no,
we
no. I
need
didn't
to
say you are.
do.
I said you have more smoke for them. You call them out easier than you could call out a
You
mulatto
call out
like a W. Du
everybody.
Bois. W. Du Bois who literally
You look. I don't consider.
misled thousands.
I don't consider W.E.B. Du Bois. I listened to his work. He was not a mulatto. You have to give me like this guy
In
mulatto.
fact, some
Whatever his
people
name.
think he's of Haitian descent.
Yeah, he was Haitian.
Haitians have mulattoes as well. He
Yeah, but
literally praises his mixed
you gotta
heritage.
understand
You read
something,
about
right?
it.
Principe, you gotta understand something. A mulatto is not a color; it's a state of mind. A mulatto is somebody who believes that he's something. He's not black, but he's not quite white. He's proximity to white people, and he takes pride in that. Like this guy that calls
True.
his show the other night called Mulatto, whatever, Mulatto Supreme.
Oh
That
yeah, I
called
know
him the
that.
other night. That
Yeah,
clown. You know?
he's some kind of Latino.
Yeah. So
But at
the
least
people
he's
like
right. He
that,
knows
He
he's a
Puerto
he
Rican.
knows
He
he's a
Puerto
mulatto.
Rican.
let me tell you something, Principe, right? The College Genesis always says, right? Exaggeration is the bastard child of enthusiasm, right? When somebody's an enthusiast, whether they're mulatto enthusiast or FBA enthusiast or African enthusiast, they exaggerate, you know? Exaggeration is the bastard child, right? That's what the bastard child's exaggeration of who? The enthusiast. The enthusiast is a mother. Exaggeration is a bastard child. A lot of times we have things where you basically are an enthusiast. You're an enthusiast about this
Yeah. Bob
idea.
Marley was
Yeah.
a mulatto. Do you
Yeah.
guys refer to him as a mulatto who talked
No.
about
Yeah,
African
he's a mulatto.
liberation?
Yes, he is.
How is he a
Yeah.
He is a
mulatto?
mulatto. He
Like
even
I
talked
told
about
you,
it in his
like I told
interviews.
you,
Everyone ever watched his interviews?
mulatto is a political social and political statement. You
It's an
know?
origin. It's nothing to do with
No,
politics. It's
no, no.
your
You can't
mother.
just
You can
call
look black
somebody.
as
No,
me,
you
and
just
you're a
call.
mulatto. It doesn't matter how you look.
You can't just call somebody a mulatto and say
His
that's
It's
father
it.
was a
about your
white man.
origin. It's about who your
No,
mother is and who
His
your
wife
father
was
is. It's
how would
nothing
you
more,
know
nothing
somebody?
less.
Yo, how would you know somebody's origin? Let's say, if you saw my cousin Donald
Oh,
passed away, right? If you saw my cousin Donald, right, you would automatically
yeah.
assume not only light skin, but you think he was half white. But yet his older brother Larry, he is very blue black. Same mother and father, but Donald came out looking white. Everybody's always wondering how the hell did that happen?
Remember Judge Bruce Wright?
I don't remember.
Oh,
Oh, back in the days, there was a gentleman named Judge Bruce Llewellyn Wright. He happened to be a browner skin or darker skin, and he was a twin. His brother passed for white, and he didn't.
mhm.
And he used to preside over a lot of cases where he had sympathy and empathy for people, okay, who were like him, dark like him. And so white people actually gave a name to him. They used to call him Cut 'em Loose Bruce. You never heard of Cut 'em Loose Bruce?
I heard about that.
Yeah, I know
He
that
wrote
term. Yeah.
he wrote a
Was he the
book.
one who wrote that book?
Yes.
Black robes, something like that.
Yeah, Black Robes, White Justice.
White Justice, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Very interesting. And so, like I said, we've got lots of people who have been, if you would look at them, okay, who are not that, but even those who are that have been historical figures in our community. Let me just say this. And somebody put me up to this game a long time ago. Do you know that back in those days, unlike today, lighter skinned people were actually more of a danger to them than darker skinned people? So much so that because it reminded them
Of their slavery.
of slavery, that they had been bastardized children of the
Right.
white
And that's what
slave
Malcolm
master.
X said. That's what Malcolm X said.
And
Who taught you that? Who taught you that?
Malcolm X said that.
he
Malcolm
said
X
about
said,
it in his book. And so did Frederick Douglass, whose father was a slave owner, and I think he beat him to death. And so you look at and you know what they used to call these people because they didn't want the white woman to think that they had fathered these children, and so they rejected them so much. They said, "No, we didn't father those women. We didn't father those kids from them black bitches. We actually it was the dog, Old Yeller, that mongrel dog is the one that fathered those children. Those are not us." And so when you look at that thing in Candyland and you got a homeboy, you didn't have a light-skinned dude depicting Candyland. You had a dark-skinned dude because people assume that you were in the house because you were light. A lot of light-skinned people were not in the house
They're on the
because,
field.
because that reminded the slave master's wife that her
Dallas,
husband.
do you remember the show I did, The Yard Negro?
Yeah.
That was that was a lot of light skinned people were yard Negroes. They weren't house Negroes, they were yard Negroes.
See, they don't know that. So you don't know our history. I'm not
Yeah.
blaming you. You just
I
don't
want
know
you.
our
I want
history.
you to go look up Free Peoples of Color Society in the Caribbean or Haiti. They call it Jean de
I'm
Couleur,
talking
right?
about
It was
Yeah,
a
it's
free
Haiti, man.
society of a
It's a
bunch of
place,
people
bro.
who were once.
Yo,
No, even in America, bro. If
America.
you go look at who made up the majority of the free people were mulattoes for a reason. Because when the whites usually die, they leave in their will to release the mulattoes
Yeah,
and let
check
them
this
be
out.
free.
In America, let me tell you how
Look it
it
up.
was. Let me tell you how it went down in America. Right, there was one case where this I forgot he was in Virginia, this slave owner. Right, he had this slave who was light skinned, he was a good house slave, whatever like that. He labored for this man for his whole life. Right, then the man on his deathbed, so he had promised him one day as deathbed he would set him free. Right, then when the time came, right, and he basically told his slave, well, I changed my mind on his deathbed, right?
Yeah.
He changed his mind and said, I want you to go with my son, you know? And then I think the dude escaped or something like that, you know? He escaped, whatever. Because on his
Jefferson didn't free
deathbed,
any slaves.
no.
He didn't
They
free.
go to that.
They don't know our history. Read
Charles
our history, bro.
Jefferson always freed his slaves
So,
after he
so
was
during
dead.
during the Reconstruction period, where did all these educated black and mixed people come from? If there was no such thing as a free black slave,
No. Well, first of all, let me tell you something, Principally, right? Do you understand that slavery initially had nothing to do with race in America, right? There were actually free black communities that were in America. That was, in Baltimore, there was a black man who owned a shipbuilding business in 1800, a shipbuilding business.
reparation was in the South, brother.
No,
Can
hold
you
on.
tell me where these mixed people
Maryland was
and
a
black
slave
people came
state.
from?
Maryland was a slave state.
Washington was a slave state. Even New York was a slave
New
state.
York was a slave state.
Reparation was in the South. You're naming random states. Reparation was in the South. Where
What are
did
you talking?
these
What are you talking about?
educated black people come from?
No.
If
We had black schools, everything, all on the Eastern Seaboard. This is the
Free
old,
black school
the
was
Eastern
the
Seaboard is
progenitor
the
exactly,
of
oldest.
so who's freeing
slavery.
these blacks and mulattoes
They were
then?
freed already.
They were
They
already there were some
let me
mulattoes,
just
some
say
not.
this because you don't
in
know
the
our history.
South.
First of all, let me just
Yeah,
say this. Let me say this to you so you can understand our history.
not every black person was a slave.
When it was white people who came here when in 1619, you had black and you had Irish people who were not slaves. They were
Indentured.
indentured servants. And they gained their freedom because according to the Bible, you're only supposed to have a slave for 7 years. This is when I tell people all the time. I hear a lot of people, getting on, the Hebrew Israelite and he's crazy. I think Christians are crazy because it was Christianity when the whites took over and made this America,
Yeah, when
okay, from the
the
Dutch
British took
and the
over,
British, they justified slavery through
chattel
their
slavery for
religion,
life, for life.
chattel slavery, and it was slavery in perpetuity. So this is what I'm
Slavery
trying
based on
to tell
race.
you. And so you guys keep thinking it's that white people. No, people brought their freedom after 7 years of servitude under the British crown.
They changed their
This is
mind.
what I'm trying to. Y'all don't understand that. This is why there's a whole group of people who lived in the North, okay, some of which that were born free.
Like in
Because their
Fort Lee,
parents,
New Jersey, places like Fort Lee, New Jersey, Nantucket, man, you know what I'm saying? places in
Do you know your
Connecticut.
girl?
And
What's
there
her
were 3
name?
black communities there.
The one from the community you're from. The one she won the first Miss America. What's her name?
Oh yeah, right there, Haverstraw. No, I mean, Tarrytown, New York.
What's her name again?
Vanessa Williams. He's talking Vanessa Williams.
Vanessa Williams. Vanessa
Tarrytown.
Williams comes from people who were free
Free
for
blacks,
over 100 years. Okay,
Absolutely, I'm aware of that. But we're talking about in the South. You're region hopping, but again, I just want to protect and defend.
But there's nobody to
My main point. Come on, bro. My main point was what you guys dancing around just to avoid my original
dance
question.
around what? What are we dancing around?
Because you hopping. I was talking about recreation, which was in the South. You went all the way to the north.
Charles White, a black man with white skin, infiltrated the Ku Klux Klan. Do you
talking about a
understand what that
pastor?
meant?
Do you know what a pastor is? They're damn near white looking.
You don't
Did you hear what I just said, or you didn't hear what I said?
There was free. You know there was free black communities even in Louisiana. You know,
Absolutely. I just mentioned that je ne couleur. You know, Louisiana is not part of the 13 colonies. You guys do know that, right?
Right, we know that.
We're familiar with
So
that.
what are you talking about? We're talking about the 13 colonies of America. Louisiana was not a part of America. So what are you talking about?
Well, what's saying
it began part of America once the Louisiana
in the 18 and when the Louisiana was purchased, right? That was when slavery was at its height. You know, in the early 1800s. That was when it's at its height. That's when they
some
started.
say that Haiti, because of the war, had depleted the French. That Haiti is responsible for the expansion of America itself.
I'm aware of that. We know that. But my main point was that's not a part of the 13 colonies.
I'm trying to say this.
You're region hopping though. You're region hopping. Let's talk about the 13 colonies.
Know. There were originally it wasn't the 13 colonies. Every colony.
And Louisiana was a part of the 13 colonies.
No, I'm saying to you, we just established that Louisiana was not part of the United States. It was owned by the French, right? Until after the expedition, and it was sold, okay, as a territory that expanded half of the United, maybe it expanded maybe 2 or 3 times the United States, the whole western part, okay, of America, okay, was actually
Midwest as well. But why you're region hopping? Why you're not talking about the South? Recreation was
because we weren't just in the
South.
South.
Why you're going to the North? Why are you going to Louisiana?
We're not just in the South, because what he was trying to explain to you was these people who came from that were, first of all, I don't even know why people keep saying the people who came to Liberia were freed slaves. That's so stupid.
They were just black people who lived in America for 200 years.
Slavery, nobody's a slave. They were African people who were enslaved. You know? See, y'all going to keep dancing around that. They were African people who were enslaved. So y'all only want to claim African for us when it fits your narrative, right? We're only African when we do something good. When we don't, we just a regular old nigga, right? Nobody's got smoke for Caribbeans. Nobody's got smoke for Africans. We don't sit in here. We got smoke. We got smoke for anybody who's against the Afristan. That's FBA, that's ADOS, that's Continental Africans, that's Caribbeans. Those people who are not for what we're for, which is having a nation of our own, we got all the smoke for.
Yeah, and so the bottom line, that's what we believe. We believe a nation of our end game is a nation of our own. If somebody see the whole thing about this, this is Elvis, same thing. Anyway, the whole thing about this is this principle is the fact that Black America, like I said a few nights ago about the first world, we're part of the first world, right? There's only thing we can do is go up. The only thing left for us is a nation of our own. You know, to most people, this is unfortunately, and I'm gonna say this, I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings, right?
Don't hurt him, Carl. I got to do it.
No, look, the majority of people outside of Black America are third world. Most Africans, Caribbean are third world, right? From Caribbeans, maybe second world, you know? Maybe second world. Africa is like the fourth, fifth world, you know? Basically, when you step off that plane It's almost like you're going on another planet. You got pavement, you got steel, concrete pavement, electricity, all this stuff like this that I don't know if I can function. I'm going to be honest with you. I cannot function in a non-modern world. I mean, even when I'm in Liberia, right? And so, if I didn't have my freaking phone, the internet, I go crazy. I'm like this.
It
I'm
takes a
so
lot.
used to the convenience of modern life. The modern life, being able to get in my car, go, whatever like that.
Oh,
Don't have to worry about electricity going down for 3 hours and shit. That all African countries suffer from. And all this stuff like that. And also, me, honest with you, principally, man, I'm not used to seeing that level of poverty. And no matter where I go in the black world, I see the same level of poverty, and it's heart wrenching. I can't watch that all day. I cannot watch. I want to be around black. When I'm around in my area and I'm around black people like myself that are doing well, when I see they're doing well, I'm doing well. There's no envy, no jealousy. You got yours, I got mine, and we're cool. That's what I want, But unfortunately, the only place I can do that outside of white America is building my own nation to make sure that happens again. In Africa, you guys, in the Caribbean, you guys got to come to America to enjoy that, that's the sad part about it. So you guys see America as this great place. We see it as a hindrance to us getting to the next level, which
But
is,
you know what it is? This is what I will say. And I'm glad you said this, Principe, because you're telling the truth about the Caribbean. The Caribbean, basically, the mulattoes, they're the ones that are living a good life. I'm not saying that you don't have a few black people who are darker skinned, who have cousins and so on and so forth, but everybody knows that the mulattoes are the ones that are running things in the Caribbean. They're the ones that are half Chinese and half white and half Indian. Okay. People like Camilla Harris and her family. Those people are the ones that have the real power. And the rest of the black people that want to get it popping have to come to the new world to get it popping. That's not our case here in America.
yeah,
The richest black man
says,
is a
not all of us,
dark-skinned
the U.S.
man.
is great. It doesn't matter. The U.S. is the first world. It's the most highly developed civilization. I'll be honest with you. I don't know, aside from maybe Japan, where I can go and take my agency and consulting business and make the money I make. I can't go no place in the world, right? Because all these countries in the world, maybe China. I think about moving to China,
Can I show my film? I want to present
Yeah, go ahead.
something.
I got to
A
go
little break.
to a wealthy, developed country to function. That's sad. It's like I'm trapped in a prison, right? Sometimes I wish I was a third world person, right? Because I'd be chilling, man. I'd be like, yo, fuck it. I'd be Hakuna Matata. Don't worry,
Oh, let me play this, man.
I get my Hakuna Matata on,
Can you see it?
Yeah.
All right.
absolutely, absolutely.
This is one of my latest joints.
I've been thinking about this for a minute. You know what I'm saying? The relationship between us, African diaspora, and our continental brothers, it's complex, real talk. We got different histories, different struggles, but we're all black at the end of the day. So I'm gonna break it down for y'all. No filter, just raw truth. Are we too black? Are they not black enough? Let's dive into this, because it's time we had this conversation. Listen, African men from the continent and diaspora, we're dealing with two groups that see life through different lenses. You feel me? On one side, you got us diaspora folks, shaped by the horrors of slavery, Jim Crow, and mass incarceration. We carry that weight, that anger, that resilience. It's in our DNA, our culture, our every move. Then you got our continental brothers coming from a whole different experience. They've dealt with colonialism, neo-colonialism, the struggle to reclaim their identities post-independence. It's a different kind of fight, but a fight nonetheless. So when we meet, there's often this disconnect, this unspoken tension. We're family, but sometimes it feels like we're speaking different languages. cultures, redrawing borders, imposing foreign rule. And even after independence, neocolonialism kept its foot on their necks. Different pain, but pain nonetheless. This history, it's molded their sense of identity, their relationship with blackness, with Africa, with the world. So here we are, two branches of the same tree, sometimes looking at each other like we're from different forests. But check it, we gotta find that common ground. It ain't about who's too black or not black enough. That's just divisive talk, playing into the hands of those who want to see us divided. Real talk, we need to start by listening to each other's stories, understanding where we're coming from. We need to recognize that our struggles, while different, are connected. We need to celebrate our differences while embracing our shared heritage. It's about building bridges, not walls. Because at the end of the day, we're all in this together, fighting against the same systems of oppression, just on different fronts. We're family, and it's time we start acting like it. Together, we're stronger. Together, we can change the world. Listen, this conversation ain't easy, but it's necessary. We can't move forward if we're divided. Whether you're from the streets of Atlanta or the villages of Nigeria, we're all part of this global black family. It's time we start acting like it. Let's challenge these perceptions, break down these barriers, and build something stronger together. Because united, we're a force to be reckoned with. That's real talk. You know what I'm saying? The future of our people depends on our ability to come together, to understand each other, and to fight as one. So let's make it happen, fam. One love.
All right. I'm going to stop. That should have stopped. Did I stop the sharing?
Good video, Dollar Bill.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying to get my, I'm investing in this, brother. I'm investing in this. And even when you guys don't see me, I'm trying to do the work, and I'm trying to get better, man. I know I'm just a novice, and I humbly, accept this thing the brother's giving me an opportunity, and we talk about more collaboration. I had to get that brother off, but I did that expeditiously. I understand principally what you're saying, and you're in a, and this is why, people, got angry with me, and I had to, push the other brother down. I really wanted to have a relationship with him, but I realized that he's part of the problem. Either you're part of the problem or you're part of the solution. And so, people want to get their stuff off. I'm not into that, man. I'm not proud of that. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to learn more. I'm trying to do more. And I know we need to have a relationship with the brothers on the continent. And I think, if we can get this message out and say, listen, this is going to be a good thing for you. It's going to be a good thing for us. You don't have anything to fear from us. We're not trying to do anything. We know we know there's been some things that happened in the past. And one of the things that I really wanted to do with Elvis was talk to him about people uniting and actually getting together and doing certain things in Liberia.
I don't think Elvis not interested.
Bring Elvis up, man. Why should I bring Elvis up?
Elvis not interested in that.
Elvis is not. Elvis is interested in fighting. He wants to continue in hiding his hands. He wants to throw stuff and play games. And I don't have time for that, man.
No, but you have to admit sometimes Colin does have a chess beating contest.
No,
he says
you know what it is?
Doing nothing.
You know what it is? It's because I feel when I do the work and I'm able to show a film or do something to motivate the next generation, to get people to understand, what Colin's trying to bring and his commitment to this. I don't have time, man, for nitpicking with people, man, who think that I'm trying to, disrespect people or get into arguments. Because see, I live in the real world. I deal with continental Africans every single day. They're in Minnesota probably dealing with white people. I deal with Africans. I live amongst Africans. I watch 3 African girls go to the bus every morning. Okay. I have people that have started in my classroom that I've trained that are now have their own classrooms. They're living well, they're doing well. I got an African woman who brought me some tiger nuts. Her son was actually in her womb when she was learning from me how to teach. Now the young man is doing very well in school. He's prosperous. These are the type of situations that I'm involved with. Those are the kind of people that know me on that level. They know my real name. They know my works. They know me. I got people from Liberia. I got people from Ghana who have known me, people from Nigeria, okay, that have known me and know what I'm about. So these other people who try to spread disinformation and arguments. See, one thing about the African American culture, something you got to learn, guys. We could be fighting each other, right? And the next day we cool. Now you might think that's bipolar, right? You might, oh man, how could you be fighting and the next day you cool? Because there's no reason for us to make anybody a permanent enemy, right? That doesn't serve anything well. But when you see people who are constantly trying to pick the brain, constantly trying to trigger you off, constantly trying to depict you as somebody that you're not, then you have to recognize who they are and eliminate them. Okay? Because they're part of the problem. They're distractors, they're disruptors. They don't want anything to work. They don't really want, because they don't want Africa to work. Because if they did, they would be rolling up their sleeves, and the things that Kala is saying, they would be interested in saying, you know what, Kala? You know what? You have your opinion in the past. I have my opinion in the past. Okay. But let's see how we can move forward. Let's see how we can take something to the next level and do something different to make it work for us. Right? Because believe
but you
what's
got to
up?
be fair too. You gotta look at it from this
I'm as fair as
perspective
I'm gonna
of
be.
Elvis.
I'm not dealing.
To a
I'm
certain
not.
degree, Elvis from day one never shitted on Kala's idea. I haven't seen Kala welcome him to say, okay, what people that you know on the ground. He's since day one, Elvis been name dropping big name figures, etc., showing that he's
Yo,
connected to
principally,
his
that's not look.
people.
That's not true because Elvis says certain things and whatnot. He'll make joke. Oh yeah, about that. He jokes, clowns, giggles, yawns, and stuff like that. And it basically, and I always ask him. I didn't ban Elvis. I said, look, I said maybe Dollar Bill did. I don't know. I didn't ban him. You
It
know.
definitely was Dollar Bill.
So
Definitely.
the whole thing is this, right? I say all the time, well, how can I get people's thick heads? There are things right here that I only tell Dollar Bill and a couple other people that I'm planning on doing. I didn't even want to reveal that I want to make Liberia as a base, and work with it,
Yeah, but you don't do it then. Nobody can make you do
people keep
anything, Kala.
forcing me, like saying that's never gonna work. How you gonna do this? How you gonna do this? Where you gonna get the money from? I don't want to reveal all that. Look,
They
I've been working on this
tell
for
them
30
join the
years.
BIL. That's it, man. Don't reveal
Check
nothing.
this out.
Nobody can make you do anything you don't
I've been
want to do,
working
bro.
on this for 30 something years. Every possible scenario, every possible way, what we're gonna need to do, have already mapped out. What I'm gonna have to do now is, rather than writing on paper, maybe I could do AI and put it in. Okay, we'll do a Q&A. Okay, college, how would your financial system work? Okay, this is what we're gonna do, and I probably have to do all that on AI because it's so vast and so complex. I don't think if I put it in the book, I don't
But
think I
yeah,
put it.
Kala, once you do that, but make sure it's reserved for members of the BLI. What you,
No, no,
the
it's
group called?
it's gonna be
B.
no. Look. I don't care. Look, once I have it written, everything like that, it's gonna be open for the public. I don't care who listens to it because, like I said, it's just like Donald Trump. I'm like you call me Colin Trump, right? Once he campaigned on what he said he was gonna do. When he got in office, what did he do? What he said he was going to do. Look, I am unapologetically what I'm about. I don't care about anything, right? I don't think I'm doing anything wrong or anything like that. I said basically that we basically need a nation of our own. This is basically for. I don't care. Like I said, look, I'll be like all fairness to the public, right? what I feel bad about is a lot of people, good, well-meaning people, white and black, are going to be blindsided about what we're talking about because they have no idea. They really believe this idea that we came from slavery, we went through Jim Crow, we had civil rights, now we live happily ever after. And we're trying to tell you, no, it doesn't work. Like I'm saying, I'm a child of the Ma'afa, you know? I'm a child of God, I'm a child of Ma'afa. Slavery is, and the slave trade, what happened to us, right? The fact that our mother continent couldn't protect us or refused to protect us, everything, and the fact that we were enslaved by these white people, betrayed by our own people, so that's unforgivable. That's unforgivable. Look, I have a good life in America. I mean, good money, I have a good career. I'm going to Dallas in April. I might get some really good news, you know? I got everything I need in life or not, you know? But I know deep down in my soul that what I'm doing is necessary and God put me on this earth to do this. So that no matter what I'm going to do, this is what I'm going to do for the rest of my life, you know? And so therefore, I believe that when I got conviction, when you have conviction, it ain't about having beliefs. When you have convictions, you know, you basically say to yourself, yes, this is what we want. This is what we're going to do and everything. And so my goal is I got to educate the public, white, black, whoever, about what I'm about. Because people are going to try. That's what Garvey made his mistake was. He let his enemies define him. My biggest thing is I don't like when people try to define me. That's what Elvis tries to do. He tries to define me. And I'd be like, that's not who I am, bro. Okala, you got look, I got friends of all. Look, let me tell you something how I am, right? I got friends and family of all different colors, races, whatever. Like that's me, right? That's one part of my life, right? This right here is another part of my life. It was the oldest part of my life because I've been a black nationalist before anything else. You know, I've been like this since I was I would say 9 years old. You know, I was always a black nationalist. I was always somebody who always believed in it. And I was a black nationalist when I first saw Roots. I was 9 years old when I saw Roots. Ever since then, I'm sorry. You know, I was born. There's something deep down inside. I never dated white girls growing up and whatnot. And I had white friends here and there and whatnot, but I was always race conscious. I was not afraid to talk about race in front of my white friends and everything. I was always defending my people, and I had a love for my people, you know? That being said, the majority of Americans are uneducated about the black nationalist movement. The only really book that really talks about the black is a book called Sierra Lincoln's The Black Muslims of America. Have you read that book, Bill?
No, but I know there's another book about the history of black nationalism.
No, the best one is C. Eric Lincoln, you know? Look. Bottom line is this, Elvis, right? I don't know what Dollar Bill does. You got to call, get his email, call him online. You make peace with him, whatever like that. Once I gave him the power to be a co-host, if he feels you did something, whatever like that, I can't. That's why I said that's the way rules are rules, you know.
Yeah, but
I agree. Rules are rules, but in the spirit of unity, give Elvis the opportunity to come up here.
If I give somebody the power of a co-host, then they whatever the duties comes with that, I can't do nothing about it. If somebody's a moderator and the moderator bans somebody, I can't do nothing about it. That's the way it is. You know, I'm trying to run this platform how you don't think I run it fair. You know, that would not be fair to Dollar Bill if I went over his head, you know.
What happened though? Did Elvis disrespect you guys or something?
I didn't ban you, Elvis. You know, Dollar Bill
always disrespected. The last time he disrespected, I wasn't even having a conversation with him, and then I heard him the night before calling Collar bipolar, all of this nonsense character assassination. Or I noticed, right, and I've been looking at this stuff. Since he hasn't been on this platform, it's been pretty peaceful. Haven't you noticed that, guys? That there's been pretty much peace.
You hear that show, Jonathan, where they was going at it and Dollar Bill banned them?
Yeah, because he called me a lesbian or some nonsense, man.
Yeah, but sometimes you're back and forth.
I don't think I was on the platform.
Yeah, this cat called me. I was having a conversation.
Elvis called you a lesbian?
He called me a lesbian. I was having a conversation
What?
with what's this? With one of the Nigerian brothers, and
Hola.
And so I forgot exactly what was going on, but we were having a conversation, and all of a sudden, here comes Elvis, man, calling me a lesbian and all of this crazy nonsense that he was doing. I'm like, what is this coming from, bro? Why are you doing this? And so I realized, man, that people like him, they want to throw stones and set the ground for me to act crazy or to say something crazy so they can sit back and say, yeah, it's you, Dollar Bill. It's you, Dollar Bill. No, it's you, Elvis. You are the one that is pumping and promoting division. You are the one that's doing it. And you do it in a sly way. And people are seeing them. Like I told them, the more zebra goes up, okay, a tree, the more of their behind you reveal. And so I can see there haven't been any major outbursts. Nobody's been fighting. None of that since Elvis has been off. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Have you heard me go off? Have I been
Nah,
going
not
off?
really.
No.
Yeah,
Exactly.
but is it
Exactly.
is it but the thing is, like, even logically speaking, I feel like Elvis sometimes hears some of the wild stuff some of you guys say, and he try to make it personal. He don't understand that Dollar Bill is an
My whole thing
educator.
is
Dollar Bill actually interacts with Africans. So do Collar. You
my
know.
only problem with Elvis is this, right? I always say this. I always say this, right? But he basically talks about he basically somebody who wasn't even alive during the coup, right? So only thing he knows is what he's been told. And let me tell you something. I know this about Liberians, right? Once they've been brainwashed to think a certain way, you never will change. I've never seen a Liberian change them. I've seen other people, groups of people, change their mind or get enlightened or whatever like this. I've never seen a Liberian or either side, the Congo people or the native people, ever change their. It's a stubborn culture, you know. That's why nothing gets done. So he basically has it in his mind that basically I'm the second coming of the so-called Congo people, and the whole thing is I have no right to call the Congo people my ancestors, which they were. You know, look, like I said, when I go to Liberia, I feel like the part of Liberia I'm interested in is the upriver country and stuff like that. I see where my ancestors left a mark. I could see clearly the old abandoned churches in Edina and places like that. I could see where it looks just like the deep rural South, you know. And I say these are my people who returned to Africa, right? I am not supposed to be proud of that. I'm not supposed to be proud of that. You know, I don't understand the African mind, right? Where basically, if they basically whatever they don't understand, they want to destroy. You know, that's something unique in the African culture, right? If you
But
basically
you can you admit that maybe some of the language that you use is triggering to what the people in the past have said, man?
give me a specific.
Like when you say
Principally,
stuff like, man,
there's no
yeah,
excuse to call another man a lesbian.
no, that was our line. That was our line. That's why I feel like Elvis should come up and apologize for that. But
I
I'm
don't want
talking
to
about
hear
in
his
terms of like
apology.
certain. Yeah, but you gotta understand, you're the uncle on the platform. Sometimes you guys say stuff that is, triggering. So he
Okay.
I
Give me
said,
you know,
you know,
specific.
me
talking
and
about
Kyla
elders. You
had
gotta
a lot
respect.
of
Give me specific stuff
disputes.
that I said.
I never disrespected him like that.
Yeah, why would you
Again, he's
call
out of
Nor,
line.
nor,
I'm not
nor
co-signing
anybody
that at
else
all.
on this platform like that. Not even Afrodamus.
why would you
Again,
call
like I said, I'm not making excuses. That's out of line. I ain't making
And
no
the
type of
issue
excuses.
was,
But
and listen, and the issue was, you're not even having a dispute with me. You're hearing me talk to another man, right? And you didn't like. See, it's the paternalism that he hovers over this show, where he feels that he can make determinations on what we should say and what we should do. He feels that he's somehow here to put us in check, and we're his children, and we're old enough to be his daddy, but he
No,
thinks he's
that's
our
one
daddy.
thing I do resent. You know, I don't like. I look. The reason why I always let Elvis on is because as I talk about Liberia a lot, is basically because he's Liberian, and what's remember, when they do a State of the Union address, what they do? They have the opposition party give what official response. You remember that?
Yes,
You know,
yes.
a state union. That's what I feel like. Okay, if I make these talking points, whatever like that, what I believe about Liberia, someone has to basically count whether people believe, they let the audience decide where we're going. That's what I said. So that's why I always let him on to say his piece. Especially also, I would like to. He got another account. If I start talking about Liberia, I definitely want to have one because I got so people would know that I'm being fair. And it's like, and usually I'm always right. He brought
And
this.
he uses that to cause conjecture. See, he knows that I'm gonna respond if he says something like that. That's gonna trigger me off. Okay, when you call another man a woman and a woman who dates women, right? He knew that was gonna trigger me off. So instead of me getting triggered off, I said a few words and I put him down. And instead of him accepting the fact that he was wrong and I put him down, he kept doubling down, right? He kept doubling down and coming back up. And so then he's taking a personal affront to me to let me know this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to outwill you and I'm going to do whatever I want to do. But you're not. You're not going to outwill me. So instead of you trying to, while you were in the chat, try to uphold things and be a nice person, you show no remorse in any of your actions. You want to continue because you feel that we're not Africans, so we should never say anything about Africa, and you somehow are here to chastise us. And that's not what it is. And he acts like a little child. Oh, okay, cool, Collar. Ban me, no problem.
I didn't ban you.
And I told him it was Dollar Bill who banned you, and you knew exactly. And even after I said it, you think he would say, Dollar Bill, I was wrong. No, because that's how he felt.
The whole thing is, I think when a co-host of Martyr bans you, I can't do nothing about it. That's the way it is. Well, like I said, when people are talking about, Colin, when you gonna build this organization? For one thing, I have to do, like I said, the reason why I haven't is just because of this. See how how it gets down these YouTube streets and whatnot. Imagine if you're in a room and you got money on the line, the opponents and black people simply do not. We have to civilize our people first, And as I said, these discussions right here going for 6 hours a night and whatnot are very, very good because it tells me what people are about. I need to know what's in your heart, what's in your mind. Before I go for it, I put my life basically in your hands. When I basically talk about this movement right here, you're literally putting each other's lives in each other's hands. Because this is very dangerous. What we got to do is establish legitimacy. Unfortunately, the Black nationalist movement has failed after all these years to establish legitimacy because one thing I will not tolerate, right, and going forward, right, is the joking and the clowning of something this serious like a nation building movement. And that's the only thing that about, it's not even about my disagreements about Liberia with him, but they got their point of view. We're never going to see eye to eye. That's what Adama said. Why don't we go to Liberia? I said, no. We can go there and build. Like I said, I work with Dave or something like that. But I try to make Liberia out to be an Afghanistan. No, it's not going to work. Too many Elvises, and I just know the culture and everything like that. It's a great place to visit. We can reconnect on certain levels and whatnot. But no, So what I'm saying is this idea of an Afghanistan. I need people's undivided attention. I need your seriousness. Elvis up here giggling and laughing and clowning and whatnot. Well, David Hitt said this. Well, David Hitt, I should have banned him when he said that shit, Well, he said this. So you got I said Elvis. I said nobody ever said me and Hitt. David Hitt is David Hitt. That's my brother, right? Yeah. College Genesis is College Genesis. We're both the same age, but we basically, well, actually, he just had a birthday,
Happy birthday, David Hitt.
But the bottom line is this. It was last month. Bottom line is this. So, although eventually, if we do build a nation, there's even the form of government, we have different opinions on shit. I want to know from people, what type of government do you think? These are things people should be talking among themselves. What type of government you think will work? Well, people could be like, I have all kinds of ideas. The government. I have an idea of having a Supreme Council government, like the Chinese Communist Party, for at least 20 years, you know, to get the and then build the country up to elections. You have to have people and set certain benchmarks and everything for we can have an election. That means people have to be a certain educational level, you know. People have to have the certain benchmarks and safety guards got to be there in place before you enfranchise a state over to the people, you know. And then, you know, you can have a government. So what kind of government do you want? You want a federal system, right? I believe in a federal system, right? Let everything be concentrated locally and regionally, you know? And the host country basically works with the national government together until we could choose. I said, look, as far as like independence independence on day one, I said, why don't we just take over a territory, which we could easily do, right? Build a whole bunch of cities and towns, become the majority, right? And then basically say, well, petition when you get to certain numbers up for independence, you know, say, look, in the meantime, you use the host country's diplomatic channels around the world. I mean, you set up an office in all their council embassies all over the world as a council office, right? Like the state of Virginia got councils all over the world, but that's in the U.S. embassy. You see how it works? So a host country to me would be best, you know, using that, because that means that we don't have to set up a whole embassy and blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? We just use the host country's ambassador system, you know, and we just do our own thing as a special entity. You know, that would give us all the stuff we need. You know, let's say said country has an embassy in Japan, but we'll set up our office there because we want to engage the Japanese government ourselves. You know, on investments and stuff like that, development and everything. So there's a whole something like that. Anyway, then the question was, well, how are you going to get this? How are you going to engage this country? Well, then I thought about that. I said, look, 4 years ago, I thought about that. I said, look, and when I went to Liberia, I said, well, it's like Liberia was much better than I thought it was going to be. I thought I was going to see open source, everything like that. I was surprised how developed it was. Monrovia. Then I forget, Monrovia is one of the oldest cities in West Africa, you know. Yeah, I was surprised how developed it was, you know, and the infrastructure was that good. You know, I was like, damn. Some people who built Liberia, did dawn on me. It hit me like a ton of bricks. Yeah. J.J. Roberts and all these people found like they were fucking not playing around. They were serious. That's when this shit really became real to me when I first went to Liberia. I said, our people left America and they built a fucking nation. Well, you already know that. You wrote a book. Yeah, I know, but I'm here. They built a fucking country. You know,
seeing it in real time.
It just mind-boggling. Look, I don't care what part of Africa you've been to, you're not gonna feel nothing until you go to Liberia. You know, when you go to Liberia, you're gonna feel what I say. This was built by our ancestors. While we're told about America, I said that in my novel, Liberia versus America. These people basically bet on it. And problem is, Liberia didn't sell itself, or we didn't know much about it, so we bought into America. Liberia was actually competing for our attention with Black America. Liberia is like that girl who don't look that good in school, but she's looking at the fine boy and whatnot, but he got his eye on this cute girl and whatnot. You know, that's how we were. You know, Liberia was like, yeah, if y'all just come here. Liberia said we don't have much to offer, but this, I'll love you to death. You know, Liberia would have loved us. You know, America never gave us love.
I wish we, you know.
It's our leaders. I'm gonna talk about that. We had leaders that from Black America that undermined Liberia.
They sold out. They sold out.
Yeah.
You know, let me just say this, and I'm not trying to. When you know, like the other day, I did a thing, and I had you as the president of the nation. First thing I was just, oh, what you trying to do? Inflate his ego? I don't think
childish shit. All that childish
I don't think people realize I spend $200 or $300 a month on this stuff. This is not free, right? These programs are not free. I just brought me a new keyboard that cost me $395 just to do my editing and doing other things because I'm not.
We appreciate what you're doing, brother.
I'm not as good, and I appreciate you guys. I'm not as good, you know, as I want to be. I know I'm still a novice, and I got to get better. So this is something that, you know, that I really want to do. And a lot of times, man, I'm in the background and I'm watching you cook, doing your thing, you know, because I'm not in competition with you. I'm your soldier. So sometimes I sit in there and I'm doing my thing while you're doing your thing, and I'm listening, right? And so people don't seem to understand, oh, you're trying to do that. Well, why not? If a man has a vision and he's trying to do something, why you got to disrespect that? See, the whole thing is you're disrespecting, you wouldn't disrespect a white person's vision, right?
Yeah, they
You don't
tried
talk
to do
about
that with
George
Donald Trump.
Washington.
They tried to do that with Donald. They tried to humiliate. The thing about white people, they're not going to let you humiliate one of theirs. You know, that's what they said. You know, they were not going to. That's what it was all about. You see these sassy black women like Sonny Houston talking shit about Donald Trump and his wife, whatever like that. White America said, "Hell, fucking no." Joy Reid, like that. But it seems like black men and African American men, right? We have every right to say we want an Afghanistan, right? I don't give a damn what nobody say. You may not agree with it, right? So therefore, how you basically throw them off, you try to do things like clowning and joking, whatever like that, or just mineralizing and whatnot. That's so highly disrespectful. If I say that I feel in my heart that it's time for us to have a nation based on everything I know about my history and everything, respect that. Respect that, but yet everybody else expects us to come here. I mean, control but come
That's
here,
good. Okay.
and we just basically take all their nonsense on, like principle. You know, we gotta have smoke for. Look, you guys come here with smoke for us. We're gonna smoke back. You know, we everybody wants empathy for their so-called causes and whatnot. You know, we're saying that this is a cause that we are serious about, right? Respect it, you know, respect what we're saying. Like if you don't agree, whatever, like that, respect what we're saying. We're saying that we've done a lot of thought and whatnot. We're at the point in our life, Dollar Bill and I, that we look back on everything we've known about America, everything like that. Not saying America is a totally bad country, but we're saying that it's time as men. As men. Now, if you're not a real man, this doesn't. The African won't appeal to you, you know.
And the tide is turning. And you know, people are not seeing it, man, because I'm looking at all these programs and I'm seeing how the Chinese are committed. They are
Global
committed with
domination.
technology for world domination. They have the technology, they have the people to push it out. They've got the army, okay, and they have an army with 1 million people strong. And they're with the number one country in Africa, South Africa. And so they're willing to give infrastructure to Africa. They're willing to change, to give them everything that the West refused to give them, right? The West wanted them to stay in their dominance. They didn't want to help any infrastructure. They're willing to develop the continent of Africa. And I see a lot of my people, a lot of my African American people, they're not, they're in their own little world. They're ordering food from DoorDash and Amazon. And do you see how they're going? Do you know that most African Americans, okay, are employed by the government? Do you see how Elon Musk is trying to take those government jobs,
right,
trying to force them into buyouts? What do you think is going to happen to places like Prince George's County?
Oh, Prince
and
George is
Washington,
completely
D.C.?
depending on the government, you know?
Come on. Can't you see? Listen, Kala doesn't have to say, doesn't have to do anything. I don't have to do anything. I'll have my Social Security in a couple of years. I'll have my pension I want. My money's going to come to me directly every month on time. I put my time in. But what about the kids who are coming up after us, who really don't understand none of this stuff that's going on because they're not talking about it in the mainstream media, right? They're not saying anything. The black, we are under attack. White people want their country back. They're throwing people out of the country. Plus, they've got $72 trillion. 72 to 74 trillion dollars. They will reset this whole thing. And the people in the bottom, they're the ones that are going to have to deal with people trying to come in your house and steal from you. Just the other day, a black elderly man in the Bronx with his own home was tied up and they were home invading him. These are the things that are going on. So when we say, you know what, you FBA clowns, you need to get you a another plan. You need to get aboard and stop with the nonsense and the
And
stupidity.
then what gets me is when you hear these stupid mulattoes like Lisa Nicole it's about we got a good speak for yourself, Colin. We got it good here. No, I'm looking at the crime rate I see in Black America is unacceptable. You know, the crime rate, and also our elderly people are being victimized and brutalized and everything. You saw that one housing building in the Bronx, right?
Yes.
You saw that, right?
A man in his own home.
That makes me angry that our young people are beating up our elderly.
Young
Everything
women
has
killing
gone wrong.
A young woman killed a 5-year-old child.
Yeah, I heard about that.
So when we say these things, I'm trying to tell you, I know it's not a good look for me to be sitting out here arguing with Africans on the internet. I don't want to do that. So when people like this guy who always wants to get this thing going, see, I did an experiment. I said, well, you know what? Maybe it's you, Dollar Bill. Okay. I said, well, let me go off for a little while and let me just lay back and see how stuff is going. Just kept on going because Elvis was there. So let me remove Elvis from the equation. And I'm going to lay back and I'm going to remove myself from the equation. And I'm going to see how things are going. Are people out there arguing with each other and fighting each other? No. Now I'm back. No arguing and no fighting. No screaming, right? Why? Because the person who sets the stage is not here. He sets the stage for nonsense. He's not here. There's no nonsense.
Yeah, I noticed that.
You noticed that?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, but I do agree with you on some of the little immature elements that he do, and I do think he should apologize on that. But certain things he do say when he is present, he does challenge perspective and push the dialogue forward at times, especially like today, before y'all took me around the the mulatto circus argument. The main point was not about mulattoes. My main point was that what Kala said initially was that Africans and Caribbeans, when we come here, we kind of minimize or devalue the African American stand on Black nationalism as well as Pan-Africanism, which I disagree with. And I even looked at you as a person who is both, not even you, both you and Kala, who are both people who benefit from both the Caribbean and African presence in America.
How do I benefit from the Caribbean presence here?
Because some of them echo the same sentiments in what you speak. Some of them are also.
I mean, then the only Caribbean I know that's down with me really is Bomani. That's it.
That's beautiful. He's a partner. He's a partner in what you're doing, which is a blessing.
Yeah,
so
but
I have no problem.
Walk around. He don't consider himself a Jamaican, really. He just
really.
Listen, I have no problem.
Listen, his website's playing number reggae, man.
Let me just
yeah,
say
but hold
this.
on. I know, but you understand something,
You guys finish.
Crispy. Hold on, Bill. Let me say this. When we was coming up, right, and we're out there, and I ain't gonna be proud of this. I smoke weed, whatever like that. When we're sitting there, 1 minute we're listening to fucking Nas, and the next thing we're listening to Penny Tosh. It was all Black people. My boys, my crew, right, was from Bermuda, from Haiti, Jamaica, Black America, whatever. Like we're all Black. One thing we had in common, we're all Black. No one ever. The conversation about where you come from never came the fuck up, because everything like this. My Caribbean people that I knew growing up were more conscious about being Black than I was. This shit I see now is all these new ass immigrants, right? They come over here, and you cannot fool me, Principe. Now, I'm not saying you, but I see way too many Caribbeans or the videos you see out there on TikTok where the dudes like showing white girls like, what type of dudes you like? Those are Caribbean dudes, kissing white girls, whatever like that, all that stuff like that, the swirling, chasing white girls, so like that. That's them, because that's what we always had a code, man. You stay away from white girls, like that. If you do, you just keep that on the low, Now the culture is changing, right? The culture is changing, right? Well, I see these kids, right, coming over here, right, from other parts of the world. And they're out there in the shopping malls with their little white friends and Asian friends and all stuff like that. And they wish the world could be like that. But there's one simple problem. They see that the culture Black America tends to be anti-Asian, anti-white for the most part, anti-white, establishment, radical, angry, bitter, whatever like that. That's all the trauma we've been through, right? You guys basically are trying to say, like, cure us by saying, if you guys only did this or was like this or like that, maybe it's very careful. White people will like you better. And when you give that impression, like, if you guys didn't do this so much, white people will like you better. Like, there's something inherently wrong with us, not wrong with white people who are racist in the first place. You know, that's what triggers it, is their racism. That's what triggers everything. The Kerner Report wrote in 1968, they concluded that about the race riots and everything, because the race riots in 1960 happened 4 years after the Civil Rights Act was passed, right? They wanted to know, if we pass these civil rights, why are black people rioting, burning down cities, right? And they concluded, after everything they concluded, right? They said the root of all the problems is white racial prejudice in America, not the black anger, not anything. Like it says, white racial prejudice is the root of the problem. But most of the government officials after, because Nixon got elected after that, because right backlash to the Kerner Report produced Richard Nixon getting elected in '68. You know. So what I'm saying is this: so basically, the whole thing was left alone. Black people started moving into the mainstream in the '70s. Well, not all left it alone. But the undercurrent of everything is the question about who exactly is an American and where do black people fit. We're only as American as white people will let us be, you know? And do you think that's fair principle where a group of people, 45 million of us, are made to sacrifice us having a nation of our own, right? To maybe being part-time American, so-called American. How can I call myself American when I found out about black soldiers returning from war, fighting for this country, get dragged to the streets and lynched? How can you see what we're going through?
And they want us to love these people.
No, nobody's telling you to love people.
Well, that's what people
that. All right. This is what I'm saying. If you know that we have this anger in us, right? You just said you don't have to love people, right? So what does that mean? Why do we have to be in a country? Why are we in a country, right? That basically obviously don't want us or whatever like that. And you guys coming to a country where we feel that we're not really like that. You guys telling us how great it is, you know? What do you think that's gonna do? You know?
But you yourself admit that there's great opportunity here. You're doing well
you don't
here,
understand something.
right?
You see, that's one thing. Look, I don't think you
But let
misunderstand.
me finish my one point. Let me finish my one point. This country has, your ancestors has fought to put you in a position today where you can recreate.
No, they didn't.
And yes, you have. You're a solid man.
Let me tell you
good
something.
economics.
Let me tell you something. Look, I don't buy that crap. My ancestors were struggling. They died. Most of them died poor, everything like that. And the bottom line is this: by some miracle of luck or blessing of God, I made it when I made it, right? But the whole thing I'm trying to say is this, though. I'm never going to doubt the fact that America gave me so much, right? I'm only angry that Africa couldn't get matched what America gave me. That's the only thing I'm regretting about, you know? At the same time, right, although America gave me so much, right, I still do not feel like I am a part of this country. I do not feel like it, you know? To be a part of this country, you got to really believe in what this country stands for. And like I said, for the most part, I say I support a lot of stuff America's about and everything like that. You know, I think deep down inside might be a good country. But at the same time, I know there's a line. I cannot forget slavery, bro. I cannot forget Jim Crow. I can't forget what my ancestors went through. So what you guys
But nobody's telling you to forget that.
Yeah, but if I forget, so when I say that, that means I have to act on it. So I'm supposed to just forget it and just sit here, be angry and be bitter, not do nothing. I'm acting on what I don't forgive about. You see what I mean? I can't go and kill all the white men. I can't go do all stuff like go crazy and buck wild. But this idea of an African, this is what I relieve my anger, my frustration. When I look at things that happen like Trayvon Martin, Sam Lee Cutcher, and whatnot, I'm doing it for them. You know, I'm doing it for them. You know, because the whole thing is this, though. I have to have some place to channel my anger, rage. Oh, I will become a violent person. I know me. You know.
Look at this guy here.
Talking to African.
I'm sorry. Look at this guy here. You FBA/ADOS. Ancestors and origin is American. is America, Kyle. See, you see these type of
He's trolling you, though, man. He's trolling you.
no, see, no, but listen to me. These are the type of things. I'm not angry. I'm not angry, to be honest with you. So I know he's crazy. These are the type of sentiments. Let's go back to when people talk about Caribbeans. I know, like I said, I grew up around a lot of Caribbeans, and a lot of the things that I say, they tell me about their own people, because those people who grew up the way I grew up, who I didn't even know were Caribbean, some of them, right? Because we never asked anybody where you're from, unless you came here with an accent or you got a name that's just, downright Caribbean, you would say, "Oh, are you so and so?" And even when that was, nobody was angry. It was like an interesting thing, right? People were interested in, "Oh, really? You from so and so? Oh, wow." Because that's how we got down. We weren't like these new people who are always, "Oh man, like you all got to be the same." No, we didn't have a problem. We didn't have an issue. We listened to reggae music. Okay. We go to stores. We bought curry goat and jerk chicken. We married people from the Caribbean. I dated women from the Caribbean. So it's never one of those things where I hated somebody. So when I say certain things, I don't hate anybody. I don't hate people because they're different from me, right? Or they have their own differences. I deal with the things that we have in common, not the things that we don't have in common, because I understand that. So if I'm saying to women, right, because this is what Brother Baruti would say, I'm not getting on you because you're a continental African. I'm getting on you because you said something to me as a person that I didn't like. I can't get on here and be, "Oh, you don't like African Americans, so therefore I gotta hate you because you don't like African Americans." I've dated people who didn't like African Americans, right? And so for me to say, "Man, I dislike you because you don't like African Americans," people have their own circumstances that they deal with in their lives. So you're wrong, Baruti. I'm not angry with anybody because I see myself as an African person. I see myself as not a continental African person. I see myself as an African, okay, with an American experience. And so therefore, and even when it gets down to the women, I have no issue with the women. I have issue when people say certain things and put you in a conundrum where you can't do anything about it. That's not fair. You can't come on a platform full of men and start saying things to men and expect them not to say nothing to you, especially when you're insulting their manhood. You're saying certain things. So like Kala always tells you, "Yeah, I'm married to an African woman," right? But he doesn't have, I mean, other than the big girls, which I'm working with him on it.
Hell no.
I'm working with him on
That's
it.
where we
I
have
had a big girl in the
our
movie.
divide, man.
That's and other than that, he doesn't have, he tells you he loves his sister, he loves his family. He had been in love with African American women. That's not an issue, right? So he doesn't come on here and say, "All African American women are no good. They're not this and they're not that." He's not saying that. But when people turn around and say certain things about us, we have the right to say something back. No, we shouldn't be cursing the women out. No, we shouldn't be disrespecting them, but they should be for fair criticism. If you criticize me, I should have the ability to criticize you, or just don't say anything. And I won't say anything to you. That's only fair. You can't hide behind being a woman. You can't hide by being an African. You can't hide by being an FBA. Remember when we got into these arguments with these FBA people, with these ADOS people? We've told you from the very beginning, we are not FBA. We are not ADOS. And you know what? Jonathan is cool with me. Jonathan, he says he's an FBA. That's cool. That doesn't bother me. He could be an FBA. That's fine. I'm not going to get on him about being an FBA. I'm just saying I'm not an FBA. But that's not going to stop me from working with Jonathan, right? because Jonathan's got skills and he knows how to do certain things. I believe that when people have skills and they've demonstrated they can do certain things, then let them do it. Let them get out there and do it, because everybody can't do everything, right? We need other people, but we don't need people who constantly want to go make people go against each other and try to find fault at everything. Well, David Hicks says one thing and you say another thing. Is that okay? Yeah. They told you that we're going to have a convention and we'll hash all those things out, right? We'll come to a consensus, right? But I think the idea for some people of African Americans coming back home to the continent of Africa just
Well, we're
really
not under
annoys
their
them.
rule or their thumb. Or I must say something that's very controversial. Look, I'm like this, right? I'm like this. We've been away for 500 years. We have now developed a different way of thinking, culture, and everything like that. That I think that could enhance Africa. We could bring Africa into the modern age, the modern age, if that's the goal, right? Now, I said I have the colonization cultural movement, right? The colonization cultural movement. What I do is I absorb some of the best things about West African culture. I study West African culture for 30 years, right? And I take things out of Black American culture, right? And whatever culture around the world, and I fuse it into this idea of a colonization, the Maafa, the colonization. What are we going to be? We're going to be a people descendant of the transatlantic slave trade in our own land, right? What's going to be the thing? We're going to be a modern people, right? But we're going to take what's good out of Africa, leave what's bad. We're not going to take all African practices and say we got to be like, which we call Ross Boyce says, Dalby, you see yourself in Africa. Why do? Because tribe basically is something people used 10,000 years ago when we were in a primitive state. As people develop, right, and they become educated, acclimated to the modern world, then basically they become ethnicities and they become nations, and they become empires, right? A tribe is just something stagnant in time that you're not going to move forward, And right now in Africa, there's no need for tribe because you're not hunting and gathering, You don't have to band together to fight against somebody trying to enslave you or somebody or animals trying to hunt you, whatever like that. So there's no need for tribe. Tribe is when people are at their base primitive level, So when people talk about a tribe, whatever like that, you got to have a fusion. I believe in African fusion culture. That means my thing. I study Africa with I believe in African spirit, modern technique. In other words, I believe that our Taiwan society, that's an agricultural society, right? Bill, should do AI on this, right? The Taiwan, you know what Taiwan is, right?
No, I don't know Taiwan, but I'll do
Taiwan
research
is the beast of cultivation or the god of agriculture in West Africa, Remember that mask Killmonger had in Black Panther?
Yeah, I remember that.
The animal, that was Taiwan, Taiwan is a god of agriculture, festivals and everything like that. And Taiwan, the dance and everything is to pray for a good harvest. But we're going to do the same thing in the African, but we're going to use modern technology, tractors and all that. The Taiwan / John Deere tractor, We're going to use modern machinery and technology, modern farming and everything like that. But with the African spirit, we're going to have national Taiwan festivals, You see how it works?
Moving forward, right?
Yeah. So
not getting stuck.
That's what we're going to convey with the AI. We're going to talk about agriculture. What would the agriculture look like, right? Well, we're going to have this farm. We're going to have all different farming techniques, simulators, and whatnot. But yeah, he said, okay, today is the beginning of farming season, right? We're harvest season, right? It also has a local farming village doing the Taiwan dance, welcoming the farmers and somebody to praise singers and stuff like that. So it will definitely be an African state, but it's futuristic and modern,
One thing
therefore the critics of the African, like Baruti, will say, well, geez, man, I want to criticize, but they're doing the Taiwan dance, See, I got this all mapped out. I already know where the criticism is going to come from, whatever like that about everything, So all that, just like I believe in the Nyamakala, which my name is based on, right? That's the craft group system. That's going to control our industries. You know, these are going to be families, right? That basically have, if you're a member of the Nine, you're going to be given families to run factories, businesses, so like Mitsubishi, modeled after Mitsubishi, you know, and Sumitomo. Those are clans, those are families, you know, businesses, you know. And who's going to do that? Well, we're going to look for people who have a really good family. Let's say we find a family that's a really good family in America. They got cousins, aunts, and everything. They're well organized, everything like that, you know. What you call it? Kimway knows what I'm talking about. Namakala, you know. So therefore, the clan, the Namakala clans are gonna be named. They're gonna have to have an African name, you know. If your name is Robinson, you gotta change it to an African name, you know. And that's gonna be the name of your corporation, you know. And therefore, you give out all the subcontractors, what that the outsourcing. And it's like a social club, right? That's how you make sure that foreigners never take, because everything is going to be done. If anything the Nayamakala is going to have is, if let's say a foreigner wants to invest in something like that, he has to have Nayamakala member partnership, you know? And that's what it is. I said, well, Colin, what about the stock market? I believe the Afghanistan Corporation should own stock holdings in all businesses, right? And then after a while, they list the businesses on it, sell it to the public by listing it for a discount to the public. Will allow poor people to buy stock at a discount rate. Isn't that fair? You know, that's how capitalism could work. You know what I'm saying? The core, like Singapore did. That's a Singapore model. Me and David Hitt talked about that. You know, that's a Singapore. There's all kinds of ideas. You know, people think you got to have to build something. You got to have a bunch of freaking gray hair white men. You saw what the last president was, a fucking complete buffoon. Now, who could do a better job running the country, me or Joe Biden? Obviously, you know.
Joe couldn't stay up. He was sleeping all the time.
So the bottom line is this: black people got so much faith in Joe Biden. Oh, Master Biden, you know, but won't give college justice a chance, you know.
See, the whole idea that black people can be self-determined, okay, and work their own problems out is beyond people. They can't see you do it because they can't get it in their own minds.
And here's the thing about people like Learn Mo, right? Everything we do, they think it's like Africans have their pride, man. That's the thing about weak people. They're very prideful, like Elvis. They're proud, you know. They're proud. Instead of them saying, "Yeah, I wish you guys would come over here and build. Let's see what you do." You guys automatically think we're trying to show you up and we're coming over there like this, you know. No, we're coming back to our ancestral homeland, whether you like it or not. You know, and if you guys feel a certain way, I can't help you no more. You know, I've tried. Lord knows I tried. You know.
And why would he think that you think that Africa is sleeping?
I never said that.
Exactly. See, everything. See, this is what I'm saying. There are people who build themselves through conflict. Oh, you know, Baruti, oh, you sow the seeds. Listen, okay, let's say you're right, Baruti. So that means that people can never evolve. They always have to stick in the mud and the mire. They can never germinate and grow. See, the whole thing is, it's about growth. It's about saying, you know what? If I go to certain places and I see going to those places are going to put me in jail, and the next morning I'm going to wake up, okay, in a tank for people who were drunk, then you know what? I got to stop going to those places because I have no power when I get there. I'm going to start drinking, right? See, I work every day, all day. I don't have any arguments or conflict with people. Why should I have conflicts with people online? Because there's some people who are dedicated to conflict. They want to pull your trigger and get you to conflict so they can go back. You see, brother, this is how them African Americans really feel about us. They hate us. They think they better than us.
Colonize us. They think they're superior to us. All
exactly. They just gonna come and be white. Isn't that what they say? They're coming to be white.
No.
Come on, tell the truth.
No, but it's about you basically hit a good idea and then you kind of overlook the fact that Kala somehow has a semi-Killmonger type energy towards what he's trying to do that rubs Africans the wrong way.
And what let me ask you a question.
Right. It is what it is, man.
Principe.
Yeah.
Let me say this a certain way. I don't give a shit, you know.
But
Dude,
That's my point. That's my point. I understand that, but
wasn't
it is.
Killmonger right?
How you think I feel?
No,
when
Killmonger was
Africans-
wrong.
when
No, he
Africans
Killmonger
wasn't.
was.
well, check this out. When Africans basically have at least had the idea of self-government. At least you had the thing of saying so. Black people in America have never 500 years. We have never known what it's like that. Even if we failed, right? If we failed, at least Africa can say they tried. Whatever, like they tried. Black people in America are not even. Not only have we never tried, but there's a concerted effort to make sure that 45 million. Look, that is I'm starting to see Black America as a crime scene, right? How you gonna have a government have 45 million people locked in their economic social system or whatnot? And the bottom of the solution for these people is to build a nation for themselves where we can create our own wealth. If Black America even got 10% of its income back to itself, we would be developing overnight. We can't even get 10% of Black America's money back to ourselves. Everything we do goes back into their Walmarts, their Kmart's, and all shit like that. All our money goes back to them. You think that's fair?
We gotta
No.
wait for
It's
reparations.
not fair, but the problem is your marketing. Your marketing shouldn't be.
No.
Because if you ask, hold on. Because if you ask the common African American, do you see himself as trapped in the system? Many of them are going to say, "Nah, I work. I'm comfortable. I'm good. My family here."
After like I said, I think I can do a lot, right? With my talk, I'm a gifted talker. I'm gonna get on TikTok too. I'm gonna start blogging again, writing blogs and whatnot. But what's really gonna do it is what Dollar Bill, when he starts taking my ideas and making AI technology, we're gonna spread them all over TikTok. I'm gonna even pay for some advertisement, where people can watch the videos on ads and it's gonna pop up thousands, tens of thousands are gonna spot. I want to get millions and millions of views, right? Get that message out there. And then funnel those views back to us so we can start saying, okay, it's time to organize, right? Trust me, it's gonna happen, So I'm only one person. If black people heard the message of the college genesis, right? See how I keep people engaged here? If people heard the message of the college genesis and people want to hear discussion, what happens is people take what I say and they twist like Elvis. He twists what I say, and people are like, oh man, that should Africans say, oh, that ain't gonna work. But when they actually sit there and listen to me, I know what people heard. I know it's when I'm really getting in deep, the chat room's silent. Everyone's silent because they said they can't refute what I'm saying. They're like, oh shit, he really does have a plan. He really does have a plan. That really is capable. People are scared. At least Nicole, she's terrified of me. She probably sees me in her nightmares.
She probably says, "There's this black man." She tell her white husband.
She told me she was gonna call Ann Coulter on me.
Them Negroes are running.
But I don't care about Negroes anymore.
Run.
I've already seen. Look, I already seen. This is what I said. What I do mind about Donald Trump. Johnson, Carl, you mind? I do. This guy, man, was already planning his presidency while he was on trial. That's when you really believe in something. He was shot, and he gets up and like, man, it's in a few months it's gonna be over because I'm gonna get elected. We're gonna do all the stuff we said, and then when he gets in office, gets sworn in and whatnot, that same night when he just sitting there just assigning executive orders, just black men don't know what that means to have power like that, But that's real power,
You know what it is? People are safe in their little dance with being oppressed. There's so many people
they're wallowing in their oppression.
They love it. And so the idea of doing certain things and
it's frightening to them. I know it's terrifying to them.
Like this guy, do you know like the Chinese dude who created the hoverboard, right? He people figure, if that was a black person, man, I'm gonna be doing hoverboards forever. He turned around and designed a car. He took around and he designed, his corporation has now designed a futuristic car that can turn 360 degrees.
Well, check us out. I got to freaking ban. I should ban Marudi's comment when he said, not a Liberia 2.0. That's everything I've been talking about Liberia. He hasn't learned one fucking thing. That's why I said Rudy would be a man to come up here. If he wants to debate me on Liberia, let's like that. What was so bad about Liberia? Not Liberia. That Ashley in Africa is broke. She's like in 3 different countries and whatnot. Jay Morris, whatever. Who's Jay Morrison? Is he talking about Jay Morrison? The Jay you say Jay Morrison's in Africa now, Dollar Bill?
He is.
Lord have mercy. This is what I'm talking about. This is why I am coming out here to destroy everyone that opposes the Afghanistan, right? I don't care if it's Ashley in Africa. I don't give a damn if it's Dynas. I don't give a damn like this. Anybody who's against this is against me, and I will destroy you. I'll make sure I destroy you, So all this nonsense about Ashley in Africa, a bimbo who's surviving off YouTube revenue when I could barely make it. When she's freaking talking about, she related a video not too long about Africa's not the move. It's too rough over here. Yeah, that's what I want. About Liberia 2.0. Liberia was the best thing the black race ever created. Yeah, we want Liberia. You know something? I'm gonna say like this. Let's create the Afghanistan Liberia 2.0.
He got mad at me, I got told him. I said, brother, you need to relax and keep yourself together, man. People, you know what it is, Colin? I'm convinced people are actually jealous, man. They're jealous. You've been able, you get all these streams, 600-700 people all across the diaspora are listening to the things that you have to say.
It's only gonna get bigger,
and it bothers them. I think it really bothers them because their ideas just haven't worked. They haven't worked, and they don't want to accept the fact that you need some help. They need help, and their ideas, they're getting angry. Oh, you're this, you're that, you're causing enemies. Listen, like I told you, as far as I'm concerned, your theme song should be turn the TV off, because somebody's got to do it, man. Somebody has to get up and say the uncomfortable things that people don't want people to stay in comfort. Ernest Hemingway said that no learning should be comfortable. No writing should be comfortable. So he never sat down. Yeah, and they don't want to deal with the truth.
But Dollar, I beg to differ. I think a lot of people come and they want to see Kala win, but Kala's very stubborn. So when we preach, you need reparation, reconciliation.
Look, how I would know like this? I would basically see more people. Basically, every time I turn on YouTube or turn on channel, black people just talk about the same stupid babble about reparations, white supremacy, blah, blah, blah. Look, God put you on this earth. This is what I believe. God put you on this earth for a purpose, whatever that purpose is, right? And when I see people online wasting time, you can't, you got them at one thing. The time I spend on these platforms is productive, And also people learn when they listen to my show, right? I make it a point of always teaching and learning, so people can learn, And so therefore, and I tell the truth when people don't want to hear the truth, particularly black people, they don't like hearing the truth. They don't like hearing their ugly side or what's wrong with them and whatnot, and everything like that.
But Kala, you don't think your Liberia 2.0 without reconciliation is an L?
No, because I've studied the history, right?
And what was wrong with what they did the first time?
Our ancestors were literally not only after everything they went through to establish Liberia, right? And this is what I'm talking about. And this is a problem, principally, I have, right? The problem I have is not even what you just said about Liberia, right? It's the fact that Africans don't value anything, right? They don't value, one thing they don't value is human life, right? Basically, if you basically see a people, they went through all the shit in slavery, there's no empathy in Africans, right? It's like they're not even, like Trump said, are you even human, They'll sit there and watch their own people living in poverty. Principally, the amount of poverty in Africa, you've probably never been to the continent. The amount of poverty in Africa, right? And when Africans are trying to preach this sanctimonious thing about their feelings, I'm like this, I don't give a damn. I don't. When I see rich politicians and people robbing the people in Nigeria and the average like Nigerian living on 50 cents a day, I'm sorry, I don't give a damn. When I see the young 4-year-old babies in the damn Congo out there picking freaking minerals and whatnot, my ancestors, those kids could be my kinfolk. I don't give a damn. You know? So miss me with your fucking feelings, because I don't give a damn about nobody's feelings anymore. You know? I don't.
No, but it's deeper than feelings, though.
Look,
It's deeper.
if I have to hurt, look, my goal is to hurt people's feelings. I want you angry, you know, because you know why? Because you're thinking. I want you to start thinking. I'm gonna make you fucking people human, whether it's the last thing I do. The African sits back and he does absolutely nothing to make the world know that you're a fucking human being. All you want to be is coddled and whatnot. That's why I like that what Donald Trump said. What the fuck is the matter with y'all? You know? You know, whole continent out there, everyone's suffering. You can't get basic shit together. The only thing an African and the black people can do is come to America. And like I said, I'm sick of it. You know, why the fuck are you coming here? We got enough problems in this country with white people and everything for you guys to come over here freaking complicating shit, you know? J holds a maximum impact. That dude's a ripoff of Bomani, you know? You mean Jay Cameron, not Jay Morrison, bro.
This is the other the dude is trying to take over the tours in Ghana.
Yeah, he's not gonna do it. Bomani's the king of that shit, Ghana.
He's coming and having all of these.
Brody, if you want to know something, it's called his name is Jay Cameron, not Jay Morrison, but Jay Morrison is a guy at Tulsa Real Estate, you know.
Another con artist.
Yeah, all these grifters and whatnot. Bomani and I got this shit on lock, bro. You know. All these fly by night.
Again, you're not looking at it as a opportunity to partner. You're not just looking at that.
I'm not looking. Look. The bottom line is, look. I told you. Look, my line in the sand is that, and I look, brother. I'm already having success in Liberia. You know, Liberia is basically my backyard, man. You know, when I go to Liberia, I got everything I need. I fly Liberia on diplomatic passports. You know, diplomatic visas. You know. So the bottom line, Liberia is ready to engage me. They see me as somebody. They think I'm bigger than what I am. They think I'm somebody that big, because when they hear African American say like this, man, he said, the Liberia's government told me that key to them is the tourism industry and them African Americans vacationing, studying, doing business. Like the head of the Liberian University is an African American lady. They want more African American expertise from Atlanta and stuff like that, and they'll do anything to make that happen, right? So the bottom line is, I'm not worried about what a few people feeling. But they'll get over it. Africa's going through a fucking lot. Their feelings is the last thing I'm worried about. I want to put food on their stomachs, money in their pockets. You know,
Carla, I think a couple minutes ago, Dollar Bill was saying what was wrong with Killmonger's approach or energy.
The way Killmonger's attitude was, he was just a character in Black Panther. But
Killmonger was the hero of the movie.
The rule shit. Fuck it.
Damn right. I second that emotion.
Kala's more like T'Challa, if you really want to know. He's not Killmonger.
No, he's like Killmonger. Killmonger approach.
He'll take his shots at me on I ain't forgot that bit. Shots at me on Kaiser show. He'll take his shots, man.
But you see how it's not mean spirited.
Of course not, man. Look, I love fucking with
why? Because Elvis ain't here.
Yeah,
everybody needs to see that. If this was Elvis, it'll be on some mean spirited shit. He gonna ignore you or say something crafty out of his mouth, and make you you going against the Africans. Man, it's just so ridiculous, man.
Bottom line, I am not here to cuddle. Just like you see what I do with Black Americans, right? I don't give a damn about their feelings. I damn sure not gonna give a damn about Africans' feelings. You know, I gotta say things.
Yeah, but you don't feel like you're wrong on both, even with the
no.
I say you're more like Killmonger.
Absolutely not, right? I saw a video the other day, right, where these three sisters are in a car, right? Two black girls in a car, right? And the one girl, basically, I don't think she knew it was being recorded. She goes, "My three kids, my uncles, right? But my man thinks they're his. I'm not gonna tell him." I was like, "Holy shit, that's how low we've gone." You know. So I'm at the point now. I don't give a damn, man. I'm seeing, like today. I was in Taco Bell, man. Excuse me, I'm in Taco Bell. I love Taco Bell. Anyway, I'm in Taco Bell having one of the steak and rice burritos and whatnot. and a taco with some sauce and whatnot. I was gonna get the pesto sauce, but I didn't do it right. So I've been Taco Bell chilling one night. And I see a little friggin' black girl. She was cute, right? She's with two long hair skater white boys. She's just sitting there giggling. I don't know if they were dating, but she was with two boys. They were their best friends. But I'm saying to myself, did it dawn on me? Well, she don't belong to you. You know, even though she's a little black girl, could be my daughter. She's cute, right? But I was like, she was like, I was sitting there like, these are kids, teenagers, they're sitting there. They must have been like 16, 17, whatever like that. And those were like her best friends. And when they're all sitting there hugged up together and whatnot, like they're buddies and friends and whatnot. And I said to myself, the bottom line is this: hey, look, that's the world we live in, Black people, let me tell you something, black men, you have no women, You have no women.
No. But nah, again, you're right to say what you said, but again, you have this certain types of women are your woman, certain types of women aren't your woman.
I'm
Certain
saying
types of blacks share the same creed, some types of blacks don't share the same.
me and this little girl are the same race, we're not. Technically, she would, if she lived in the Afghanistan, yes, she would be my, my little sister, my daughter, But because we live in a white America, right, and we're the goal now is to integrate and mix white people, our race is determined as on the verge of extinction. As race mixing and stuff like that continues, right? We're gonna be extinct. So if there's no duty I would say to myself, I would love for that little girl to be sitting there with little two black boys. But if I say something, get this, principally, I'm a racist, right? And the one thing you can't be in America is a racist, whether you're black or not. You see the situation? So how do I preach to black kids to marry black, like that, without being seen as a racist? See how they trapped us?
Yeah, we trapped up in this joint.
We're trapped. We're in a fucking trap. And you guys don't understand the shit, That's why I need you guys.
Well, it starts at home, though, Colin. Like like it helps to see a woman like that. I don't know.
Bottom line is this: we live in a culture, right, that does not value the black family, black relationships, or nothing. We're trapped here, And as more black people get to the middle class, it's going to get worse. So
how so?
Because more and more black people are in proximity to white people.
But that's by choice. So black people can choose to live in black middle class areas.
What I'm saying is this, though. Hold up. When Floyd McKissick was trying to build Soul City, right? He wanted to do that because basically black people back then knew that we would never be happy living among white people. This is new. It's only like a couple of generations living among white people. Back in the days, 99% of black people lived in majority black neighborhoods, So every time you seen a little black girl, she had to get a little black boy to bring home to her father, right? Race mixing or co-mingling of white people was unheard of, Now we look at a thing. So therefore, that's what our leaders had to build upon. We were a people. We were a community, because you're around only black people your whole life. Now, because of the way America said, they never built Black America. The only way we can get a job or get in life is we got to mix with other races of people. And so therefore the community falls apart because there's no cohesion. So we're trapped in America. You guys think you're being delivered when you come here. We're actually being trapped. Our community is in peril. The one thing about living in the first world, the basic survival is not here. Women don't need black men. Black women don't need black men to survive, actually.
That's why they have no respect for us.
Yeah, that's why they have no respect.
Because they have to go to white men. They have to go to the white man. I never forget, man. I used to work for HRA when I first graduated from college, man. And there was this fine little light-skinned chick. And she was hooked up with this white dude, this Jewish white dude.
I hate that shit, man.
And he was married, and she had a baby by him. And every chick, let me just run this down, how he used to do this. Because I happened to know him and had to be was in his car one day. And he actually even gave me some advice. So this guy, any woman, black woman that he wanted, he would take them from making $17,000. Now, mind you, this is 1989. So $40,000 is a lot of money then. he would take them from making $17,000 to $40,000, and basically they were his concubines and his women. And he put them at all different locations. And I never forget this dude. There was this big bruising dude, man. And I think he wanted his woman. So he pumped and promoted this dude to be his assistant. And while he was his assistant, he was taking his wife to the hotel. You know what I'm saying? Just really punked this dude, had him in places where he knew he was taking his wife to the hotel. So his wife dies, and he goes and lives with this sister. I think he marries. Now, mind you, this is a woman, fine chick in her 30s. He's like 70 years old. But he already had a kid with her, right? So I'm just saying, this is the kind of thing that sisters go through. And this is in the city of New York. This is not even a private institution. So you can imagine what it is in a private institution. Some of these dudes want a woman. That's all they got to do. Get them a position where they're making 2 or 3 times as much. And they're going to be loyal to those dudes. They're going to do whatever they tell them to do, right? Because they got to go to them for the power. And I don't think people really understand that's what power is. You see? You had the power to take this dude's wife to the hotel, and you got him being your assistant, and he stuck at a meeting. That's crazy. But these are just things I know about, okay, that happened in the modern age. You know, they were blatantly doing this in race and in slavery time. Blatantly doing it.
That's the type of shit that get you killed, man.
Yeah,
that's rough to hear. But a lot you got to understand. Like I said, it's about creed. It's not about just because you're still a black person. Like I'm from New York, just like you. I mean, certain black people you speak to about black love, black family, they take issue with that. They want to be we are the world. So it's all about creed.
You know
Certain
why?
people
Because
understand where you're coming from.
they can
Certain
go
people
to the
don't.
white man. Let me just say this. I knew a sister. I'm gonna, reveal her name. I knew a sister who I believe this cat that I know, white dude, because they used to act like they were all, chummy. I believe that she said to him one day, if you want some of this, give me 10, 15,000 cash. And I believe he did it. I believe he went to the bank, got that money, and she spread them cheeks wide. Okay? And she was able to do whatever she needed to do to get that money, to get certain things that she needed to get done. And that's what happens. So when I say this, I know Barudi's going to be like, oh, man, you're disparaging women and so on and so forth. I'm just telling you the reality of life. When you got the power and the money, we looking at P. Diddy, all the stuff he was doing, right? Allegedly.
Yeah.
Right?
All these people like the Jay-Z's and P. Diddy, all they became is imitation of rich white Jewish men,
Exactly.
They became Epstein's and what's that dude? Harvey Weinstein's himself,
Yeah.
When they watch these Jewish guys do it.
Lupita said she gave Harvey Weinstein some sex. He told her, if you want to get on in this business, and they said, what did you? Lupita.
What?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, he did that. Come on, bro.
Wow.
He told her, you want to go far in this business? She said it. It didn't come out of my mouth. She said
no,
it.
I believe you.
And they asked her, well, what did you do? She said, I gave it up.
Damn.
Yeah, so the bottom line, and we watch this. Look, we have no power to protect our women. We have nothing to offer them like the white man does. This is a white man's world. So principally, when people basically come here and mock us by telling us how much opportunity is in America and that we ought to be grateful and shut up and whatnot, now you understand why we got smoke for you, because we have to look.
I do, and I don't, because there's people like Young Thug. There's people like all these other rappers who have the power to push more productive media and actually create mass employment.
Right? And,
that's a form of media.
Rappers like Young Thug and them don't speak for me.
No. My point is their media. Their media. Every video is like a 5-minute little movie.
That's another thing, because basically we don't have our own media in this country, right? And basically, you would think because this is invalid. This is what I say. We're so far gone. Bottom line is this, right? Anytime a rapper or entertainer gets more views, more people know who Young Thug is than Robert Smith or David Stewart. You see what I mean?
We got an issue.
There's a problem,
Isn't that the same guy that Birdman had wearing a dress a couple of years ago?
Yeah, he was.
Jeffrey, yes, Young Thug. Yeah.
Need I say anything else?
More people know who he is and all that like that than, let's say, all the people that's wealthy, the top 20 black businesses in America. You would think, you ask what's the top 20? Well, you got Jay-Z, you got P. Diddy, what that. And when I show that top 20 black businesses, I'm gonna play tomorrow, right? People are shocked. I didn't know we had $1 billion black African American corporation. Yeah. People like, well, how come I don't know about this? Because we don't have our own media.
There's a sister who has Uncle Ernest. She made more money selling her bourbon than Jay-Z and what's his did combined.
Oh yeah,
we got wine the company.
Wine makers, bourbon, also like that.
She owns the company. She's not a shield for the
But we don't see these people. At one time, we had the World African Network. No, it was Africa. What was that African channel? The African channel, right?
Yeah.
It is sold out, man. It got corny and whack. They stopped showing African content. There's some sort of goofy ass black people content in America, but and we used to have magazines like Essence that was really pro black. Say, Evan, we don't have these magazines. They went and took our magazines away from us. They took over BET. They took all this stuff from us. They just basically dismantled Black America.
Yeah, they turned around and took our companies that we were selling hair care to.
Oh yeah, all our companies that sell hair care.
Hold on. They sold those companies, man. What are you talking about?
You know what a hostile takeover is?
So they took them over because
You know what a hostile takeover is? It's when you go into the place, you buy all the stock, and you get control, and you gut the business.
And you make sure the business can't get loans and everything like that, and they force them to sell.
That's what they did. Yes.
Yeah,
not even
no, that's not true. I just recently seen them sold the company once they maxed out.
Ultra Sheen, all of that company used to be black.
Dr. Lovely is white,
Carol Daughters, all these type of things are very recent and they sold out.
No, I'm not talking. Those are small companies compared.
Those are huge. They were multi-million-dollar companies, man.
Man, they were small.
Black people was complaining that their section in the stores was too small. And oh my God, the white man is putting all that stuff.
Carol's daughter. I mean, you can look this up, man. I know my culture. Okay, Ultra Sheen and those companies were multi-million-dollar corporations when Carol's daughter wasn't even around.
Absolutely, that's true. That's very true. But I'm talking about recent ones.
Well, you're right about recent, but I'm talking about these people made sure. We used to own Park Sausages. More Park Sausages, Mom. They used to have a little white boy. Like more Park Sausages, that was owned by us. Do you know Hidden Valley was owned by us? Was a brother who came up with the idea for ranch dressing. Now, I'm gonna have somebody go tell me, "Oh no, blacks didn't invent the ranch dressing." I mean, it goes on and on.
Why we like ranch dressing so much?
Only on my wings, and but I'm just saying. The Hidden Valley was that way. The ranch was actually a hidden valley, okay, for a black man, right? All of that stuff was African American owned and operated.
But we don't see this stuff because we don't have our own media,
and we don't educate our people to know.
The internet is not a broadcast. It's not authoritative.
What about like one of the biggest streamers right now is Casanat? There's a bunch of black big time streamers,
bro.
TikTokers,
we need as our own broadcast, like NBC and
look at the stuff they broadcast. It's just
broadcasting, man. Real broadcasting.
Yeah, but that's by choice. Like in the past, some of these black newspapers.
in the days of the digital signal, right? And we're not even on analog TV anymore. You would think black people would have like we'd have several channels, BT Plus and all stuff like that. But
Yeah,
we
one
never
and
had they
urban.
never let us have a 24-hour news channel, never.
Well, the brother owns the what's that? The Weather Network.
Oh yeah, Brian Allen, the Weather Channel.
Yeah,
That's
Weather
it.
Channel.
But it's not really no black content on there, whatever like
No,
that.
no, it basically caters to everybody, especially white folks.
Well, we
And they
need
took-
hold up. Did another thing where, like you said, we're only 13% of the population. Is it feasibility? And you know what happened? They found out that BT, they said about a good majority of its subscribers or viewers were white.
Yeah.
So they're like, damn. So we're making all this money. White people watching black content. So so again,
buying hip hop music.
Majority in this country, right? Having a scalable broadcast station is not feasible. You got
13% of the population.
Well, Carla, majority of people don't even watch TV as much as they used to. Me personally, I probably listen to you
check this
more
out.
than I watch BT.
This is what it does, Principe, right? People say, "Oh, I listen to," but the media, social media, just follows the mainstream media. The mainstream media puts out content, right? A story, whatever like that. And all social media does is they break the content. They create the content. When you talk about programming, like when you do a show like The View, like that, they have people back there producing, or they do a variety show. They do a lot of production and getting material out there, meeting deadlines, and they got editors. They got all the stuff like that.
And advertisement money.
Advertising. They're also like that. It's real legit, and you shapes the opinion. Now, secondary is internet videos or clips from that show going viral on internet with people talking about in podcasts, right?
Yeah.
But even without the podcast, the mainstream media talking points come from the mainstream media.
But guys, I gotta go, man. I appreciate
all right,
you,
brother. I'm about to end in a second, man.
Well, God bless you, man. God bless you. But Donald, before you go, you see the you see the article I dropped in the back?
Yeah, I do.
What's your opinion on the article that I dropped in the back before I go?
Okay, hold on.
Oh, before you go. I'm sorry.
All right, let me check it out. Trump orders U.S. to prioritize refugee settlements of South Africans of European descent. I'm not surprised, man.
Oh, who wrote that article though? Did somebody write that, or because people write stuff. That's something about the internet.
CBS News,
huh?
CBS News.
CBS News wrote that.
Yeah.
But is it second? It didn't take time. The media can't trust them no more. I say so. What you call? Did they write?
He got Elon Musk on. So
I'm not surprised. Listen, Elon Musk has got a chokehold over the president, and I understand why. Because for European people, he's an innovator. But this BYD is kicking their ass. Okay, they're able to produce a superior product. Okay, and they have it all over the world. They're able to have a $50,000. That's the reason why they had to lower. Elon Musk had to lower Tesla's price because of the competition worldwide. America will not allow, BYD to
what's
come.
BYD?
BYD is the electrical car. If you look it up, it's an electrical car company, and the base model is about $50,000, which is an SUV. And these guys have all. See, the thing is, let me see. Chinese.
It's made in China.
Technology. Yeah. So think about this. Tesla is a luxury car, but BYD is for affordability. So most people who want affordability at a good price around the world will go for BYD. Tesla actually has us locked in because although there are other companies, he makes the most, the best product that we can buy here in America. So he actually has a monopoly on it. So I understand what you're saying, brother. I'm not he's Trump is being controlled, I feel, by this guy. And this guy, okay, is a South African of German
Yeah,
descent.
don't
And he's gonna
surprise.
look, and plus BRICS, okay, is the S in BRICS, right? South Africa. So,
Yeah,
there's definitely a direct correlation between what America wants to do in terms of
Well,
South Africa.
you know what, Dollar Bill. I will say this. I'm gonna ask your opinion. I
Yeah.
think Trump is a lot like me. When he says he those ain't scared to like people always thought about for years. What do you do about a situation that he can't do? Trump believes he could solve everything with the art of the deal. You know.
Yeah, but
Now
that's not
I
gonna
do
work.
believe. Look, I do believe if we were ready, right? Like Ice Cube came with a platinum player. He liked it. You know. I believe it's crazy. I believe if we had our shit together with the African, like so we got territory, whatever like that, and we're saying, you know something, we're looking for friends. No, and you ain't gonna put no military here, but hey, geez, we can use $50 billion, man, to get us started. I think he would do it. I really do.
I think I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that we need to look at all our options
We need
because
to. I want to talk. That's one thing about having doing this, right? We know we're gonna be able to talk to China. Look, I'm gonna go to the Chinese. I'm gonna go to
they
Japan.
got
I'm like,
BRICS got a good deal, and they're willing to
of
build
course,
to
like,
use technology.
whoever it takes. This is why I say, whoever it takes, right? We have no permanent friends. We have no permanent enemies. We only have permanent interests, right?
There you go.
Whoever could give us a good deal, that's what we work for. It. So people don't understand that I don't know what to tell them. I say, well, Colin, what are you going to talk about BRICS? I don't care. I don't want to see. Look, the bottom line is this: if we could back up our currency with BRICS, we'll do it. We U.S. dollar will do it. The bottom line, we have no loyalty to anybody,
There
but
you go.
ourselves. That's what an Africa stands about. We have loyalty to the
And
African.
there's opportunities. I think this is the most opportunistic time for us to do this. And the reason I know it is, people are angry. And I see people, Brother Baruti, I love you. I see the anger and people are having because you know what? If they thought that you couldn't do it, they wouldn't even care. It wouldn't matter.
Right.
It wouldn't matter. They'd be like, oh, Carlos says about the African. Okay, whatever. But you know that
somewhere in the back of their mind, I know this. See, when I started this, right, I know something about African American culture. Somewhere in the back of their mind, when black people always think, even on the slave fields, like what it was like to be in a black Shangri-La utopia. Somewhere when that's in the African American culture. That's the oldest ideology in Black America. The idea of a nation state or African. Civil rights integration is something white people imposed upon us very recently. The idea of the promised land, whether it's in Africa or going out west somewhere, or going to Mexico, or going someplace, Haiti or Dominican Republic, that's the oldest ideology among Black Americans. Do you know there's an African American community that migrated to Russia?
Yeah.
In the 1920s. People don't know that history. France, Russia, even
this
Germany.
is what I'm trying to say. See, Baruti believes that we should just ease into an African country and have our own little tribe. But this is something that he's not understanding. When I told that story of the Israelites and the half tribe when Elvis was trying to talk smack, I was telling that for a reason. Although the Israelites were able to come to Egypt, eventually they became too large in number and they became a problem.
Slaves, yeah.
So when you become too much of a number, right, you become a problem. And so the thing is, you got to understand, you got to be prepared for people who are going to, and everybody's going to come there. Trust and believe that.
Yeah.
Everybody's coming, including white folk.
Of course.
Including white folk. Trust and believe that. They're coming, right? They're coming there. And so you have to understand that and be prudent with that and prepare yourself for 100 years in advance to know that these things are going to be coming. People from the surrounding areas, They're going to see their life is not the way they want it to be, so they're going to come.
And we got to have parameters to make sure only people come there legal. So we're going to be bum rush overrun. You know, we got to look
There
at
you
that.
go. There you
know?
go. But I got to go, guys, tonight, man. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, so so I'm
love
gonna
the
go.
bill.
I'm gonna go to them. I'm gonna give these guys a final word. If they don't have a final word, I'm gonna end it.
All right,
Jonathan,
peace.
Bantu, you got any final words I want to say? So I
Hey,
guess
peace. And the topic was African Americans. The Africans take credit for the culture. I would say no.
okay. Yes. So you believe our cultures are alone?
Yeah, absolutely. Do they have influence? Yeah.
Yeah, it's derived from Africa, but I think our culture. But people like Baruti thinks that we shouldn't have any identity as an African American. Everything belongs to Africa, right? Our jazz, everything belongs to Africa.
Nah, man, that's not realistic.
Yeah, I know. But Baruti's our friend, you know. Anyway, Jonathan, Bantu, y'all take care. I'll see y'all tomorrow night.
You too.
All right.